Chapter 1. The Quiet Forge. The mountains woke up slowly, like an old man checking his bones. First came the gray smudge of dawn along the eastern ridge, seeping into the long blue shadows of the valley. Then the mist rose from the trees in thin, ghostly ribbons, wrapping the pines and oaks in a shifting veil. Far above, a hawk traced lazy circles, hunting for something small and careless. Cole Harlan walked the perimeter long before the sun cleared the ridge. He moved with the easy, economical gait of a man who had walked this loop thousands of times. Boots finding the same solid patches of earth, eyes checking the same landmarks, fingers brushing the same rough bark of the same twisted pine where he'd hidden a sensor. The rifle on his shoulder was old but not sentimental. Everything he kept had a purpose. The stock was worn smooth where his hand had gripped it over the years, a patch of dull wood where the finish had been rubbed away by sweat and weather and survival. To the untrained eye, the compound below him was nothing. A handful of low buildings, a half-collapsed barn, a scattering of rusty metal and chopped wood. To Cole, it was an equation he had solved piece by piece, a system of angles and fields of fire, overlapping sensors and blind alleys that were only blind if you didn't know where to stand. From the ridge, he could see everything. The greenhouse roof glinting faintly under its patchwork of plastic and glass, the water tanks disguised as sheds, the solar panels blended into the slope, the workshop doors tucked under the rock face like the entrance to a cave. He paused at the highest point and listened, not just for noises, but for the absence of them. Birds, wind, a distant creak, the faint clatter of someone moving around inside the workshop. Everything fit. No engine hum on the road, no metallic clink of unfamiliar gear, no sharp, wrong sound that would mean trouble. Satisfied for now, he moved on. At the far corner of the perimeter, partly hidden under a sagging pine branch, a small metal box sat half buried in the dirt. Cole knelt, opened it, checked the wiring, then closed it again. It was one of the first devices he and Grace had built together, part trap, part alarm, part experiment. Old work, but still useful. He straightened slowly. The bones in his knees complained, but quietly. Age hadn't caught him yet, not fully. It was trying. When he finally descended toward the compound, the mist was already thinning. The sky was turning from ash to pale blue. Smoke curled from the stovepipe of the main house, and inside the workshop, lights glowed faintly. Grace was up. Of course she was. The workshop had once been a natural overhang, a notch in the rock where rain refused to fall. Over years, Cole had carved it deeper, poured a rough concrete floor, and framed out a front wall with metal and wood scrounged from dead towns. Now when he pushed the door open, it always felt like crossing a border from ruined America into the small, stubborn country of things that still worked. The smell hit him first: hot metal, cold steel, oil, a trace of burned flux, and underneath it all, the faint sweetness of sawdust from some project Grace had abandoned mid-thought. She was in the center of the floor, surrounded by parts. The drone lay across two sawhorses, stripped down to its inner bones. Its sleek original casing, military-grade composite, was stacked neatly against the far wall. The rest of it was a forest of wires and boards and tiny motors. Grace sat with her long legs folded under her, one heel tapping lightly, unconsciously, against the floor as she concentrated. A magnifier lamp threw a bright circle of light over the junction board in her hands. Cole took in the scene silently. The way her dark hair was pulled back into a functional knot, the concentration furrowing her brow, the soldering iron moving with careful precision. "You're using too much solder," he said. She didn't jump. He never surprised her that easily. "That's what you said last time," she answered, eyes not leaving the board. "The joints held." "They held because the board is small and the frame is forgiving." He stepped closer and leaned over her shoulder, studying the glistening bead of metal. "It's weight you don't need. It's strength I might. Strength without discipline is just mess." She finally glanced up at him, one eyebrow lifted. "Good morning to you too," he grunted. That was close enough to a greeting. Grace turned the board slightly, inspecting her own work with the same scrutiny he had given it. "If I shave off more, I risk hairline cracks on impact. Then don't crash it." "Not the plan." He watched the little smile threaten the corner of her mouth and vanish. She slid the board into place, fingers gentle, movements sure. "Coffee's on the stove," she said. "Eggs should be done. I put them off the direct heat so they didn't turn into bricks." Thoughtful, only because I'm the one who has to listen to you complain all morning if they do. He made a non-committal sound and moved through the workshop, past the drill press, the lathe, the workbenches littered with projects in various states of completion. On one bench, 3 pistols sat disassembled, each part laid out in a straight line like words in a language only he and Grace still bothered to speak. On another bench, a collection of printed circuit boards, resistors, and scavenged chips waited for his attention. Against the back wall, tall shelves held bins labeled in Grace's neat, small handwriting. "Bearing switches wire, good wire, questionable plastics." "Don't throw this out, Dad." He smirked at that one and pushed into the narrow kitchen built off the workshop. The pan of eggs sat on the back of the stove, just like she said. A pot of coffee steamed quietly beside it. He poured a mug, split the eggs between 2 plates, and paused a second, looking out the small window. From here, he could see the greenhouse, and beyond it, the faint line of the ravine road. Rumor, once upon a time, had been carried on screens and signals, on push notifications and breaking news chyrons. Now it moved along paths like that road, on wheels and boots and whispers. If someone wanted to know who was alive in these hills, they watched that road. Today, he'd be on it. He carried the plates back into the main space and set one down on the workbench next to Grace. She pulled the soldering iron away, killed the power, and pushed her goggles up onto her forehead. "Thanks," she said. They ate standing, both of them leaning against their respective workbenches, plates in one hand, forks in the other. It felt less like a family breakfast and more like 2 mechanics grabbing food in between repair jobs. But there was comfort in that too. "Convoy today?" Grace asked between bites. "Mara," he said. "Ravine crossing in about an hour." Grace's fork paused. "They're early on their cycle." He nodded. "Trouble?" "Mara doesn't move early because she's bored." Grace chewed, swallowed, wiped her hand on her pants and set the plate aside. "You're going to go alone." "Quicker," he said. "Riskier. Less attention." She studied him. "One of these days you're not coming back on time, and I won't know if I should go looking or start inventorying your stuff. One of these days you'll get tired of saying that. Hasn't happened yet." He finished his eggs, drank the rest of his coffee, and set the mug down with quiet finality. "I won't be long," he said. "You never are," she answered. "That's not the issue." He almost asked her what the issue was, but he already knew. She didn't like gaps in the plans she wasn't allowed to fill. And what happens if you don't come back was a gap she'd been staring at for years. "Check the sensor grid while I'm gone," he said instead. "And the northwest line, one of the posts has been drifting." "It's been drifting for 3 weeks," she shot back. "I already recalibrated it. Twice." He just looked at her. After a beat, her expression softened. "I'll check it again." He nodded once, then went to the rack by the door and pulled on his jacket. The sky outside was brighter now, but the chill was still clinging to the ground. As he slung the rifle over his shoulder, she called after him. "Hey, Dad." He turned. Grace wiped her hands on a rag, suddenly looking younger than her years and exactly her age at the same time. "If Mara says anything about the Covenant's movements," she said, "don't downplay it when you get back. I can handle the bad news." "I know," he said. He meant it. That was the part that scared him. The ravine road twisted. Along the side of the mountain like a scar someone had tried and failed to hide. On one side, the rock rose steep and stubborn. On the other, the land dropped off sharply, scattered with boulders and scrub that tumbled down toward the creek below. Cole arrived first and took his usual position halfway up a rocky outcrop overlooking the gunmetal gray ribbon of road. He crouched between 2 boulders, rifle across his lap, eyes narrowed against the pale morning glare. He didn't have to wait long. The familiar cough and rumble of old diesel engines echoed up the ravine. Then the first truck appeared around the bend. Paint faded, hood dented, a mesh of welded metal protecting the windshield. 2 more followed, tires flattening deep into the same pair of grooves that had been carved by years of runs. Mara's people didn't advertise. No flags, no slogans, no painted sigils. Their only mark was the way they moved. Alert, coordinated, sober. Cole watched through the scope as the lead truck rolled to a stop at the clearing they'd used before. Men and women climbed down, scanning the tree line without trying to look obvious about it. Mara hopped off the front bumper, raised a hand to shield her eyes, and turned slowly, looking for him. Cole slung the rifle across his back and descended, choosing his path with ingrained care. When he stepped out of the trees and onto the road, nobody pointed a weapon at him, but at least 3 hands flexed a little closer to the grips of their guns. Mara gave him a grim smile. She looked older than the last time, more lines around the eyes, a touch more gray in her hair, and there was a tension in her shoulders he hadn't seen before. "You're punctual," she said. "You're early," he countered. "That's the problem." She jerked her chin toward the second truck, where 2 men were easing a crate down from the bed. "Got what you asked for," she said. "Antibiotics, painkillers, bandages. The good stuff, not the powdered garbage some folks are cutting with. And in return," she shrugged, "you know what I want? Filters, wire, tools that don't break in the middle of nowhere. A couple of those little miracle batteries you somehow always manage to scrounge." He nodded. The trade itself was standard. It was the expression on her face that wasn't. "Talk," he said. Mara glanced at her people, then flicked her head toward the far side of the clearing. "Walk with me." They stepped away from the trucks, boots crunching on gravel. When they were out of easy earshot, she rested one hand on her hip and exhaled hard. "They hit us yesterday," she said. "Who?" "The Covenant of Furrows." Cole's jaw tightened, but he didn't interrupt. "We were parked outside a farming co-op south of here. Routine. We've traded with them for a year. They grow, we haul. They get meds, we get grain." She shook her head. "Covenant rolled in with 30 men like they were taking back a stolen church. They know you work that route." "They know everyone who works every route," she said bitterly. "That's the point. They've grown, or they've been supplied, or both." "How bad?" he asked. Mara's eyes flicked briefly toward the trucks. "We left with fewer people than we arrived with." "Dead?" he asked. "Some." Her mouth pulled tight. "Some taken." He waited. Mara swallowed. "They're calling it resettlement. They say it with this tone, like they're doing people a favor. Young, healthy, useful. You go to the Covenant Farms. Old, worn out, sick. You stay where you are. For now." Cole looked out over the edge of the ravine. The drop was steep, the rocks merciless. "How much resistance?" he asked. "From us or the co-op?" she shot back. "From the co-op, none. They're exhausted. They heard the sermons, saw the guns, and folded. From my people, a little. Enough to let the Covenant know we're not theirs. Not enough to turn that into a proper fight." "If it had been a proper fight?" She gave him a flat look. "We wouldn't be having this conversation." He accepted that. After a beat, she said, "They asked about you." "Did they?" "By name." She studied his expression. "Both of them." "Both?" he echoed. Mara's lips twisted in a humorless smile. "Silas Crowe dropped your name like it was a test." Silas. So the man himself had been there. "And the other?" Cole asked. "One of those Directorate adjacent types," she said. "Not official, not in uniform, but you can smell the old federal training. They don't walk like the rest. They don't look away from things normal people look away from." "That's new," he said quietly. "Welcome to the new version of new," she replied. "Silas calls you a ghost in the hills. The Fed-looking guy calls you an asset gone feral." She snorted. "Personally, I just call you a stubborn bastard who pays on time." Cole's jaw ticked. "What did you say to them?" "That I trade with anyone who doesn't shoot my people or steal my cargo," she said, "and that I hadn't seen you in months." Which was a lie, but a polite one. "Polite," he repeated. "For this world, yeah." She took a step closer, her voice dropping. "You're on their board now, Cole. Maybe you've been on it for a while, but now you're in the center square. Silas wants myths under his heel. The Directorate wants any wild card within leash length. You happen to be both." He was quiet for a long moment. Mara's gaze softened slightly. "You've got that girl up there with you," she said. "Grace." He didn't respond. She's old enough to make her own choices, Mara went on. But the world doesn't care about that. It just sees you and anyone you care about as leverage. I noticed, he said dryly. She reached into her pocket, pulled out a small folded scrap of paper, and pressed it into his hand. If you hear Covenant traffic on the air, listen for this frequency, she said. It's one of their planning channels. They think it's secure. It's not. You're giving this away for free? He asked. No. She nodded toward the truck. You're going to give me the full set of filters I asked for without doing that thing where you count them twice and pretend one went missing. He almost smiled. Deal. They finished the trade. Cole carried the agreed-upon gear to her trucks, loading crates of supplies and metal. As he helped lift one heavy box onto the tailgate, a young man, barely 20, caught his eye. The kid's hands shook slightly on the crate handles. There was a bruise darkening along his jaw, and his eyes were rimmed red. First run? Cole asked. Fourth, the kid said, voice tight. Feels like the first. The kid's mouth twitched. That obvious? Only to someone who's looked like that. The young man swallowed. They took my sister, he blurted, back at the co-op. Said she'd be put to better use, like she was a shovel or a sack of seed. Cole met his gaze. I'm sorry, he said. Sorry was useless, but it was still true. You know where they took her? Cole asked. The kid nodded miserably. One of their big farms, north, where they say God smiles on the plowman and the law only has one face now? Did she go fighting? Cole asked. The young man stared at him. The question landed in a place deeper than grief. She went silent, he said. That was worse. Cole nodded once and stepped back, letting the kid's grief settle where it had to. When the convoy finally pulled away, engines growling, Mara gave Cole a last look through the open window. Don't wait for them to knock, she said. They like back doors. He watched the trucks disappear around the bend, then climbed back up to his vantage point, scanning the road for any shadow that didn't belong. Nothing. He turned toward the compound and began the walk home, the scrap of paper with the Covenant frequency burning in his pocket. Grace was on the lookout platform when he returned, boots hooked over the railing, binoculars hanging from her neck. She swung down with the easy grace of someone who had grown up climbing these structures like playgrounds. You were gone longer than you said, she called. The convoy was heavier than usual, he replied. Trouble? He joined her near the workshop door, the brisk air carrying the faint smell of gun oil from inside. Covenant hit one of Mara's stops, he said. Took people. Took, she repeated. Not killed. Some of both. Her jaw clenched. She folded her arms, hugging herself without quite realizing it. They expand again, she said. It wasn't a question. He nodded. They're taking skilled people now. Builders, fixers, anyone who can increase their yield. They're building a machine, she said. That's what they call civilization when they want to make it sound righteous. She leaned back against the wall, eyes narrowed, thinking fast. They asked about you, she said quietly. Didn't they? Yes. Just you? He met her gaze. We're not separate variables anymore, Gray. They know I'm not up there alone. She stared at him for a heartbeat, then pushed off the wall and started pacing, boots scuffing the packed dirt. We should go, she said. Pack what we can, move north or west. Somewhere with more distance between us and their roots. And in 6 months when they expand west, he asked, we run again? At some point, you stop rearranging the furniture and start reinforcing the house. We've reinforced, she shot back. We're sitting in a fortress that only 2 people can run. That's the problem. You want people here, he said. I want a community that doesn't revolve around a story, she snapped. You think I like that the only reason the Covenant hasn't come sooner is because they're busy with easier targets? Her voice shook on the last words, more with anger than fear. She realized it and forced herself to inhale, then exhale slowly. This place works, she said more quietly. But it's a dead end if it's just us. There's no succession plan. I'm not a dynasty, he said dryly. Yeah, she said. No kidding. He almost laughed, but the humor died quickly. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the scrap of paper Mara had given him, unfolded it, and laid it on the bench. Covenant frequency, he said. One of their planning channels. We'll start monitoring tonight. Grace stepped closer, eyes scanning the numbers quickly. She had an easy relationship with codes, the way some people had with language or music. We can patch this into the narrowband receiver, she said. Route it through a filter, scrub some noise. Do it. She nodded and moved into the workshop with purpose. He followed, watching her flip switches, twist knobs, connect one thing to another, her hands as sure on the radio gear as they had been on the drone. The rest of the afternoon fell into a rhythm. Grace tuned the receiver, then climbed the northwest ridge to check the sensor she'd already fixed twice, because he'd asked. Cole walked the creek bed, loosely marking their backline, checking for disturbed soil, broken branches, prints where none should be. He found nothing new, which in its own way was suspicious. Real threats rarely announced themselves loudly. By late afternoon, the sky had sharpened to a clear, hard blue. A slight wind moved through the trees, bringing with it the smell of damp earth and old leaves. The greenhouse windows glowed faintly, and inside rows of plants stood in military precision. Greens, herbs, a few stunted tomato plants clinging to life. Cole walked between the rows, fingers brushing over leaves, checking for pests and disease. Grace joined him, wiping sweat from her forehead with the back of her wrist. You know, she said, if you'd told me when I was 10 that I'd care this much about kale, I would have laughed in your face. When you were 10, you thought food came from cans and magic, he said. She snorted. Magic named Mara. He smiled thinly. They worked in silence for a while, trimming dead leaves, checking moisture, adjusting the vents. It's not just about running, she said suddenly. He didn't answer. If we stay here and they come, she continued, we're not just protecting ourselves. We're deciding what kind of answer this region gets from us. It's not just surviving, it's choosing who gets to write the rules. He stopped and turned to her fully. You want to build something bigger than a hideout, he said. I want to build something that doesn't collapse the second you're gone, she replied. There it was. He'd known it was coming. That was the thing about good students. They eventually outgrew the lesson plan. He rested his hands on the edge of a planter and studied her. You think I'm the weak link, he said. I think you're the linchpin, she said. And that's dangerous. He considered that, then gave a small nod. We'll talk about expansion when we're not 2 steps from a conflict, he said. First problem first. Covenant, she said. Covenant, he agreed. Night fell fast. In the early years after the grid died, the darkness had scared him. Not because he couldn't see, but because of how much noise suddenly existed in the absence of human hum. Every rustle, every branch creak, every animal call magnified. Now the dark felt almost honest. He and Grace moved through their evening routine with the practiced simplicity of habit. He checked the alarms again, verifying each zone was live. She stowed tools that couldn't be left out and secured the workshop. They ate a quick dinner, beans, bread, preserved meat, then went over the watch schedule. I'll take first, Cole said. I can take it, Grace countered. You're on second. You're sharper at 4 a.m. than I am. She eyed him. That's supposed to be a joke. Unfortunately, no. As he climbed up to the ridge platform, he felt her eyes on his back. He didn't turn around. No point in layering emotion onto a routine that existed to keep them alive. On the ridge, he settled in behind the low wall of stacked stone and peered out into the tree line through his night optics. The world below turned into a smear of heat signatures and cool shadows. For the first hour, nothing happened. In the second, the air took on a faint, high-pitched shimmer. Not a sound exactly, more like pressure. He lifted the optics higher, scanning the sky. There, a small, sleek shape against the stars, moving with deliberate, controlled speed. Too high to be anything homemade, too precise to be Covenant. The drone slid overhead, almost silent. Cole tracked it until it vanished beyond the ridge. Directorate. He reached down, adjusted the tiny dial on his wrist receiver, and listened. Static. Then a faint burst of encrypted chatter. He didn't understand the words, but he recognized the cadence. People used to talking in codes, in numbers, in designations. People who had once asked him to build them things. He let the drone go. It wasn't his immediate fight. Not tonight. He checked the time. Half an hour left on his watch. His muscles were beginning to tighten from the cold. He rolled his shoulders and scanned the map in his head. Covenant probing routes to the south and east. Mara's people moving under increased risk. Directorate eyes overhead. Too many players on the board, not enough pieces. Behind him, the compound was a dark island of potential targets. He checked his wrist again, partly out of habit, partly because something felt off. The indicator from Grace's cabin sensor blinked green. Normal. The workshop's internal monitors blinked green. Normal. He swept the tree line again. Movement. A deer, nothing more. He exhaled, slow. The wind shifted, carrying a new smell. Slight, chemical, wrong. His eyes snapped to the far edge of the compound. Nothing on thermal. Nothing obvious. The indicator for the northwest ground sensor flickered, then steadied. He watched it, suddenly very aware of how long it had been since he'd heard Grace move below. Another few minutes passed. He finally keyed his wrist mic. "Gray," he said softly. "Status check." No reply. He waited, then tried again, this time tapping the code sequence they'd agreed on for silent responses. 3 short vibrations came back, a standard OK ping from her unit. He frowned. Too fast. Too perfect. The sort of thing someone might send if they'd found the unit and understood the pattern, or the kind of response that had been pre-programmed. His shoulders prickled. He pushed himself up, slung the rifle, and moved. Down the slope, through the trees, along the narrow path between the workshop and the cabins. His boots barely made a sound. His breathing slowed, narrowed, became a tool like everything else. The first thing he noticed at Grace's cabin was the door. It was closed, but not latched all the way. The second thing he noticed was the window on the side facing the tree line. A thin line along the frame where the glass had been cut. Clean, precise, a real professional's work. He felt his pulse spike, then flatten as he forced himself into the cold, familiar place where panic could not enter, because there was no room for it. He eased the chapela door open with one hand, rifle up with the other. The room was empty. The bed had been slept in, but not disturbed. A half-read book lay open on the small table. Her boots were gone. Her jacket was gone. Her go-bag was gone. No overturned furniture, no drag marks, no blood, just absence. And on the opposite wall, at eye level, driven into the wood with a short, wickedly sharp knife, hung a small, round token of dark metal. He didn't need to step closer to know what it was. He did anyway. A circle stamped with a stylized stalk of wheat, lines radiating outward like a halo. Black wheat, the Covenant's emblem. He stared at it, the edges of his vision narrowing, sound dimming around him. For a brief, dangerous second, everything he'd built inside himself since the world fell apart cracked. Then he breathed. Once. Twice. He reached up, gripped the token, and pulled it free. The knife came with it. He turned both over in his hand, studying them as if they were pieces of a machine he could disassemble. No blood on the blade, no fibers on the handle. The message was clear enough without additional clues. We were here. We took what matters. We don't fear you. He checked the rest of the room in a methodical sweep, clearing corners, lifting rugs, scanning the tiny closet. Her notebook still sat on the shelf above the bed, a pen resting across it. That somehow hit harder than anything else. Grace had left that notebook out because she hadn't expected to need it later. She'd expected to wake up here tomorrow. He stepped back out into the night and keyed his wrist mic. Grace, respond. Silence answered. No vibration, no coded ping. He switched channels, scanned through their emergency bands. Nothing. For a few seconds, the mountains pressed in on him, all weight and no air. Then he moved. He swept the compound fast and hard, hitting each building, each entry point. Workshop, intact. Tool sheds, intact. Greenhouse, intact. No other sign of intrusion. Whoever took Grace had wanted only her. No food stolen, no crates raided, no gear disturbed. This was not a robbery. This was a clean snatch. A message dressed up as a kidnapping. When he returned to her cabin, he lingered in the doorway, forcing himself to see it as a crime scene instead of his daughter's room. Bed, table, shelf, window, door. He crouched near the sill and let his fingers trace the frame. Tiny flakes of glass clung to the wood, catching on his rough skin. The cut was almost perfect. A circle, removed whole. They'd used suction, most likely. Held the glass, rotated the blade, lifted it out, climbed through, returned the pane enough that from a distance, the reflection would look unbroken. Pro work. Covenant had plenty of untrained zealots, but they also had people like this. He followed the faint impression of boots across the floor, out the door, onto the dirt. The intruders had chosen their path well, staying along the harder-packed sections where prints blurred, then dropping into the narrow drainage that ran behind the cabins. By the time he caught a clear sign, a deeper print, a scuff where someone had slipped slightly, they were already halfway to the tree line. He stopped. Chasing now, alone, blind, in the dark, would be suicide. He knew that. Rash moves were for amateurs and desperate men without plans. He refused to be either. He walked back to the workshop, each step measured, the anger inside him cooling into something sharper. Inside, he locked the door, crossed to the radio table, and threw the switches. The old transceiver hummed to life. He tuned it to the Covenant frequency Mara had given him and listened. Static. Then voices faint but clear enough. East Road secured, no contact. Delivery confirmed, new intake processed. Silas wants a report on the mountain ghost? Cole leaned closer, jaw clenched. Mountain ghost. He cut the volume and sat back. He needed more than rage. He needed information. He opened a small steel cabinet mounted on the wall. Inside, neatly arranged, were 3 devices: a compact field welder, a case of micro tools, and a beacon the size of his thumb. He grabbed the beacon, flipped open its protective cover, and pressed his fingertip against the activation pad. A tiny light blinked once, then steadied. Somewhere, if she was still alive, Evelyn Shaw's receiver had just lit up. The last time he'd talked to her, they'd parted with no promise of seeing each other again. Just an agreement. If the beacon ever pinged, it meant the situation had gone from personal problem to something larger. He set the beacon down and picked up the small token of black metal, turning it over between his fingers. The stylized wheat gleamed dully under the workshop light. "This was your mistake," he said quietly to no one. He wasn't talking about the kidnapping. He was talking about the signature, the arrogance, the assumption that a man like him would respond only with blind fury, that he'd crash into their stronghold trying to tear it apart with his bare hands. They thought they knew him. They knew the legend. Mad Mick, the Reaper in the Hills, the man who made weapons and used them in ways that left stories behind. But legends, he knew, were just incomplete histories polished into something easier to remember. Grace knew the real man. The Covenant was about to meet him. He put the token in his pocket, along with the knife. Then he began to pack. Not heavy, not yet. Tools, wire, cutters, jammers, portable sensors. He assembled his kit with the same calm precision he used when building a delicate mechanism. Every piece had to fit, had to make sense. While he worked, the night pressed against the workshop walls. The mountains, indifferent as always, watched without comment. Outside, the sky was cold and clear, stars burning hard and distant. Inside, a father prepared a quiet war, not the kind with shouted slogans and lines on a map, the kind that slips in through the back door and starts unscrewing bolts. When he finally stepped out onto the threshold, pack ready, rifle slung, the compound behind him felt emptier than it had ever been. Grace's absence was like a sound he couldn't quite hear, but also couldn't escape. He looked once toward her cabin. "Hold on," he said softly, as if she could hear him across miles. "Stay stubborn. Stay smart." Then he turned toward the dark trees, hand resting on the black wheat token in his pocket. The Covenant of Furrows had come into his world without invitation. Now he was going into theirs. And whatever else happened, whatever pieces of the old legends turned out to be true or false, he knew one thing with a clarity that burned. He was not going to them as a ghost. He was going as Grace Harlan's father. And that was a far more dangerous thing to be. Chapter 2. Ash Map. The sun came up cruelly beautiful the morning after they took Grace. The sky blushed pink over the ridgeline. The mist in the valley curled lazily around the trees. And somewhere, stupidly, A bird tried out a cheerful song like the world hadn't tilted sideways in the night. Cole Harlan sat at the small table inside the workshop, staring at a topographical map spread out in front of him. The map was old, printed back when the government still maintained such things, its edges soft from years of folding and unfolding. Over time, he'd added his own marks on it. Pencil lines for paths, red hashes for ambush points, tiny notations in the margins. Today there was a new mark, a small circle in black ink around the compound. He had drawn it slowly, deliberately, as if forcing himself to accept what it meant. They had found him. They had crossed his boundary. They had taken Grace. He tapped the map with the end of his pencil, following the faint contour lines outward from the compound. The ground fell away to the south, rose into rough hills to the east, and dropped into a series of gullies and ravines to the north. The kidnappers had chosen the ravine route. Of course they had. It was the least visible, the hardest to track, and if you wanted to disappear into the wider tangle of back roads and game trails, it was the smartest choice. He had one advantage. He understood the land better than they did. He'd made sure of that. Cole stood, folded the map crisply, and slipped it into his pack. He checked his gear again, not because he doubted himself, but because ritual mattered. Knife sheathed at his belt, sidearm loaded, slide checked, spare magazine in the vest. Rifle, ready, scope lenses clean, beacon for Evelyn, still blinking faintly in his pocket, sending out its silent scream. He paused by the workbench where Grace's half-finished drone still lay. For a second, he rested his hand on the cold metal frame. "Next time," he murmured. "You're finishing this, not me." There was a part of him, the part that had once been younger, angrier, more reckless, that wanted to walk straight off the mountain and keep walking until he found a Covenant outpost, any outpost, and burn it to the ground. That part of him would get Grace killed. He listened instead to the quieter, colder voice that had gotten him this far. Track them, understand them, then break them. He stepped out into the cold morning air. The compound looked wrong, not because anything was out of place. If anything, everything was too in place. The doors were shut, the tools stowed, the greenhouse vents cracked the way Grace had left them, the cabin silent. Her cabin door was closed now. He had shut it himself in the gray hour before dawn, after returning from his first furious sweep of the grounds. He didn't let himself look at it for long. Later, if he did this right, she'd be here to open it herself. He shouldered his pack, slung the rifle, and walked toward the tree line. The ground behind the cabins was still disturbed from the night's intrusion. Soft scuffs where boots had moved in practiced formation, a faint disruption in the leaf litter where weight had passed. He crouched, letting his fingers hover above the tracks. They had avoided the softer patches, stayed to stone and roots, but even the best trained teams couldn't erase themselves completely. 4 sets of prints, not heavy, light kit, no dragging marks. They'd carried her, but properly, on a shoulder or over 2 men's arms, not crudely slung. Grace wasn't big, but she wasn't a sack of grain. It took effort. They'd been careful. He would be more so. Cole started down the drainage path, following the natural depression as it snaked away from the compound. Trees loomed on either side, branches knitting together overhead. The morning light filtered down in thin shafts, turning dust and breath into shimmering columns. He moved quickly, but not blindly. Every few minutes he paused, listening for anything out of place. A snapped twig, a hushed voice, the metallic clink of a rifle belt. The mountains carried sound strangely. Voices could bounce and stretch and lie. Half a mile down, the drainage widened and merged with a forgotten logging road. Little more than 2 faint ruts and a strip of grass down the middle. Here the tracks were clearer. Boot prints pressed into soft earth, spaced with the rhythm of trained men. He could see where they had shifted weight, where one had stumbled briefly, maybe on a stone, maybe on a root. A smear in the dirt marked where something had brushed the ground. Not Grace. Her weight would be more obvious if she'd fallen. They'd kept her above it all. His jaw tightened. He followed the road as it curved right, then left, skirting a small rise. The trees thinned. Ahead, he could hear the distant rush of water. The old river. It was still early, but not early enough to be completely alone down there. Travelers used the rivers as guides, So did hunters. So did raiders. He slowed as he approached the tree line and dropped to one knee, easing up to the edge of the brush. The river cut across the valley in a wide, shallow band of gray water. Rocks jutted up like broken teeth, and the far bank was lined with willows and scrub. On his side, a worn path led to a spot where the rocks formed a natural crossing. Boot prints were everywhere, some fresh, some older. He scanned carefully, tracing the story written in mud and stone. The Covenant team had crossed here. He recognized their tread pattern now, standard issue boots, the kind they liked to issue to their resettled workers once they'd wiped the original names off the crates. The prints on this side were deeper, clustered. People had paused, shifted, adjusted loads. On the far side, the prints spread out again, the stride lengthening. He slid the rifle off his shoulder, brought the scope up, and swept the opposite bank. It looked empty. He didn't believe that for a second. Cole watched for half a minute, letting his eyes adjust to every subtle movement, the way the leaves trembled, the way the shadows lay across the rocks. Then he saw it. Not a person, a glint. Metal tucked into brush just upriver from the crossing. A small reflective flare where the rising sun caught the edge of something man-made. He shifted his angle slightly. There, a scope. Someone lying prone in the scrub, half concealed by branches, watching the crossing, waiting. They'd left a rear guard. Smart. He settled the rifle against his shoulder, breathed in, breathed out, and brought the crosshairs up. The man was good. Face partially covered, body behind a log, head slightly down. If Cole hadn't been looking for it, he might have missed him entirely. He did not fire. Yet. The man didn't know he'd been seen. That ignorance was worth more than any bullet. Cole slid back into deeper shadow and repositioned downriver, moving low and quiet along the bank until he reached a thicker cluster of boulders. From here, he could cross behind cover, using the rock as shield and stepping stones. He waited, watching the guard's position through gaps in the stone. The man's scope never lifted. He wasn't expecting anyone upstream. Cole stepped into the water. The cold bit at his ankles, then his calves as he moved from rock to rock, timing his steps with the rush of the river. The current tugged at his boots. He kept his knees bent, center of gravity low, the rifle held clear. Halfway across, he crouched behind a large rock, took another reading on the guard's position, then moved again, angling to emerge from the river where the bank curved back under a small overhang. When he reached the far side, he moved slowly, carefully, easing up the incline until he could see the guard's boots. The man lay on his stomach, facing the crossing. His rifle's barrel rested on a brace of branches, his cheek pressed against the stock. Cole stepped forward and planted the muzzle of his own rifle gently at the base of the man's skull. "Don't twitch," he said. The man froze. For a second, the only sound was water and the distant call of a bird. Then very slowly, the man lifted his hands off the rifle and splayed them flat on the ground. "Good," Cole said. "Now roll onto your back, move like you've had a long, disappointing life, and don't want to strain anything at the end." The man complied, rolling carefully onto his back, hands visible. Cole stepped around, keeping the rifle on him. The guard was younger than he sounded over the radio. Maybe late 20s. Hard eyes, close-cropped hair, a jagged scar near his chin that looked like a knife had glanced off bone. He wore Covenant leathers under his jacket, the black wheat patch stitched to the shoulder. His expression was angry, but not panicked. That alone told Cole something. "You alone?" Cole asked. The man's jaw clenched. "You going to lie to me?" Cole asked calmly. "Or are we going to skip ahead to the part where this gets useful?" The man stared up at him. "You're Harlan," he said, not a question. "Sometimes," Cole allowed. "They said you were older." "Life's hard on eyewitnesses." The man's mouth twitched, almost a smirk, almost a snarl. "What do you want?" he asked. "My daughter," Cole said. There was no point in pretending this was about anything else. A flicker crossed the man's face. "Then you should have kept her in a stronger cage," he said. Cole brought his boot down sharply on the man's rifle, kicking it away, then shifted his weight, pressing the heel lightly against the man's collarbone. "Here's how this goes," Cole said quietly. "You talk. I decide what parts to believe. If you behave, you walk away without any new holes. If you don't, you become an instructional diagram on the ground. Clear? You're not going to shoot me, the man said. Covenant will just send more. Cole tilted his head. I don't have to shoot you, he said. There are other ways to make a point. Some of them hurt more. The man met his eyes and, for the first time, looked uncertain. Cole eased a knife out of its sheath with his free hand. Not to use yet. To show. You were part of the team last night, he said. You got into my compound. You took Grace. You color-coded the operation, I can tell. People like you think in straight lines. How do you know that? The man demanded. You left a textbook signature on my wall, Cole said. That little token? That was your share of the glory. Real pros don't pose for their own crime scenes. That was ego. So, where did you take her? The man hesitated. A farm, he said carefully. We don't use names. Don't lie to me, and Cole said, mildly. You use names for everything. You brand things. It makes recruits feel like they're part of something bigger than a thug squad. Which farm? The man's eyes flicked away. Cole pressed his boot down just a little harder. Saints Field, the man gritted out. That's what they told us to call it. Cole filed that away. What direction? He asked. North, and the man said. Then east. 2 days' march if you're carrying, less if you are not. Cole studied him. Processing center or long-term facility? The man blinked. What? Is this a place where they sort people? Cole said slowly. Or a place where they keep them until they break? Both, the man said finally. You got a problem with that. You should have kept her out of our way. Cole considered him for a moment in silence. He thought about Grace's steady hands on the drone, her laugh when she'd called him old, the way she'd said, we don't have to live inside the legend. Then he moved. The knife flashed, not toward the man's throat, not toward his face. Down. He drove the blade into the dirt an inch away from the man's ear. The guard flinched hard. Cole leaned over him, voice low. I don't have a problem with you being alive, he said. But I do have a problem with you believing what you did last night was anything but kidnapping. You want to label it resettlement? That's between you and whatever's left of your conscience. You think conscience feeds people? The man shot back. No, Cole said. That's what work in water is for. Conscience is for deciding what lines you don't cross even when you're hungry. The man said nothing. What are your orders now? Cole asked. You stay here until when? Until tonight, he said reluctantly. Then we fall back to rendezvous. How many at the rendezvous? 6, maybe 8. Maybe? Cole asked. The man shrugged as much as he could with a boot on his chest. They don't tell us everything. Cole believed that part. He stepped back and pulled the knife free from the dirt, then slid it away. The man tensed, expecting a shot. It didn't come. Cole gestured with his rifle toward the river. There, he said. Follow the water downstream. Stay away from my hills. You come back with friends, I won't be feeling philosophical. Understand? The man stared up at him, disbelief warring with something almost like shame. You're letting me go? He said. For now, Cole said. I don't kill people for being stupid enough to follow orders. I kill people who write them. The guard's throat worked. You think that makes you better? No, Cole said. But it makes me specific. He stepped back. The man slowly sat up, rubbing at his neck. You're going to come after us, the guard said. Cole didn't answer. The man swallowed, climbed to his feet and backed away, eyes never leaving Cole's face. Then he turned and moved down toward the river, walking stiffly at first and then faster. Cole watched him until he was a dark shape against the bright water, then gone. He picked up the man's rifle, stripped the magazine, pocketed the rounds, and snapped the weapon in two across a rock. It took effort. Anger helped. Then he knelt and pressed his palm against the ground, feeling the faint echo of the kidnapper's path. North and east. Saints Field. 2 days' march. He wouldn't do it in 2. He'd do it in 1.5, if something didn't kill him first. By late morning, the air had warmed and the sky had turned from pale to bright. Cole moved with purpose, cutting diagonally across the hills rather than following any single road. The Covenant would expect people to use the obvious routes. He'd built a life on being someone other people didn't expect. He moved through thickets and over ridges, ducked under low branches, and skirted the edges of open clearings. Every so often he stopped, pulled the small receiver from his vest, and listened in on the Covenant frequency. Mostly it was logistics. Field 3 needs reinforcement. Grain shipment delayed. New intake requesting assignment. Occasionally a voice he suspected belonged to a higher-ranking officer would cut through, calm and certain, giving orders that sounded more like sermon instructions than military commands. He heard nothing about Grace. That was good and bad. Just after midday, he crested a rise and saw the world drop away into a wide, shallow valley. An old highway ran along the far side, its once smooth asphalt now cracked and overgrown in places. A cluster of ruined buildings sat near a faded exit sign, their windows broken, their roofs partially collapsed. The sign was still legible. Pine Hollow. Next right, he'd been here before. Once, years ago, passing through with a truckload of salvaged batteries and gears. He remembered the empty windows watching him then, too. It was a good place for an ambush. It was also the most likely place for a rendezvous. He checked his watch. If the guard had told the truth, the Covenant team was due to regroup here near nightfall. He had a few hours. He spent the first half hour circling the area, looking for signs of recent activity. Tire tracks, boot prints, smoke residue. He found a few scuffs near the highway, shoulder. Old, washed out, too faint to be useful. He moved closer to the buildings. The old gas station still had its canopy, though the pumps were dead and leaning. The convenience store's front windows were smashed, and weeds grew through broken tiles inside. Next to it, a low, squat structure looked like it had once been a small repair shop. A rusting sign hung crooked. Marty's Auto and Tire. He slipped inside through a side door whose rusted hinges complained, just loudly enough to irritate him. Inside, dust lay over everything like a second skin. The smell of oil and old rubber lingered faintly, stubborn against time. Two bay doors stood half open, their edges ragged where someone had tried to force them up further and failed. A set of tire racks leaned drunkenly in one corner. In another, an old fridge sat against the wall. Door broken. He checked for tripwires, for fresh footprints. Nothing. The mezzanine above the office, however, offered a perfect vantage point. He climbed the metal stairs carefully, every step a soft tick of old steel. From the upper level, he could see out through a dusty panel of glass toward the highway. The shadows below would conceal him well enough if he stayed low. He settled in to wait. Time stretched. He rationed water, ate a strip of dried meat, let his mind wander, then forced it back into focus. He thought of Grace. Imagining her in Covenant hands was dangerous. Imagining her coping with Covenant hands was essential. She wasn't helpless. She'd grown up under his instruction, under his watch. She knew how to think, how to lie, when to fight and when not to. If she was alive, she was already moving, preparing, turning every moment into a lever. He had to do the same. Late afternoon wore on. The light changed from bright white to softer gold. Shadows lengthened. Then he heard it. Engines, more than one. He moved to the far corner of the mezzanine, dropped to a crouch, and watched through the grime. 3 vehicles turned off the main road and rattled down the exit ramp toward the ruined station. 2 pickups and a larger box truck. Dust rose behind them, trailing like smoke. They rolled to a stop in a rough line. Men climbed out. 8 total, all armed, all wearing some variation of Covenant gear. Patched jackets, leather vests, dark fabric with the black wheat emblem stitched or painted somewhere visible. He recognized one of the men immediately, not because he'd seen him before, but because of his posture. Straighter, more confident, authority without needing to shout. Sergeant, at least. The men spread out, some heading toward the convenience store, some toward the gas station. One stayed near the truck, scanning the highway with binoculars. Cole watched them move, memorizing the way they communicated with hand gestures, the rhythm of their turns and glances. He waited for any sign of Grace. None. He hadn't expected one. If she was with them, they would have handled her differently. This looked like a follow-up team. Maybe couriers, maybe cleaners. The leader barked something Cole couldn't quite catch. The men relaxed slightly, clearly not expecting immediate trouble. Cole could sit here and watch them go, collect data, live to plan another day. Or he could change the variables. He took a slow breath and assessed the odds. 8 men. He had the advantage of height, cover, surprise, and the fact that they didn't know he was here. If he did it right, he could take 2, maybe 3 alive before the others fled or died. He didn't need 8. He just needed 1 who knew enough. He slid his rifle into position, barrel resting against the low wall of the mezzanine. He picked his first target, a man standing near the back of the truck. Rifle slung low, head turned away. Not the leader. Someone who wouldn't cause immediate chaos by dropping. He squeezed the trigger. The shot cracked, echoing off the walls. The man folded, body jerking as the round hit just above his knee. He screamed, went down hard. The yard exploded into motion. The leader shouted orders. Men dove for cover, some behind the gas pumps, others behind the truck. One fired blindly toward the general direction of the workshop, bullets punching into concrete and glass far below where Cole actually was. Cole fired again, hitting the ground inches from another man's outstretched hand as he reached for his dropped rifle. "Covering fire!" someone yelled. Rifles barked, rounds smashing into the facade, sending dust and bits of brick raining down. One shot pinged off the metal above his head. Cole shifted position, crawling along the mezzanine to a different angle, then fired once more, shattering the side mirror of the lead truck. Glass rained down on the man crouched behind it. "Sniper!" someone shouted. Good. That would keep them guessing. The wounded man near the back of the truck writhed, clutching his leg, blood soaking his pants. 2 of his comrades tried to crawl toward him, but a sharp command from the leader stopped them. "We fall back!" the leader yelled. "He's done!" The wounded man's eyes widened in shock and betrayal. "Don't you leave me!" he screamed. The leader didn't look at him. He signaled with a sharp gesture, and the men began to pull back one by one, moving toward the second pickup. Cowards, Cole thought. But no, not cowards, just pragmatic. Their doctrine didn't include wasting manpower on men they thought couldn't walk. The box truck roared to life. The second pickup followed. Within 30 seconds, 4 of the 8 were back in vehicles, engines revving, spinning gravel as they headed toward the exit ramp. That left 3 taking covering fire positions, and the wounded one. Cole waited until the vehicles were moving, then fired again, this time into the ground near the feet of one of the covering men. The man flinched, stumbled, and bolted. The other 2 fired a few more wild shots and then turned and ran for the departing trucks, jumping into the back as they picked up speed. Dust and exhaust filled the air. In less than a minute, they were gone, engines fading into the distance. Silence descended again, broken only by the ragged gasps of the wounded man and the settling groan of old metal. Cole waited 30 more seconds. Then he stood, slung the rifle, and moved down the stairs. He stepped out, into the open bay, boots crunching over glass and debris, and walked toward the back of the truck. The man on the ground saw him and reflexively grabbed for his dropped weapon. Cole kicked it away easily, sending it skittering under the truck. The man's leg was a mess. The bullet had torn through the meat above his knee, shattering bone. Blood soaked the dirt beneath him. He had one hand pressed against the wound, fingers slipping in red. "You're dead," the man spat, voice raw. Silas will hear whatever story I decide you get to tell," Cole said. The man blinked up at him, anger briefly replaced by confusion. Cole knelt just out of arm's reach. "You've got 2 problems right now," he said. "Number 1, you're leaking. Number 2, you're alone. Lucky for you, I've got temporary solutions to both." "You think I'll talk?" the man growled. "I think you'll scream less if you do," Cole said. "Screaming wastes air, and you're going to need that." He pulled a tourniquet from his pack and tossed it toward the man. The Covenant soldier stared at it like it was a trick. "Put it on," Cole said. "High as you can. If you pass out, this gets less fun for both of us." Slowly, awkwardly, grunting in pain, the man looped the tourniquet around his thigh and tightened it. The bleeding slowed. His breathing didn't. Cole waited until some of the wildness faded from the man's eyes. "Name," Cole said. "Why the hell?" "Name," Cole repeated. The man clenched his jaw. "Riley," he hissed. "Deacon Riley." "Deacon," Cole said. "That's a church word." "It's a covenant word," Riley snapped. "Church, cult, marketing. Same thing if you talk long enough, Cole said. Here's what I need from you, Deacon Riley. I need a way in, a path, a schedule, and I need to know if my daughter is arriving at Saints Field alive. Riley's nostrils flared. You think they tell us exactly who goes where? He said. We bring in loads. We deliver. Someone else sorts. You know enough to confirm whether last night's cargo included a young woman around 20, Cole said. Dark hair, gray eyes, mouth on her. Riley almost snorted. They were talking about her, he said reluctantly. Silas was. What did he say? Cole asked. Riley hesitated, glancing toward the highway instinctively, as if someone might be there to drag him away. He said, Riley muttered, that the ghost in the mountain had a daughter, that she was leverage, or an opportunity, and that if we brought her in alive, he'd see to it we ate better than we have all winter. Cole went very still. Alive, he repeated. Riley nodded once. She fight? Cole asked. Riley's eyes flicked sideways. She didn't have time, he said. Look, we went in quiet like we were told. No noise, no mess. You were out on your little watchtower being untouchable. She was in her bed. We put a knife on her throat and a hand on her mouth. Told her if she made a sound, we'd cut her before you even heard it. Cole's fingers tightened into fists. She listen? Cole asked. Yeah, Riley said, an odd note in his voice. That was weird. Weird how? Cole's voice was flat. Riley swallowed. She looked straight at us, he said. Even in the dark she looked. No flailing, no panic, just knowing, like she'd been expecting someone to come through that window eventually. Cole knew that look. He'd seen it in the mirror. So she's alive, as he said. For now, Riley muttered. Saints Field, it's not a slaughterhouse. It's a system. That's supposed to make me feel better? Cole asked. It's supposed to tell you she's not dead in a ditch, Riley shot back. If they took her there, she's in a barracks, or an intake cell, or sitting in a warehouse listening to sermons and assessing the structural weaknesses of the place. Cole said, I know my daughter. Riley stared at him. You talk like you've got time, he said. I talk like I've killed enough men not to confuse speed with effectiveness, Cole said. He pulled the folded map from his pack and spread it on the ground, pinning the edges with bits of broken concrete. Show me, he said. Riley frowned. Show you what? Saints Field, Cole said. Put a finger on the general area. I can refine from there. Riley shifted, winced, and leaned forward, squinting at the faded lines. After a moment, he tapped a spot north and slightly east of their position, near where the river cut back toward the mountains and the contour lines tightened into a bowl. There, he said, they built it on an old agricultural research center. Used to be a college thing. Now it's bigger. Fortified? Cole asked. Yeah, Riley said. Fences. Watchtowers. They put the houses outside the main walls, though. Say it's to give people freedom. Really, it's to make them run longer if they decide to bolt. How many guards? Cole asked. Riley shrugged helplessly. Depends on the day. 50? 100? Some of them are just farmer types with rifles. Some are real fighters. That's a big range, Cole said. You're asking one guy on the ground to count the whole hive, Riley said. We get told what gate to bring people through, what line to use, who to hand them off to. That's it. Cole studied the map, staring at the contours, the roads, the likely approach angles. Any blind spots? He asked. Places the leadership doesn't watch as closely? Riley hesitated. Maybe, he said. Not blind, just less sighted. Silos on the north end. Grain storage. They've put more guards there lately, but not like the main gate. Why more guards? Cole asked. Riley snorted. Because that's where the magic happens, he said. Seeds, experiments. Stuff I don't understand. They've got men there who call themselves scientists, but they look at people like we're livestock. Research, Cole thought grimly. Food control? Of course. He folded the map again, slower this time. You've been helpful, he said. Riley eyed him warily. That mean I get to limp away now, he asked. If you try to walk on that leg, you'll pass out within 30 yards and bleed out in 70, Cole said. So no. You'll stay here until I decide whether you're worth moving. Or until your conscience tells you to put a bullet in my head, Riley snapped. My conscience is busy, Cole said. He stood, scanned the area again, and tilted his head, listening. The faintest mechanical hum drifted down from above. He looked up. Another drone. Not Covenant, Directorate. Smaller than the one last night, flying lower, its smooth hull catching the light. Riley squinted up at it. Those yours? He asked. No, Cole said. You going to shoot it down? Not yet, Cole said quietly. He watched the drone's path. It wasn't on a lazy patrol arc. It was following something, or someone. He realized with a sharp, cold clarity that the timing was wrong. They hadn't just wandered here. They were tracking. He stepped closer to the open bay door, eyes fixed on the sky, watching the drone's angle. It banked slightly, circled. If it adjusted one more time, he'd know. The drone tilted, shifted, centered, on him. Cole's lips tightened. Problem? Riley asked, noticing his expression. Yeah, Cole said. Looks like we've got company. He moved back into the shadows of the shop, pulling Riley with him by the collar. Riley yelped, grabbing at his ruined leg. Easy, Cole snapped. You want old Uncle Directorate spotting you from the sky and calling in whoever they've still got that can read a map? Riley stilled. What do they want with you? He asked after a moment. Depends which file they're reading, Cole said. He crouched beside a shattered window and watched the drone complete another slow circle. It wasn't armed as far as he could tell. Recon only, still dangerous. He listened. Somewhere, faint but distinct, a new sound layered under the drone's hum. An engine. A different one. Vehicle. Approaching. He closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again. Of course, the world didn't like clean lines. It liked to bring multiple problems to the same point and see what happened. Stay down, he told Riley. Like I have a choice, Riley muttered. Cole eased along the wall to a position where he could see the highway ramp. Dust rose in the distance. A single vehicle this time. Smaller. Moving fast but not recklessly. For a stupid second, his mind tried to conjure possibilities that made no sense. Grace stealing a Covenant truck. Mara somehow circling back, the past rolling up in a familiar shape. But as the vehicle drew closer, he recognized it. An old, battered SUV, faded green paint. One missing headlight and an improvised one bolted in its place. Front bumper reinforced with welded steel. He knew that rig. Evelyn Shaw drove it like she drove everything else. Too fast for comfort, slow enough for control. The drone adjusted its path again, following the vehicle now. Of course, Cole said under his breath. Of course you'd pick today. The SUV barreled down the exit ramp, hit a patch of broken asphalt, bounced and settled, rolling toward the gas station. It slowed as it neared, then stopped with a soft squeal of brakes. The engine cut. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the driver's door opened. Evelyn Shaw stepped out, scanning the surroundings with a precision that made the Covenant look like children. She had changed since he'd last seen her. Her hair was shorter, more practical. She'd lost weight. Worry or hunger or both had carved finer lines around her mouth and eyes. But her posture was the same. Confident, aware, balanced like someone used to running from cover to cover. She wore plain clothes in muted colors, sturdy pants, worn boots, a jacket with more pockets than fashion sense. A sidearm rode high on her hip. A rifle lay across the front seats within easy reach. She looked up at the drone and for a split second squinted at it as if calculating its range. Then she turned toward the auto shop. Cole, she called. You going to say hello, or do I have to talk to your unlicensed air support? Riley glanced at him, baffled. Cole stepped out of the shadows, lowering the rifle but not slinging it. Thought you might have gone to ground, he said. I tried, Evelyn said. The ground didn't cooperate. She walked toward him, boots crunching on gravel, stopping a few yards away. Up close, he could see the tiredness in her, but also the edge of something else. Urgency. You look like hell, he said bluntly. You look like a man who has used up 2 of his 9 lives and didn't tell anyone, she shot back. He almost smiled. Almost. Her gaze dropped briefly to the dark stains on the dirt near the truck. then flicked toward the bay interior. "Trouble?" she asked. "Part of an answer," he said. Riley groaned audibly. Evelyn peered past Cole, eyes narrowing. "Deacon," she called. "That you bleeding all over the nice man's floor?" Riley swore under his breath. "You know him?" Cole asked. "Know of him," Evelyn said. "Covenant radio chatter. Likes to yell about purity a lot. Doesn't usually get cut off mid-sentence." "You listening in on them too?" Cole asked. "Of course," she said. "You think you're the only one with a library of stolen frequencies?" The drone above circled again. Evelyn glanced up. "Who's flying that?" she asked. "Directorate," Cole said. "You sure?" she asked. "Yeah." "Then we should talk inside," she said. They moved back into the shadowed interior of the shop. Riley watched them with guarded eyes as Evelyn stepped around him, giving the wound a quick, assessing glance. "You hit him," she said. "In the leg," Cole confirmed. "On purpose," she added, tone unreadable. "Mostly," he said. "Old softy," she muttered. She slung her bag off her shoulder and dropped to one knee beside Riley, pulling out gauze and a small bottle. "You trying to play both sides?" Riley spat. "Running with us, running with him, selling out to the feds?" "Relax," Evelyn said. "I only sell people out when they don't bleed on my boots first." She cleaned the wound with efficient, if not especially gentle, motions. Riley hissed and cursed. "So," Evelyn said without looking up, "what did you tell him?" "Enough," Riley growled. "Then you might live long enough to regret it," she said. "Congratulations." She taped fresh dressing over the wound and checked the tourniquet. "That'll hold for now," she said, standing. Cole watched her, arms folded. "You got my signal," he said. "Yes," she said. "And for the record, if you ever trigger that thing without a threat level minimum of the sky is actually on fire, I am going to personally throw it in a lake." "The Covenant took Grace," he said. Evelyn's mouth snapped shut. All the glibness fell away in an instant. "Where?" she asked. "Saints Field," he said. Riley helped narrow it down. She looked at the Covenant man sharply. "You idiots grabbed his kid," she said. "Orders," Riley muttered. Evelyn shook her head slowly. "Silas just declared war on calculus," she said. Cole's brow furrowed. "Calculus?" he repeated. "You," she said. "He turned you from a threat he could maybe negotiate with into a variable that has only one equation now." Her gaze softened for half a heartbeat. "I'm sorry, Cole," she said. She's good. She's sharp. If there's anyone who could stay alive inside that machine long enough for us to get her out, it's her." "Us?" he asked. "You think I drove all this way to see how the weather is?" She shot back. The drone's hum grew faintly louder for a moment, then drifted away again, heading toward the highway. "They'll log this," Evelyn said. "Car here, drone overhead. Probably assume someone's scrounging, maybe a traveler. They only get suspicious if we linger." "Then we don't," Cole said. Evelyn nodded. She glanced once more at Riley. "You going to drag him with us?" she asked. "He's not walking on that leg," Cole said. "And I'm not playing nurse." "Leave me," Riley snarled. "You think Silas won't find out anyway? He always does." "Is that what you tell yourself to sleep at night?" Evelyn said. Riley glared at her. Cole considered. "You got any friends you like in this valley, Deacon?" he asked. "Not anymore," Riley muttered. "You got any family you owe anything to?" Cole pressed. Riley's gaze flicked away. "That's, complicated," he said. "Everything is," Cole said. "Here's what's simple. You walk away from Silas in your head before you physically can. When your people come looking, you think real hard about who gave the order to leave you bleeding in the dirt." Riley laughed bitterly. "You think they'll come looking?" he asked. "No," Cole said. "But you clearly used to." He stood, turned back to Evelyn. "I'm going after her," he said, "with or without help." "With," Evelyn said flatly, "because you might be very good at making bombs and plans, but you're shit at politics. And this isn't just about one kid and one farm anymore." "Silas made it about her," Cole said. "Silas made it about leverage," Evelyn said. "The Directorate is circling because they can't decide whether to use you as a warning or as an asset. The Covenant wants to humiliate the idea of you in front of everyone watching. And in the middle of all that, there's a girl who grew up understanding how systems work. She tapped the map in his hand. You're thinking terrain. Good, she said. I'm thinking networks, routes, messages. If we're going to hit Saints Field and not just die at the gate, we're going to need both. Cole stared at her for a long moment. Outside, the drone sound faded. Above the ruined gas station, the sky was still bright and deceptively empty. Inside the dim shell of Marty's auto and tire, Cole Harlan felt something shift. The hunt for Grace was no longer just a straight line from point A to point B, from home to farm. It was an ash map, a new pattern burned into the land, one that included him, Grace, Silas, the Covenant, the Directorate, and the handful of people like Evelyn who still tried to hold some kind of line between survival and surrender. Fine, he said. We do it your way and mine? Evelyn smiled without humor. I wouldn't have it any other way, she said. She slung her bag over her shoulder again and jerked her head toward the SUV. Come on, she said. We've got daylight to burn, a farm to infiltrate, and about 6 different factions to piss off before breakfast. Cole took one last look at Riley. Think, he said quietly. When the Covenant tells you who the enemy is, ask yourself who benefits from that answer. Riley stared back, breathing hard, eyes shining with a mix of pain and something that might one day become doubt. Go get her, he said roughly. Cole nodded once. Then he stepped out into the light, following Evelyn toward the waiting vehicle, the map in his pocket and the weight of the black wheat token heavy against his leg. The mountains watched. The ash map expanded. And somewhere behind fences and sermons, Grace Harlan was waking up in a place that thought it had already categorized her. They were all about to learn how wrong a system could be. Chapter 3, The Farm of Saints. Grace Harlan woke up to the sound of a hymn. For one confused moment, she thought the song was in her head, one of those stubborn earworms that clung to the edges of sleep. Then she realized the voices were real, low, rhythmic, badly in tune. Men, women, a few children, all trying to sound devoted. Her second realization was that her wrists hurt. She was on her side on a metal floor, knees drawn up, cheek pressed against cold steel. The air smelled like exhaust, sweat, and the sour tang of too many bodies in too small a space. She opened her eyes. The world tilted and bounced. Metal walls pressed close on all sides, bare and welded, not factory smooth but built by hand. The light came through a small grated rectangle near the top of the wall. Slats cut into the truck body and covered with a mesh that buzzed faintly every time the frame rattled. She was in the back of a transport. The hymn came from somewhere outside. Multiple voices rising and falling carried through the thin metal. The furrows of the faithful, where the righteous seeds are sown. Grace swallowed. Her tongue felt thick and tasted like fear and cloth. Her jaw ached. The last clear memory she had from the compound was a hand clamping over her mouth, the cold kiss of a knife against her throat, and the warning hissed into her ear. One sound and you die before he gets here. Her father's voice had been in her head then, not in words, but in the years of drills and stories and explanations. Pick the fight you can win. If you can't win, learn. If you can't learn, survive long enough to try again. She'd gone limp. Let them bind her hands. Let them put a hood over her head. There had been rough hands, the jolt of being lifted, the sway of movement. Then nothing for a long time. She rolled onto her back carefully now, testing her limbs. Her wrists were bound in front of her with a thin plastic tie. Cheap, tight. Her ankles were taped. Not elegant work. The Covenant didn't think their resettled stock needed finesse. The truck jolted over a dip. Her shoulder slammed into another body. Sorry, Grace muttered automatically. The person next to her groaned softly and shifted. Her eyes adjusted to the dim light. The cargo bay was full, 9, maybe 10 people, all crammed into a space meant for half that. Young, middle-aged, one older man with white at his temples, a girl who couldn't be more than 12 clutching a stuffed animal so worn its original shape was guesswork. Some were awake and staring, their eyes hollow. Some slept in that desperate, fragile way exhausted people did, jerking at every bump. The one beside her was a woman in her 30s maybe, with dirt on her face and a split lip. Her hands were bound like Grace's, a thin red band wrapped around her left wrist. New, the woman whispered, voice hoarse. Yeah, Grace said. You? The woman gave a short, humorless laugh. New enough. Grace lifted her bound hands as high as the plastic would allow, tilting her head toward the band. What's that? Skilled, the woman said. Farm mechanics, medics, anyone who can fix something or someone. They mark us on intake. Makes it easier to sort later. Grace cataloged that. Does everyone get one? She asked. No, the woman swallowed. If they tag you yellow, you're labor. If they tag you blue, you're breeder. Grace's stomach turned. How many blue bands did you see? She asked quietly. The woman flinched. Enough, she said. The truck slowed. The hymn grew louder, more distinct now, voices chanting in a steady pattern, the words bleeding through the walls as they passed whatever group was singing. For he gathers us in the fields of mercy, where toil is truth and hunger is sin. The truck turned sharply. Everyone inside shifted and slid, bumping into each other like uneven cargo. Grace braced her shoulder against the wall and listened. The engine downshifted. Gravel crunched. The truck rolled to a stop. A moment of silence. Then, the metallic rattle of the rear latch. The doors swung open. Sunlight flooded the interior, a harsh, blinding wedge of brightness. Grace squinted, her pupils scrambling to catch up. Figures loomed in silhouette, broad shoulders, rifles slung, the dark outline of the black wheat emblem on their jackets. All right, welcome wagon, a man's voice called, too cheerful. On your feet, eyes front, hands where we can see them. You walk, you breathe, you stumble, you still breathe, but we get annoyed. Nobody wants that. He laughed at his own joke. A few others chuckled. No one in the truck did. Come on, he said. Let's move. Daylight's burning, and so is my patience. They started pulling people out, one by one. Grace waited, mind running. Count rifles. 3 at the back, maybe more at the sides. Voices outside, indistinct. She heard the hiss of an electric fence somewhere distant, the clank of metal gates, the dull murmur of many voices. When hands finally grabbed her, she didn't flinch. She rolled onto her knees and let them haul her upright. The sunlight stabbed her eyes again as she was pulled out of the truck. The world outside was wide and blinding and wrong. She blinked hard, forcing her vision to focus. She stood in a large open yard, hard-packed dirt under her boots, a scattering of gravel near the entrance. The transport truck was one of 3 lined up in a row. To the left, a separate lane led through a set of tall, double gates, framed by metal posts. Above the gates, welded letters spelled out, "The Farm of Saints." The paint was flaking, but someone had tried to touch it up in places. A crude wheat symbol had been added underneath, surrounded by a halo that was already rusting. Beyond the gates, Grace could see neat rows of small houses, simple, boxy structures with tin roofs and small porches. They looked almost cozy if you didn't notice the fences. Fences everywhere, tall, layered, topped with coiled wire. Some sections glinted faintly with the telltale sheen of electrification. Deeper in, rising above the housing rows like hard teeth, were larger buildings, concrete, metal, a central structure with a sloping roof and tall windows. An old research hall, maybe. A cluster of silos loomed beyond that, white and towering, their cylindrical bodies marked with the black wheat symbol in thick, stark paint. People moved along the walkways, men and women carrying buckets, crates, tools. Some wore simple work clothes. Others wore armbands in various colors. Every so often, a guard walked the perimeter path, rifle at ease, posture relaxed but watchful. It was all terribly organized. "You're blocking the line, sweetheart," the man behind her said. Grace blinked, realizing she'd stopped walking. A hand shoved lightly between her shoulder blades. "Intake's this way," he said. "Try to keep up. First impressions matter. Keeps the paperwork clean." She turned her head just enough to see him. Tall, tanned, maybe mid-30s. Brown hair shaved close on the sides, longer on top. A short beard that was trying very hard to be charming. His covenant patch was sewn neatly onto his jacket, edges straight. His eyes didn't match his voice. They were flat and bored. He flicked his gaze over her face, then down to her bound hands. "No band yet," he said. "We'll fix that." "Can't wait," Grace said. His lips twitched. They herded the new arrivals toward a low building off to one side of the main gate. It had a wide front porch and a set of double doors. A sign above them proclaimed, "Intake and Assignment." The paint was fresher here. Inside, the air was cooler, shaded. The room was long and narrow, divided by a waist-high counter. Behind the counter, two women sat at makeshift desks, each with a ledger and a battered tablet. Old-world technology, patched and coaxed back into life. Above them, nailed to the wall, hung a framed piece of paper with neat handwriting. "For the field is the Lord's, and all work done within it is His glory. Let none steal, let none shirk, and let none starve who labor true." Underneath, in smaller print, "Code of the Furrows, Silas Crowe." One of the women behind the counter wore glasses with one cracked lens. She looked up as Grace's group was marched in, her gaze sharp and evaluative. "Next batch?" she asked. "Straight from the mountain run," the bearded guard said. "Got a live one. You'll like. Very special delivery." He jerked his chin toward Grace. The woman's eyes paused on her for a long moment. "Name?" she asked. "Grace Harlan," Grace said. The woman's pen stopped mid-scratch. "Harlan," she repeated. Her gaze flicked to the guard. He nodded. "Yeah," he said. "That Harlan." The woman adjusted her glasses. For the first time, Grace saw a crack in the monotony of the intake process. "Oh," the woman said softly. "Well, that's interesting." She wrote something in the ledger, slower now, then reached down and pulled open a drawer. She took out a strip of colored bands, red, yellow, blue, green. Her fingers hovered over them. "What's green?" Grace asked. "Green is for those with authority," the woman said. "You're not green." Her hand bypassed the blue bands without hesitation. It paused over red. "Skill, am I right?" Grace said. The woman looked up sharply. "You've been through a line before," she said. "No," Grace said. "Just pay attention." The woman's mouth flattened. She picked up a red band, put it down, then picked up a plain white band instead, one with no visible mark. She held it up. "Hold out your hand," she said. Grace raised her bound wrists. The woman fastened the band loosely just above the plastic tie. "What's white?" Grace asked. The woman's gaze held hers. "Pending," she said. The bearded guard snorted. "Special category," he said. Grace filed that away. "What about them?" she asked, nodding toward the others from the truck. The woman's attention moved on, the system pulling her back into its rhythm. "Name," she said to the next in line. Grace stepped aside, corralled toward a bench along the wall. Two other new arrivals sat there, an older man with calloused hands and the 12-year-old girl with the stuffed toy. The girl hugged the toy so hard its limbs stuck out at odd angles. Her eyes were too old for her face. Grace lowered herself onto the bench. "Hey," she said quietly. "What's your name?" The girl clutched the toy tighter. "Lena," she whispered. "I'm Grace," she said. "That yours?" She nodded, staring at the toy. "What's it called?" Grace asked. The girl hesitated. "Bunny," she said finally. It might have been a bear once, or a dog. Now it was just Bunny, because that was what it needed to be to survive. "That's a good name," Grace said. "Simple. Tough." Lena risked a glance at her. "Are they going to hurt us?" she asked. Grace could have lied. She didn't. "They're going to try to use us," she said. "That's different." The girl frowned, not understanding. Grace leaned closer. "It means what happens next depends on how we act too," she said. "Not just what they want." "Grace Harlan," a new voice said behind her. "As I live and preach." She turned. The man standing in the doorway looked exactly like the kind of person her father had always warned her about. Not the most heavily armed, not the loudest, the most comfortable. Silas Crowe. She recognized him from descriptions, from the way people spoke his name when they thought God wasn't listening. He was in his 40s, handsome in the way charismatic leaders often were. Dark hair threaded with gray, trimmed neatly, a trimmed beard, clear, bright eyes that seemed to see only the parts of you he could use. He wore no visible weapons, just a well-made shirt, clean trousers, and a vest with the black wheat emblem embroidered over the heart. Around his neck hung a small metal charm shaped like a seed. He smiled as he walked toward her. It was not a predator's grin. It was worse. It was welcoming. "Welcome to the farm of saints," he said. "I'm Silas." He said it like she should already know who he was. She did. "Grace," she said, though he'd already said her name. "Yes," he said softly. "Grace. A fitting name for a new chapter." He looked around the intake room, taking in the new arrivals, the two clerks, the guard, everything, everyone. His gaze touched each and moved on, cataloging, appraising, assigning values. When it rested on her again, it stayed. "I imagine you're wondering why you're here," he said. She kept her face neutral. "I'm wondering how long it's going to take you to stop pretending this is a favor," she said. The guard behind her shifted, surprised. Silas's smile widened. "I like a sharp tongue," he said. "It means the mind behind it isn't dull." He glanced at the clerk. "White?" he asked, nodding toward Grace's band. "Pending," the woman said, "given her name." Silas said. "Yes, names matter. Stories matter. I'm something of a collector of both." He stepped closer, lowering his voice slightly so the others in the room had to strain to hear. "Your father is very famous, you know," he said. "He's very tired of hearing that," Grace said. Silas chuckled, genuinely amused. "Understandable," he said. "Legends rarely get to choose their own narratives. The world does that for them." He tilted his head. "You've been a ghost up there in those hills for a long time," he said. "Just you and him, watching, building, waiting. I've always admired that kind of discipline." "Is that what you call it?" she asked. "Admiration?" He spread his hands slightly. "What else can I call it?" he said. "A man who refuses every offer of partnership, every attempt at integration, every invitation to help build something better. He must believe his way is the only way. That kind of conviction, misguided perhaps, but impressive. You send men to invite people with knives," she said. "You don't get to use the word integration like it's a handshake." Silas's eyes darkened at the word knife, but only for a heartbeat. "The world is not gentle, Grace," he said quietly. "You know that. I know that. Your father knows that better than most. We do what we must to prevent collapse, to prevent starvation. Sometimes that means being firm. You kidnapped me in the middle of the night out of my bed," she said. "Call it what it is." He held her gaze. "Very well," he said. "I took you, because leaving you where you were was more dangerous, for you and for everyone else." Grace laughed, a short, sharp sound. "Dangerous for who?" she asked. "You." "For the balance," he said. "Your father has a gift. He makes tools that can either defend or destroy. He does so without accountability, without oversight, without any consideration for the larger picture." "You mean without letting you approve the blueprint?" she said. Silas sighed, a patient, almost indulgent sound. "I don't expect you to agree with me," he said. "Not today, perhaps not ever. But I think, given time, you'll understand why taking you out of that environment might have been the only way to prevent bloodshed." Grace thought of the black wheat token on her cabin wall, of the guard at the river, of the meeting at the gas station she didn't yet know about, of the drone overhead she had never seen. "You're expecting my father to come," she said. Silas's eyes warmed slightly. "Of course," he said. "He loves you. He'll move heaven and earth to retrieve you. That kind of love is beautiful. It's also exploitable." He said it without malice. That made it worse. "So I'm leverage," she said. "You are an opportunity," he said, "to bring a dangerous man into a safer framework, to channel his talents towards something that feeds people instead of blowing holes in things." "You think you can tame him?" she said. "No," Silas said. "I think I can give him a choice. Help build or watch from the sidelines while everyone else does." "And if he chooses neither?" she asked. Silas smiled sadly. "Then he'll at least have seen what we're trying to build here," he said. "And you will have seen that the covenant is more than the stories told by those who are afraid of change." He gestured toward the door. "Come, Panam," he said. "You'll want to see your new home." The guard stepped in behind her, hand lightly touching her elbow. Not rough, possessive. Grace didn't move at first. "Lena," she said, glancing at the girl on the bench. Lena looked at her, eyes wide. Silas followed her gaze. "Children are housed together," he said. "Safer that way. She will be taken care of." Grace didn't believe him. She also knew she couldn't help the girl by standing still in this room. She nodded. "Okay," she said. "Let's see your farm." Silas's smile returned. "Everyone says that, like it's an insult," he said, "and yet no one has ever turned down a bowl of soup at the end of a hungry day." He led the way out of intake. Grace stepped into the sunlight again, blinking. The air inside the main settlement felt different than what she'd breathed on the compound. It carried the scent of turned earth, sweat, livestock, cooking food. Underneath it was something else, chemical, faint and sharp, drifting from the direction of the silos in the central buildings. They walked along the main path, Silas talking as they went. He talked about rehabilitation, about purpose, about how the old world had promised people everything and delivered emptiness, and how his farm gave them back a place in the story. Grace listened with half an ear. The other half cataloged everything. Fences, 3 layers, outer, mid, inner, each with a gate. Each gate watched. Guard towers, 4 she could see from here, 2 manned, 2 empty. The empty ones probably only looked empty. Housing, grouped in clusters of 10 units, each with a communal well and a shared tool shed. People moving in and out, mostly in pairs. No one alone. Work areas, fields stretching beyond the houses, green and orderly. Barns, workshops, a bigger building with smoke coming from a vent. Kitchen, maybe. The silos loomed behind it, all like silent overseers. "You built this on an old research facility," she said. Silas smiled. "Very observant," he said. "Yes. Once upon a time, a handful of professors and grad students here tried to breed better crops for a world that didn't think it needed them. Now we continue their work, with more urgency." "You control the seed," she said. "We steward them," he corrected. "Same thing if you're the only one with a key," she said. He inclined his head slightly. "Security is necessary," he said. "If we allow everyone to take as they please, we slide back into chaos. This way the harvest is planned. Predictable." "Predictable is another word for owned," she said. "You really did grow up with him," Silas murmured. "I can hear it in your logic." They paused in front of a row of houses. "This will be your temporary quarters," he said, gesturing, "until we determine the best use for your skills." "Temporary," she repeated. "Everything is," he said, "except purpose." The guard opened the door to one of the houses. Inside, the room was small but clean. A narrow bed, a table, a chair, a small shelf, a bucket in the corner, a single small window, barred, home. She stepped inside. Silas stopped at the threshold. "You'll have time to rest," he said. "Food will be brought. There will be an orientation meeting this evening. We'll talk more then about what you can offer the Covenant and what the Covenant can offer you." "I didn't sign up for a job," she said. "None of us did," he said calmly, "but the world still needs to be run." He nodded to the guard who stepped back out, closing the door. Grace heard the lock click. Silas's voice came through the wood, still warm, still patient. "You're not a prisoner, Grace," he said. "You're part of a community now. What that means is largely up to you." She walked to the window and looked out through the bars. A woman in a yellow armband passed by, carrying a basket of tools. A man in a red band stood near the fence line, talking with a guard, gesturing towards something in the distance. Kids ran between the houses, laughing, an odd, harsh sound in this place. A guard watched them with an expression Grace couldn't read. She touched the plain white band on her wrist. "Pending," she whispered. Her father always said systems like labels. They made control easier. She sat on the bed, feeling the springs creak under her weight, and closed her eyes for a moment. The compound was far away. Her father was out there. She knew him well enough to know he'd come. She also knew him well enough to know he'd try to do it the smart way, not the fast way. That meant she had to stay alive long enough for smart to matter. She opened her eyes and studied the room again. Bed, table, chair, window, bars. A tiny rough crack in the plaster near the ceiling. A nail protruding slightly from the underside of the bed frame. A knot in the wooden floorboard by the door that hadn't been hammered flush. Weak spots. Not much, but something. Okay, she said softly to herself, to the room, to the whole damn farm. Let's see what you're really made of. They fed her an hour later. A woman with a yellow band, labor, brought a bowl of stew and a hunk of bread. She placed them on the table without speaking. Her eyes darted briefly to Grace's wristband, then to her face. You're new, she said. So I've been told, Grace answered. The woman hesitated. Eat, she said finally. You'll need it. Grace picked up the bowl. Thank you, she said. The woman nodded once, then left. The stew was thick and salty, full of potatoes and something that might have been chicken once. It was better than most of what Grace had eaten in the early years after the fall. It tasted like control. She ate it anyway. Fuel was fuel. As she ate, she listened. Through the window, through the walls, through the small gaps the builders hadn't cared about, sound flowed. Voices, footfalls, the distant clank of machinery. Somewhere nearer, two people argued quietly. Don't like it, a man whispered. She's trouble. She's leverage, a woman replied. Silas says a lot of things, the man cut in. Doesn't mean all of them work out. Grace finished the stew, set the bowl aside, and lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. She pictured a map in her head, not of the land, of the people. Silas at the center, weaving his sermons and systems. The guards, true believers mixed with opportunists. The laborers in yellow, the skilled in red, the breeders in blue, the children like Lena, moving between all of them, invisible until needed, and now a small white band. Pending. She had no doubt Silas thought that meant she was on hold. He was wrong. Pending went both ways. She was also deciding what the covenant was to her. Enemy, target, or something more complex. If she could understand the fault lines here, where belief ended and fear began, where hunger overrode loyalty, she could move people. Not a lot, maybe just one or two at first. Sometimes one was enough. Her father had taught her that. She rolled off the bed and went to the window again, watching the silos in the distance. The central one had more guards than the others, just as Riley had said. Two at the base, one walking a slow circle around it. Something about that building buzzed at the edge of her engineer's mind. Storage, processing, research. If the Covenant controlled the seed here, then this place wasn't just a farm. It was a choke point. She smiled, just barely. Systems, she thought, were only as invincible as their designers believed them to be. Silas Crowe, for all his charm and his carefully rehearsed compassion, had built himself a machine. Grace Harlan had grown up watching a different kind of machine get built. From scrap, from salvage, from trial and error. She knew one thing for certain. Every machine had a failure mode. You just had to find it before it found you. Chapter 4. Old Ghosts, New Chains. The road Evelyn took was not on any map. The asphalt had crumbled years ago, eaten away by winters, floods, and neglect. Grass and scrub pushed up through the cracks, and in some sections the surface was completely gone, replaced by rutted tracks and patches of exposed earth. But the shape of the road was still there, like a scar the land hadn't quite healed. Cole sat in the passenger seat of Evelyn's SUV, map spread across his knees, watching the countryside slide past through a film of dirt on the glass. The vehicle rattled and creaked in protest at every pothole. You know, Evelyn said, gripping the wheel as they bounced over another broken patch, when I imagined picking you up after you light the emergency beacon, I pictured a little more gratitude and a little less silence. He glanced at her. What do you want me to be grateful for? He asked. That you showed up, or that you brought the Directorate with you overhead? She grimaced. They were already in the area, she said. I wasn't exactly leading them by the hand, more like trying not to let them step on my heels. You working for them now? He asked. I'm working near them, she said. It's a very important distinction. Feels like a small one from where I'm sitting. She shot him a sideways look. You're not the only one who has to make trades to survive, Cole, she said. You built a fortress and a nervous system on that mountain. I built this. She gestured around at the SUV, at the stacks of paper in the back seat, the plastic crates of wires, the extra fuel cans. A car, he said dryly. Impressive. A network, she corrected, of people who still think facts matter more than flags. Directorate wants intel? Fine. They get some. Outdated, partial, carefully curated intakes. In exchange, I get access to archives they can't properly read, and frequencies they don't even know they're leaking. It's messy, but it's what's left. He looked back down at the map, tracing a route with one finger. Saints Field is here, he said, tapping the area Riley had indicated. We're here. There's a small town in between. Used to be a county seat. Mills Ford, Evelyn said. Population formerly small but proud, currently terrified and shrinking. Covenant's been pushing on them for a year. Then they'll know what's happening upriver, he said. We stop there. Evelyn blew out a breath. Okay, she said, but try not to make any more enemies than usual. These people are hanging on by their fingernails. I know the feeling, he said. They rode in silence for a while, the engine humming, the drone of the tires broken occasionally by the clatter of loose tools in the back. The landscape rolled past, fields gone wild, collapsed barns, a scattering of houses that might still be lived in or might be ghosts. As they neared Mills Ford, the remnants of civilization grew more obvious. Old billboards stood along the roadside, warped and sun-faded. Two were illegible. One still showed the skeletal remains of an advertisement, a smiling family eating fast food under a slogan that read, "Together is better." Someone had spray-painted over it in angry red letters. Tell that to the winter of 19. Evelyn slowed as they reached the outskirts of town. Mills Ford had been built along a shallow river, its main street paralleling the water. What had once been a tidy cluster of shops, a diner, a courthouse with a little dome, now looked like a set from an abandoned film. Windows were boarded up or shattered. Some storefronts had been repurposed, hand-painted signs over old ones. Mills Ford Council Hall, meetings, trade, grain, soap, parts medicine, appointment only. The courthouse still stood, its white paint peeling, its dome dented. The American flag that had flown in front of it was gone. In its place, a plain pole stood empty. A few people moved along the sidewalks, heads down, glancing up as the SUV rolled in. No one smiled automatically at newcomers anymore. They watched instead, evaluating the threat. Evelyn drove slowly, hands visible on the wheel. Cole could feel the eyes on them. Curiosity, suspicion, a touch of hope quickly tamped down. Friendly, huh? He murmured. This is friendly, Evelyn said quietly. Trust me. She pulled up in front of the building that had once been a bank. The old sign was gone. A new one, painted on a piece of salvaged wood, hung above the door. Mills Ford Commons. It used to say Credit Union, Evelyn said. Now it says Commons. You can decide for yourself if that's an improvement. They got out of the SUV. Cole slung his rifle, keeping the muzzle down, not hidden. People were more jumpy when they thought you were playing games. The door to the Commons swung open. A man stepped out onto the front steps, hands empty, posture wary. He was in his 50s, tall but slightly stooped, with thinning hair and a lined face that had the tired resilience of someone who had been forced into leadership by circumstance, not ambition. He wore a faded button-down shirt rolled to the elbows and a vest with multiple pockets. A revolver hung at his hip, not for show. Evelyn, he said, didn't expect to see you back this soon. Hello, Mayor, she said, giving him a small nod. The man snorted. I told you to stop calling me that, he said. There's no mayor of anything anymore. Just people who get yelled at more than others. She smiled faintly. Robert, then, she said. She gestured toward Cole. This is Cole Harlan. Robert's eyes flicked to Cole, and something like recognition flared there. Not from personal acquaintance, but from story. Mad Mick, he said softly. Cole's jaw tightened. My name is Cole, he said. Robert nodded slowly. All right, he said. Come inside. If you're here, it's not for the scenery. Inside, the bank had been gutted and transformed. The teller counters were gone. In their place stood a long table made from mismatched planks, covered in maps, lists, and a few battered notebooks. Lanterns hung from hooks in the ceiling, casting a warm, uneven light. A dozen chairs were scattered around, some occupied. Two women in their 30s, a man in his 20s with a stiff posture of recent injury, an older woman with a scarf over her hair. They all looked up as Evelyn and Cole entered. Robert closed the door behind them. This is the council, he said. Such as it is. This is Amanda, Joan, Louise, Mrs. Henley. Names blurred together. Faces didn't. Cole nodded once, taking in the room in a glance. Windows. Exits. The weight of exhaustion in everyone's shoulders. What brings you here? Robert asked, crossing to the table. Information, Cole said. And a request. They all tensed at the last word. Not more people, Amanda said quickly, a threat of panic in her voice. We can't absorb anymore. We're barely keeping... Not that kind of request, Cole said. I need to know everything you know about the Covenant's operations north of here, specifically their farm. The room went very still. Joan's fingers curled around the mug she was holding. You mean the Farm of Saints, she said. If that's what they're calling it, Cole said. Everyone calls it that, Louise said quietly. You don't trade. You don't trade. You don't eat. Robert rubbed a hand over his face and let out a tired breath. You picked a hell of a time to go after them, he said. They took my daughter? Cole said. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't have to. The words landed like a weight. Mrs. Henley made a small, sympathetic sound. They took my nephew 3 months ago, she said, voice trembling. Said he'd be better used up there. We got a letter from him once, then nothing. A letter? Cole asked, his mind picking up speed. Evelyn nodded. They've started doing that, she said. Letters, messages, sometimes even radio calls. Carefully monitored, of course. Helps convince the families back home that everything is fine. Keeps people from rebelling. Like the old we regret to inform you notices, Cole said, but with extra sugar. Exactly, Evelyn said. Robert pulled out a chair and sank into it. You're going after her, he said, to Saints Field. Yes, Cole said. And you came here to ask you not to get in the way, Cole said, and not to help. That startled them. Not to help? Amanda repeated. You want to hit them and you don't want us to do anything? I want this to be my fight, not your, Cole said. You're already under pressure. If you pick a side in this, they'll crush you as an example. You think they hesitate to crush us now? Louis snapped. We're already an example. Every time we refuse to send them more bodies, they tighten the shipments. They can starve us out, 1 month at a time. I know how they operate, Cole said. That's why I know they're waiting for an excuse to escalate. To you, Evelyn added quietly. They want you to walk up to their gates like a bomb with a name tag. Robert looked at Cole carefully. I know who you are, he said. Not from stories about madness. From the things we trade, components, designs, jury-rigged miracles that only someone like you could have thought up in a hole in the mountains. We're alive today because of some of the gear that came through Mara's hands with your fingerprints on it, Joan said. Cole felt a familiar discomfort. You keep saying we, he said, but you're the ones who did the staying alive. We didn't invent the tools, she said. We just swung them. He looked down at the table. One of the maps was marked with a series of circles and lines, clearly showing Covenant patrol routes, trade paths, choke points. You've been watching them, he said. We have eyes out, Amanda said. Not enough, but some. Why? He asked. You could have just complied. Sent them who they wanted, what they wanted. They'd reward you for that, for a while. Robert's eyes hardened. Because I remember the old world, he said. I remember what it was like to tell myself that things were someone else's problem, that the ugly stuff happened somewhere else to other people, and that someone else would fix it. He nodded toward the map. Now, he said, there is no somewhere else. There is here. There is them. Cole's hand drifted to the pocket where the black wheat token lay. Do you remember the courts? He asked suddenly. It was a hard pivot. Robert blinked. What? The courts, Cole said. Judges, juries, trials, rules of evidence. Do you remember them? Or is it already starting to feel like something from a fairy tale? Of course I remember them, Robert said slowly. I used to work in that courthouse, back when it meant something. What did you do? Cole asked. I was a public defender, he said. Figures, Evelyn muttered. Why? Cole asked. Robert shrugged, emotion halfway between pride and bitterness. Poor people needed lawyers, he said. I was stupid enough to believe that mattered. It did, Cole said. Did it? Robert shot back. Did your daughter get stolen by a world that believed in fair process and shared responsibility? Or by this one? Cole's jaw tightened. It got started there, he said. Robert frowned. I don't follow. Cole exhaled slowly, hands resting flat on the table. A long time ago, he said, there was a man in a car who killed my wife and my son. The room stilled. Evelyn looked at him with an expression that was half warning, half surprise. He didn't talk about this. Not often, not in detail. Cole continued anyway. It was a drunk driving collision, he said. Simple, stupid, senseless. The kind of thing that used to happen every day. He ran a red light, hit them broadside. He could see it, even now, even here, with dust motes floating in lamplight instead of in the sterile glare of a hospital hallway. I went to the trial, he said, sat in the back, listened to lawyers argue about fault and intention and how many drinks he'd had and whether the bar that served him was partially to blame. Robert's throat worked. We all knew he did it, Cole said. We all knew what it meant. He'd had 5 priors, never served real time for any of them. Money, connections, whatever it was, didn't matter. What mattered was that the system had the chance to say enough and didn't. He flexed his fingers, remembering the feel of the courtroom's wooden bench under his palms, the grain digging into his skin as he'd tried to keep himself contained. They cut him a deal, he said. Time served, probation, mandatory counseling. He walked out of that courtroom like he'd just been given a parking ticket. He looked up at Robert. That was when I stopped believing the system was designed to protect people like my family, he said. It was built to protect itself and the people who could afford to game it. Robert flinched like the words physically struck him. I defended people like that, he said quietly. I know, Cole said. You probably believed you were defending the principle. The idea that everyone deserved representation, that the state shouldn't crush individuals without restraint. Yes, Robert said. And now? Cole asked. Robert's shoulders sagged. And now the state is a rumor and the crushing is outsourced, he said. Cole nodded slowly. After the attack, he said, after the collapse, after it became clear no one was in charge of anything anymore, it started to make a twisted kind of sense. The man who killed my family had survived. The courts let him. The world fell apart. He adapted, made friends with the right violent men, joined the right militia, sold his skills to the highest bidder. There were no rules for him, no restraints. Evelyn watched him silently, jaw tight. You killed him, she said quietly. Yes, Cole said. Eventually, it took years. I tracked him across 3 states and 2 collapses. By the time I caught up, the labels we'd used for people like him, suspect, defendant, guilty, not guilty, didn't matter anymore. There was just consequence. I gave him his. And you never came back, Evelyn said. How could I? He asked. The world that let him walk was gone. The world that replaced it had no interest in justice, only survival. I had a choice. Try to build a new system alone from broken parts, or accept that the rulebook had burned and what I did next was mine to own. He tapped the map. That's why I won't let anyone else write the rules for my daughter, he said. Not the Covenant, not the Directorate, not whatever's left of the courts in places like this. Robert stared at him, wrestling with something inside himself. You think we're trying to rebuild that old system, he said. I think you're trying to rebuild something, Cole said. And I think the Covenant is offering you a shortcut. Forget courts, forget messy debates, forget nuance. Just obey the man with the wheat patch and you'll be fed. That's not what we want, Amanda said fiercely. I know, Cole said. That's why you're still here. But you are on the edge, and I am dragging my own storm toward that edge. I won't pretend it doesn't matter. Evelyn cleared her throat softly. We need intel, she said, not confessions. Specifically, what happens when the Covenant thinks someone has hit their farm? What do they do? Louise sighed and leaned forward, tracing a circle on the map around the area labeled Saints Field in shaky ink. They lock down, he said. They send out patrols on these 3 roads. He tapped each in turn. They tighten shipments to everyone they suspect might be involved. And they hold public assemblies in the towns under their protection to talk about the dangers of terrorists and bandits who don't understand the new order. Collective punishment, Evelyn said. Collective persuasion, Robert said bitterly. Punishment comes when persuasion fails. Cole nodded. Mara told me they're expanding, he said, that they're taking more skilled labor, more bodies, more land. Robert's mouth twisted. They came here last year, he said. Silas himself, standing right where you are now. Cole's hand curled into a fist without him realizing. What did he say? He asked. Robert's voice shifted subtly, adopting a tone that clearly wasn't his own. Smooth, practiced. He said Mills Ford had the chance to be a model of cooperation, Robert recited. He said we'd suffered enough under disconnected authority and that the Covenant could provide stability, food, and righteous purpose. We just had to agree to let them coordinate resource allocation. Resource allocation, Evelyn muttered. Nice phrase. He meant seeds, Robert said, and bodies. Our seeds, their vault. Our children, their fields. And you said no, Cole said. Not at first, Robert admitted. We hedged. We sent them a few volunteers, people who felt they didn't have a future here or thought they'd have better odds on a big farm with structure. We sent grain. We let them set up a small outreach station at the edge of town. Then, Cole asked. Then we started hearing stories from those who came back, Mrs. Henley said quietly. From those first volunteers. They came to visit their families, telling us how orderly everything was, how everyone knew their place. She shivered. The way they said it, the way their eyes kept flicking to the guards who walked them back to their transport. We realize, Robert said, that if we kept cooperating, there'd come a day when the only people left in Mills Ford would be the very old and the very obedient. So we pushed back, Amanda said. Limited numbers, delayed shipments. We started hiding people who didn't want to go. And now, Cole asked? Now we're on their list, Louise said simply. Cole nodded. You will stay there, he said. No higher, no lower. If I do my job right, whatever happens at Saints Field stays pointed at me, not at you. And if you fail, Robert asked, then I'll be dead, Cole said. And their respect for me will be the only thing that kept them from making an example out of this town sooner. Evelyn frowned. That's not exactly reassuring, she said. It's not meant to be, Cole said. He placed both hands on the table, leaning over the map. You said they hold public assemblies after an attack, he said. Where? In the square, Robert said, between the evangelical church and the old post office. And they broadcast news from the farm? Cole asked. Yes, Joan said. Updates, reports, little morality plays. They love those. Evelyn's eyes lit with a dangerous idea. If they're planning to use Grace as a prop, she said, they'll want people to see it, to see Silas offering mercy to the legendary Mad Mix's daughter. Cole's jaw set. They won't touch her like that, he said. You don't know that, Evelyn said gently. I know her, he snapped. Silence. He forced himself to breathe. If they put her on display, he said more evenly, they'll be careful. At first, she's more valuable alive than dead. That buys us time. For what? Amanda asked. For making sure the story they're writing collapses on top of them, Evelyn said. She tapped the map again, this time on the symbol for Saints Field. Think about it, she said. Silas wants to show he can tame the ghost of the mountains. The Directorate wants to show they can manage rogue assets. Mills Ford just wants not to be eaten. If we can time our hit on the farm with one of those assemblies, we might be able to... She trailed off, searching for the right word. Rewrite, Cole supplied. Yes, she said. Rewrite the narrative. Turn their show of power into a show of weakness. It's not just narrative, Cole said. It's infrastructure, silos, labs, distribution chains. If we disrupt those, we don't just embarrass them. We cut their ability to starve people into obedience. Robert studied the map, then looked at Cole. You're going to attack their grain center, he said. I'm going to attack their control, Cole said. Whether that means destroying the silos or reassigning them. Reassigning, Evelyn repeated. There's a word I didn't expect to hear from you. Cole looked at her. My daughter thinks fire is overused, he said. She might be right. He straightened. We're losing daylight, he said. We need to move. Robert stood as well. Wait, he said. Cole paused. Robert went to the corner, rummaged in a crate, and returned with a small metal box. He set it on the table and slid it toward Cole. What's that? Cole asked. Old data, Robert said. Paper copies, backups, things I took from the courthouse records when everything started going sideways. Client lists, case files, Homeland liaison contacts. Back then, I thought it was about accountability. Now, Cole opened the lid. Inside were file folders, worn and yellowed, stuffed with printouts. Some pages had official seals. Others were fax copies, blurry and smudged. One folder was marked Federal Municipal Data Sharing Agreement, Pilot Program. He lifted it out, flipped it open. Names, addresses, property records, surveillance logs, all tied to high-risk individuals and infrastructure-critical locations. Evelyn leaned in, eyes widening. You're kidding me, she breathed. They were already mapping people like you before the collapse. Cole's eyes scanned the pages. There, in black and white, was a reference code he recognized, a designation for his own compound, the one the Directorate had assigned back when they still pretended to ask him for things instead of trying to track him. Fine-grained satellite sweeps, he muttered. Thermal mapping, pattern of life analysis. The courts got this? Evelyn asked Robert, stunned. Why? Part of a public safety pilot, Robert said bitterly. The idea was to identify potential domestic threats before they acted. They shared certain data with municipal courts and public defender offices under the guise of transparency. Cole let the pages fall back into the folder. And then the world fell apart, he said, and people like Silas bought whatever data they could from whoever survived with a hard drive and a grudge. And the Directorate kept the rest, Evelyn added, face tight. They came to us a few years ago, Robert said. A man in a nice jacket and a badge that didn't mean anything anymore. Wanted access to the archives. Said they were rebuilding federal oversight. I threw him out. That's one less set of hands on it, Cole said. But the damage was done before that. He closed the box gently. Why show me this? He asked. Because you think the system failed you and the people you loved, Robert said. I need you to know you're not wrong. It did. It also gave men like Silas and outfits like the Directorate the tools they needed to pretend they're inevitable. He met Cole's eyes. Don't you dare build a smaller version of that system in your own image up there on your mountain, he said. Don't you let your anger turn into a new rule book no one else gets to read. Cole stared at him for a moment. I'm not interested in ruling anyone, he said. Good, Robert said, because some of us are still stupid enough to try this whole shared responsibility thing again. He held out his hand. When you hit them, he said, don't do it in a way that gets us all killed for your justice. Cole shook his hand. I'll do it in a way that makes your town less useful as a hostage, he said. That's the best offer we're going to get, isn't it? Amanda muttered. Yes, Evelyn said, and believe it or not, it's a good one. They stepped back out into the afternoon air. The SUV looked smaller now, more fragile. The sky above Mills Ford was streaked with high, thin clouds, and the river glinted dully a block away. As they loaded back into the vehicle, Evelyn glanced at him. That thing you told them, she said, about the drunk driver. That's the first time I've heard you say it like that. Like what? He asked. Like you weren't justifying what you did, she said. Like you were explaining why you're not letting anyone else make this call. I'm not proud of hunting him, Cole said, but I'm not sorry either. Somewhere between those 2 points is where I live now. She started the engine. I get it, she said. He looked at her. You, he asked. You were bureau. You believed in process. I believed in process until I watched it get turned into a game, she said. Rules for the poor, loopholes for the rich, politics for everyone in between. When the grid fell, I thought for about 5 minutes that it might be an opportunity to build something cleaner. And then, he asked. And then people like Silas showed up with uniforms and slogans and ready-made answers for scared, hungry towns, she said. The Directorate wasn't much better, just quieter. She pulled away from the curb, turning the SUV back toward the highway. Why do you still work with them? He asked. Because sometimes they're the only ones with the tools to listen, she said. Because if I don't, the only voices in their meetings will be the ones who think men like you are just problems to be erased. Because, she hesitated, because I don't know how to stop trying to fix things, even when the tools are broken. He leaned his head back against the seat, watching the empty storefront slide by. You remind me of Grace in that way, he said. Evelyn smiled faintly. Then maybe we all deserve each other, she said. As they left Mills Ford behind, the town shrinking in the rearview mirror, the drone returned. This one flew higher, almost invisible against the bright sky, but Cole could hear it, a faint, angry mosquito whine. They'll see the car leaving, he said. Log it. Add it to their equation. Let them, Evelyn said. If they're tracking patterns, we'll make sure this one breaks their chart. He unfolded the map again, smoothing it over his knees. Saintsfield lay ahead, nestled in the bowl of the hills, its silos and fences and sermons waiting. Behind him, old ghosts stirred. Courtrooms, verdicts, a man walking free when he shouldn't have. A decision made in the ruins of a legal system that had forgotten its own purpose. Ahead of him, new chains rattled. Covenant armbands, Directorate drones, farms built on research centers. Between them, Cole Harlan traced a line with his finger. Not a straight line, a path. It's your move, Evelyn said quietly. Not yet, he said. He touched the spot on the map where the silos stood. When we get there, he said, I want to see the look on Silas Crowe's face when he realizes the man he's invited into his story doesn't want a role in it. You planning on telling him that? She asked. No, Cole said. I'm planning on showing him. He folded the map one last time and looked out at the road. Old ghosts, new chains, same choice as always. Accept the story handed to you, or break it and live with the cracks. Chapter 5, System Check. Grace didn't sleep that first night at Saintsfield. She lay on the narrow bed, staring at the ceiling, counting the faint vibrations she could feel through the walls. There was a rhythm to them if you timed it right. The distant thrum of a generator, the muffled clank of machinery in short bursts, the soft, steady hiss of the electrified fences cycling. The farm breathed. Machines, people, schedules, sermons. Everything had a pattern. Her father had always said, you don't beat a system by screaming at it, you beat it by mapping it. So she mapped. No paper, no pen. She'd tried the door and seen that small experiment die fast. But she had a good memory and the quiet hours were generous. She marked the changes in sound. At what felt like midnight, the generator hum deepened, the load shifting. Night mode, less power outside, more in the core facilities. An hour after that, the footsteps in the lane outside her house diminished. Guard rotations changing, patrols thinning. At some verge of dawn, the air changed. She couldn't explain how at first. Then she realized it was smell. Sweat and soil replaced by steam and iodine. That came from the center, the silos, the research block. When the sky outside her barred window finally turned from black to dark blue, Grace rolled off the bed and stretched the stiffness from her limbs. Her wrists were sore where the plastic tie had been. Someone had removed it while she slept, or while she'd pretended to. Her white band was still there. Pending, she murmured again. The door opened with a short knock that was more courtesy than request. The woman from the day before, the one with the yellow labor band, stepped in, carrying a folded bundle of clothes and a small plastic basin. Up, she said, not unkindly. Breakfast in 30, orientation in 60. Grace arched an eyebrow. Orientation, she repeated. Do we get name tags and welcome packets? The woman didn't smile, but her eyes softened a fraction. There's clothing in there, she said, nodding toward the bundle. Wash up. Keep the band visible. Don't be late. Because what? Grace asked lightly. They'll mark me for tardiness? The woman's gaze flicked toward the open doorway. Because they'll notice, she said. And you don't want them to. That landed more heavily than any shouted threat. Grace took the bundle. Thank you, she said. The woman hesitated. My name's Dana, she said quietly. I used to be a nurse. Now I'm labor. Grace looked at her yellow band. You regret coming here? She asked. Dana's mouth twitched. I regret what it turned into, she said. Regret's cheap, though. We're all poor and we all have it. She turned to leave, then paused. You're Harlan's girl, she said without turning. So I've been told, Grace said. Dana nodded once to herself. Then you're going to have a harder time here than most, she said, and maybe a better chance. I don't know yet. She left. The door shut behind her. Grace unfolded the clothes. Plain gray trousers, a tunic, a thin undershirt. Functional. The fabric was coarse but clean. If you didn't know better, you could mistake this for a disciplined, well-run school. She changed quickly, splashed water from the basin over her face and neck, rubbed at the sleep grit in her eyes. There was no mirror. Maybe intentional. Maybe an oversight. She tightened the plain band around her wrist until it sat snug, but not too tight. The white looked stark against her skin. Pending. She stepped out into the morning. The air was crisp, carrying the smell of damp earth and cook fires. People were already in motion, moving along dirt lanes, crossing small yards, carrying buckets, tools, crates. Some glanced at her, most didn't. New one, a man with a yellow band muttered to his companion as she passed. White, the companion replied. Not sorted yet. Grace walked toward the main path, letting herself be caught in the current of movement. At the crossroads where three lanes met, a tall post held a bell. A guard stood beside it, rifle slung, one hand resting lazily on the bell rope. He looked bored. He also looked like he could snap the rope in someone's neck with equal ease. Orientation group, he called as she approached. Join the line. A cluster of newcomers gathered near the base of the post. Grace recognized a few faces from the truck. Lena, clutching her stuffed bunny, the older man with the calloused hands, a young woman with short hair and bruises blooming under one eye. They all wore fresh clothing and new bands in yellow, red, or blue. Only Grace's was white. Why does she have white? The older man muttered. Harlan, someone whispered back. Special. The guard, hearing the murmur, smirked. That's right, he said. You've got a celebrity in your midst. Try not to ask for autographs. Makes the work schedule messy. Celebrity implies consent, Grace said. I didn't sign up for this fan club. A few of the newcomers snorted quietly. The guard's smirk widened. I like you, he said. You'll be fun until you're not. He jerked his chin toward the path leading toward the central square. Move, he said. Silas doesn't like a late audience. They walked. The heart of Saintsfield was arranged like a little town square from the old world, a central open area, beaten flat by countless feet. On one side, a low platform with a makeshift podium. On another, a long building that smelled of food, kitchens and mess hall. The research complex loomed beyond, separated by another fence and guarded gate. As the orientation group reached the square, more people converged. Residents wearing their bands, guards with rifles, a few figures who had slightly different uniforms. Darker vests, cleaner boots, the black wheat emblem embroidered more finely. Officers. Here we go, one of the newcomers whispered. A bell clanged. Everyone stilled, turning toward the platform. Silas Crowe walked out quietly, no fanfare, and that was part of the performance. No announcement, no trumpets. Just a man stepping up like this was all very natural. He carried a small book in one hand and a cup in the other. He set the cup down on the podium, but didn't open the book. Good morning, he said. His voice carried easily without shouting. Years of preaching had honed it into something that seemed intimate even in a crowd. Good morning, the crowd murmured back. For those of you who are new, he said, my name is Silas. I tend the fields you see around you. Not alone, of course. No man builds a harvest by himself. We do it together, or we starve separately. He let that sink in. The old world lied to you, he continued. It told you that you could have whatever you wanted as long as you paid for it, with pieces of paper or numbers in a machine. It told you that food would always come from somewhere else, that water would always flow clean, that power would always hum through the walls. It told you there would always be someone else to fix things when they broke. He gestured outward, beyond the fences. "How did that go?" he asked quietly. Silence answered him. "The collapse was not a punishment," he said. "It was a consequence of arrogance, of distance, of forgetting that everything begins with earth, water, seed, and hands. That's why this place exists, to remember, to rebuild, to make sure our children and their children don't repeat the same mistakes." A few heads in the crowd nodded. Some eyes shone with something like hope. Others were blank. Silas's gaze drifted, apparently idly, but Grace noticed how deliberately it paused at key clusters: guards, laborers, skilled workers. Then it reached the orientation group. It lingered on her. "Among us this morning," he said, "are new hands, new minds, new stories. You have been brought here because someone believed you could contribute to something bigger than yourself." He smiled slightly. "Some of you came willingly," he said. "Some of you did not. That's all right. Faith often begins where consent ends." Grace almost choked. He went on. "You will be clothed, you will be fed, you will be given purpose. In return, you will work. Not as slaves, but as members of a covenant, a binding promise that we will share labor and share reward." Grace scanned the faces around her. Some were thirsty for structure, some were closed, some simply looked hungry. Silas leaned forward slightly, resting his hands on the edge of the podium. "There are rules," he said, "clear ones. You show up for your assigned work. You care for your tools. You do not steal. You do not sabotage. You do not harm your fellow workers. You rest when you are told to rest, not when you feel like it. In return, we keep you safe from the chaos outside these fences." He straightened. "If you don't like those rules," he said, voice steady, "you are free to leave. All you have to do is walk out past the third fence without touching anyone else's food or tools on your way." A ripple of uneasy amusement moved through the crowd. Grace watched the guards at the edges of the square. Are they listening for laughter, she wondered, or counting how many people don't react at all? Silas lifted the cup from the podium. "This is our water," he said. "Clean, filtered, shared. The old world would have sold it to you by the bottle, thrown the plastic in the ocean, and called it convenience. We call it life." He held the cup out toward the crowd. "You are welcome," he said, "but you are not entitled. Remember the difference." He drank. It was a good performance. If she didn't know what lay under it, the kidnappings, the sorting, the armbands, it might have sounded almost reasonable. She didn't clap when some others did. He noticed. Of course he did. When the small wave of applause died, Silas gestured to one of the dark-vested officers standing near the edge of the platform. "Jonas," he said, "assignments." A tall man with a shaved head and a neatly trimmed beard stepped forward. He carried a slate and a piece of chalk. His red band marked him as skilled, but the black wheat emblem on his vest marked him as something else: management. He called names. New arrivals stepped forward, one by one, as he read them. "Lena Parson," he said. The small girl with the stuffed bunny flinched, then took a step forward, shoulders hunched. "Children's Quarter, Sector 2, Jonas said. "Report to Matron Ellis after breakfast." A woman with a blue band came forward and put a hand on Lena's shoulder, guiding her gently toward a cluster of houses. "Arthur Mills," Jonas called. The older man with calloused hands stepped forward. "Labor," Jonas said. "Fieldwork, Western Rows. Report to Overseer Dane." Arthur nodded once, jaw tight. Names rolled on. The bruised young woman with short hair was assigned to laundry and cleaning. 2 young men went to animal care. One middle-aged woman with quick eyes and steady hands was tagged for the infirmary. Then, Grace Harlan. The square seemed to exhale. Eyes turned, some full of curiosity, some of resentment. Jonas's gaze met hers. Unlike Silas, his eyes were harder to read. Less open, less bright. They were calculating, but not in the same performative way. He looked down at his slate. When he looked back up, he was already in motion, stepping down from the platform and walking toward her. He stopped 3 feet away. "Grace Harlan," he repeated. Daughter of Cole Harlan. That's the rumor, she said. He studied her face. You look like him, he said. Around the eyes. Poor me, she replied. A couple of people nearby swallowed smiles. The guard from earlier coughed into his hand to hide his. Jonas didn't react. You've been marked pending, he said, nodding toward her band. That means we don't know where to put you yet. It also means you're being watched by more than one set of eyes. How flattering, she said. You worked with machines up there, he said. It wasn't a question. I work with what's available, she said. Drone, he said. Custom weapons, sensors, energy systems. Someone's been reading my unauthorized fan club newsletter, she said. He ignored her tone. Your father has been a problem for the Covenant, Jonas said. Not because he's violent, because he's precise. You say that like it's a compliment, she said. It's an observation, he said, and an explanation. Silas wants to understand what shaped him. That's where you come in. So I'm an interview, she said, not leverage. Leverage and source are not mutually exclusive, Jonas said. You will be given a schedule. Some of it will look like normal assignment, work detail, exercise, rest. Some of it will involve conversations with me, with Silas, with others. Be sure you know which is which. A small chill crawled up her spine. So what's my official label, she asked. Since you're the one holding the chalk. Jonas considered for a second. He took her wrist in one hand, not roughly but firmly, and lifted it, turning it so the white band caught the light. Provisionally, he said, your special projects. He reached into his pocket and took out a small patch, a piece of cloth with a black bar on a white background. No wheat symbol, no letters, just the bar. He pinned it to her tunic near the shoulder. Everyone will see that, he said. Everyone will know it means you're under evaluation. The ones who want to be near power will try to befriend you. The ones who are afraid of trouble will avoid you. Use that as you see fit. You're very generous with advice, and she said, for someone who just put a target on my chest. He met her gaze again. Targets are everywhere in places like this, he said. The trick is knowing which ones are painted and which ones are invisible. He nodded once toward Silas, who was watching from the platform, then turned away. Dismissed, he said. The crowd began to break apart, people flowing toward the mess hall, the fields, the workshops. The orientation group was absorbed into the day like drops of water into soil. Grace stood for a moment, letting the movement swirl around her, conscious of the new weight on her shoulder. Special projects. She didn't like that. She liked what it revealed. Someone in Silas's circle understood that labels were more than convenience. They were control. She made her way toward the mess building with the others. Inside, long tables lined the hall, each bolted to the floor. People stood in line, metal bowls in hand, waiting for ladles of porridge, bread, occasionally a bit of meat. The line moved with mechanical efficiency. As she reached for a bowl, someone behind her spoke softly. You shouldn't push back so obviously. Not yet. She turned. The voice belonged to a man in his early 30s, with light brown skin and tired eyes behind bent wireframe glasses. His hair was pulled back into a short knot. A red band circled his wrist. Under his tunic, a faint grease stain suggested time spent near machines. Why not? She asked. Because they're waiting for it, he said. They've had years to rehearse answers to the obvious defiance. He picked up his own bowl and moved forward with the line. She followed. You're skilled, she said, nodding toward his band. What do you do? Agri-systems, he said. I used to design irrigation controls for vertical farms. Now I patch together old pumps and whisper to dirt. Name, she asked. Raffi, he said. You. Grace, she said. He gave her a sidelong look. I know, he said. Everyone here knows now. You believe the stories? She asked. I believe stories are what keep people moving, he said. Doesn't make them all true. They took their food and found places at a table. The porridge was thick, studded with grains and bits of something chewy. The bread was dense but fresh. Orientation speech, Grace said. How often does he give it? Every week, Raffi said. Sometimes twice. Depends on how many transports come in. How often do people really come willingly? She asked. He shrugged. Less now than at the beginning, he said. Word gets out. But there are always some who'd rather have a sure meal and clear orders then starvation and uncertainty. She watched him eat for a moment. "You don't sound like a believer," she said. "I believe in irrigation system," he said. "They behave according to physics, not charisma." "Then why are you still here?" she asked. He swallowed, set his spoon down, and met her eyes. "Because leaving isn't as simple as Silas likes to pretend," he said. "And because if you walk away, you don't just leave the bad, you leave the people who are trapped in it. You think you can help them from inside the machine," she said. "I think I can make sure fewer people die when it breaks," he said. "Never said I could fix the thing completely." She considered that. "You said they're ready for obvious defiance," she said. "What aren't they ready for?" Rafi's gaze flicked briefly to her new patch. "You," he said. "Probably." "Comforting," she said dryly. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "Listen," he said. "Silas is good at this. Jonas is better. Silas sells the story. Jonas builds the ladders in the cages. If you're going to survive, you need to understand both." "I've had practice," she said. "He knows that too," Rafi said. "That's why you're white-banded. He's not sure whether to put you in the lab or the field, or on the stage." "Stage," she repeated. "He likes to show off?" "Depends on the audience," Rafi said. "For places like Mills Ford, he shows restraint, mercy, order. For the inner circle, he shows control. For the Directorate, he shows potential." Grace stiffened. "The Directorate," she said. "They're here." "Not openly," Rafi said, "but they talk. They bargain. They trade data for food samples. They're very interested in what we grow here, especially in Silo 3. Grace followed his glance toward the research complex in the distance. "Silo 3, she repeated. "That's the one with the extra guards," Rafi said. "And the different locks. The seed vault officially. Unofficially," he trailed off. "Unofficially?" she prompted. "Unofficially, it's where they're trying to breed crops that grow on less," he said. "Less water, less soil, less time." Which sounds noble until you realize what it means to control something like that in a hungry world. "Leverage," she said. "Exactly," he said. He picked up his spoon again. "You're going to be asked questions," he said. "A lot of them. About your father, about what he taught you, about what you think. You can lie, you can tell the truth. Both have risks. But whatever you do, don't let them turn those conversations into confessions." "I don't confess to people who break into my room in the middle of the night," she said. Rafi allowed himself the ghost of a smile. "Good," he said. "Hold on to that." A bell rang again, shorter this time. People started to rise, scraping benches, carrying bowls toward a washing station. Rafi stood. "Where do I go?" she asked. He pointed toward the administrative block. "Schedule house," he said. "They'll assign your day and your night." "You?" she asked. "Pumps," he said. "My kingdom and my prison." He hesitated. "If you ever get assigned near the silos," he said, "don't go alone, and don't let them see how interested you are." "I'm not assigned anywhere yet," she said. He glanced at the white band again. "Everyone is assigned," he said. "Some just haven't been told to their faces." The schedule house was a long, low building with a wide front porch. Inside, the walls were lined with boards divided into grids. Names, numbers, and tasks were written in chalk inside the boxes. Fields, east, fields, west, kitchen, laundry, repairs, watch, clinic, school. A woman with a red band sat at a desk near the entrance, her gray hair pulled back into a tight bun. She wore glasses and had the no-nonsense air of someone who had once worked in a school or an office and had decided the apocalypse did not change her standards. "Name," she said briskly as Grace approached. "Grace Harlan," Grace said. The woman's pen froze for a heartbeat, then resumed its scratch. "Yes," she said. "We've been told about you." "Let me guess," Grace said. "Use small words and don't give her sharp objects." The woman snorted despite herself. "I'm not in the business of underestimating people," she said, "especially not ones everyone suddenly cares about." She consulted a smaller notebook, then reached for a fresh slate and began writing. "Morning. Orientation sessions with Jonas," she said, her tone making orientation sound like dissection. "Afternoon, observation and workshop. You'll be watching, not doing." For now. Grace frowned. Watching who? She asked. Everyone, the woman said. That's the point. She glanced up. Evening, free period, she said. Such as it is, you'll be expected at the community assembly after supper. Silas likes to introduce new variables. Is that what I am? Grace asked. Variable? You're not an equation, the woman said. Don't let them treat you like one. She held out the slate. Show this to the guards at each station, she said. They'll direct you. Grace took it. What's your name? She asked. The woman hesitated. Ms. Kwan, she said. Some of the kids call me Miss K. I prefer Ms. Kwan. Nice to meet you, Ms. Kwan, Grace said. Ms. Kwan gave her a long, assessing look. You going to cause trouble, Grace Harlan? She asked. Grace thought of her father on the ridge, of the token on her wall, of Lena clutching Bunny. Yes, she said simply, but not the kind they're expecting. Ms. Kwan's mouth twitched again. Good, she said. The expected kind is boring. Jonas's orientation sessions were held in a small room on the second floor of the administrative building. The window looked out over the central square, giving a view of the comings and goings. When Grace stepped in, Jonas was already there, standing by the window, hands clasped behind his back. Sit, he said, nodding toward a chair. The room contained only 2 chairs and a small table. No decorations, no books, no obvious recording devices, though that didn't mean much. Grace sat. Jonas turned from the window and faced her. We will have these conversations every day for a while, he said, until I'm satisfied. Do I get a say in that? She asked. You get a say in what they contain, he said, not in whether they happen. Honesty points for clarity, she said. He sat in the other chair, crossing one leg over the other. Let's start simple, he said. Tell me how you see your father. She blinked. That's your opening question? She said, not, what do you know about the Covenant's enemies? Or, where are his weapon caches? We'll get to those, Jonas said. But if I don't understand how you see him, any information you give me about him will be colored in ways I can't account for. And you like clean data, she said. I like accurate models, he said. She stared at him for a moment. He's my father, she said. That's a category, not a description, Jonas said. What kind of father? Present, she said. Demanding, careful, braver than he wants people to believe, more scared than he wants me to notice. Jonas's eyebrows lifted. Scared of what? He asked. Losing me, she said. He watched her face. That's why you think he'll come, Jonas said. I don't think he'll come, she said. I know he will. Jonas tilted his head. What makes you so sure? He asked. Many parents have lost children since the collapse. Most of them couldn't go after them. No resources, no power. Your father is just one man. He's not just one man, she said. That's the problem. For who? Jonas asked. For you, she said simply. He studied her. You're very confident, he said. Is that from watching him or from believing the stories people tell about him? Both, she said, but the stories leave a lot out. Such as, he asked. They think he's obsessed with guns, she said. He's obsessed with systems. Guns are just one kind. Interesting, Jonas murmured. Silas will enjoy that phrasing. He would, she said. You're not afraid to speak of him with skepticism, Jonas observed. My father doesn't need worship, she said. He needs air and tools and someone to argue with. Jonas's mouth twitched. He raised you to argue with him? He asked. He raised me to survive him, she said. Jonas went still at that. Explain, he said quietly. Grace looked past him, out the window, watching 2 guards trade places at a post. He knew there was a good chance he wasn't leaving that mountain upright, she said, between raiders, factions, and the fact that he actively refused to join. Any of them, the odds were never pretty. So he made sure I could think without him, fight without him, build without him, and disagree without worshiping or hating him. That's a rare balance, Jonas said. Not as rare as you think, she said. Parents had to try it all the time before the fall. The only difference now is that bad choices get corrected faster. Jonas leaned back slightly. Do you hate him? He asked. She shook her head. No, she said. I get angry at him. That's different. Does he get angry at you? Jonas asked. Of course, sir, she said. For what? He asked. For wanting something beyond the ridge, she said. For pushing back when he wanted to shut things down. For telling him that being a story in other people's mouths was a kind of trap. And you were right? Jonas asked. Yes, she said. And he didn't listen? Jonas asked. He listened, she said. He just didn't know what to do with it yet. Jonas was silent for a moment. Silas thinks your father is dangerous because he's stubborn, Jonas said. I think he's dangerous because he's willing to operate alone. He's not alone, she said quietly. Jonas's gaze sharpened. You mean you, he said. I mean anyone he decides is worth building something with, she said. You think he's a fortress. He's not. He's an engine. And what are you? Jonas asked. A component? Fuel? A failsafe? Grace smiled faintly. I'm the part he can't replace, she said. That's what scares him most. Jonas folded his hands. You speak very clearly about him, he said, almost clinically. I've had a lot of practice, she said. Silas isn't the first person to try to use our relationship as a tool. He's just the most organized about it. Interesting, Jonas said. He shifted tack. Tell me about your compound's defenses, he said. The layout, the sensor grid, the entry points. She laughed. Subtle, she said. Jonas didn't smile. You knew this was coming, he said. Silas is interested in more than your father's personality. Of course, she said. Here's the thing, though. You already know enough to be dangerous. You took me. That means your people bypassed at least some of our defenses. If I start listing them, I'm not giving you information you don't already have. I'm giving you validation. That's almost worse. Jonas considered that. Then don't think of it as betrayal, he said. Think of it as context. I'm not asking you to draw me a blueprint. I'm asking you to tell me what you think was your father's biggest blind spot in those defenses. She went quiet. It was a cunning question. Not, where is the tripwire? But what do you think he missed? That tapped her own analysis, not static data. Is that what this is? She said. You trying to recruit me as an internal critic? I'm trying to understand whether you're a copy of him or an evolution, Jonas said. Heat flared in her chest. I'm not his second edition, she said sharply. I'm my own problem. Good, Jonas said. Problems are more interesting than copies. She drew in a breath. His biggest blind spot? She said finally. He built the compound as if isolation was a long-term strategy. And it isn't, Jonas said. In a world where factions and farms like this exist, she said. No, you can be invisible for a while. Not forever. Eventually, someone like you looks up at the mountain and starts calculating what's up there. And you told him that, Jonas said. More than once, she said. And what did he say? Jonas asked. That we had enough, she said. Enough food, enough water, enough defenses. That building out meant inviting more mouths and more problems. Do you think he's wrong? Jonas asked. I think he was half right, she said. We did have enough, for us. But not for the people downstream of the choices made in places like this. Downstream, Jonas repeated. She gestured toward the window, toward the silos. You're a dam, she said. You decide how much water people get. My father didn't want to be that. He wanted to be a closed reservoir. But water doesn't just sit. It leaks. It finds paths. People like Mara found us. People like the Covenant heard about us. It was only a matter of time. Is that why you stayed? Jonas asked. Even when you knew the mountain was temporary. Her throat tightened. I stayed because he asked me to, she said quietly. And because I thought, if anyone came, we'd face it together, on our terms. And now? Jonas asked. Now we're on your stage, she said. Which means we're playing by your rules until we can change them. Jonas's jaw ticked almost imperceptibly. Ambitious, he said. You didn't bring me here because you wanted someone obedient, she said. If you wanted that, you'd have tagged me blue or yellow and dropped me in a field. I brought you here? Jonas asked. You and Silas, she said, and whomever in the Directorate nudged the coordinates into your lap. He regarded her for a long moment. You really do see this as a network, he said, not a series of isolated events. Everything is connected, she said. Seeds, guns, water, stories. Story, he repeated. She nodded toward the square. You talk about the old world's lies, she said, but you're building your own. just more disciplined. Every system needs a narrative, he said. Even your father's compound had one. Ghost on the mountain? Dangerous man. Do not approach. It worked for a while. Until you needed him, she said. Until the world needed him, Jonas corrected. She met his gaze. The world doesn't need a man like my father on a chain, she said. It needs what he knows. That's not the same thing. That's where we disagree, Jonas said. He stood. Our time is up for this morning, he said. Report to the workshop. Observe. Do not touch anything unless you're told. We'll talk again tomorrow. She rose. What did you learn? She asked. He paused with his hand on the door. That you're exactly what Silas hoped for, he said, and exactly what I worried about. The workshop at Saints Field was larger than her father's, but less personal. Rows of tables, each with tools chained to eyelets. Pegboards on the walls with outlines of where each wrench or hammer belonged. A central aisle where supervisors could walk and see every hand. Grace's presence there caused a small ripple. Some workers glanced up and then back down, trained not to stare. One didn't. Rafi looked up from a pump assembly and gave her a minuscule nod. A guard at the door took her slate, scanned it, and handed it back. You observe from there, he said, pointing to a raised platform at the far end of the room. You don't interfere. You don't help. You don't talk unless spoken to. Questions go through Supervisor Lane. Supervisor Lane turned out to be a woman in her 40s with arms like braided cable and a jaw that had forgotten how to smile. Her red band sat snug against her wrist. She wore a vest with no wheat symbol, higher than labor, lower than officers. Stand there, she said, pointing to a spot near the wall where she could see both the floor and the entrance. If you get in the way, I will assign you to sorting rusty nails for a week. Grace stood, watched, listened. Workers repaired plows, sharpened blades, rewound coils. A small group in a corner tinkered with an old generator, coaxing sparks. At another table, two people disassembled a machine she recognized, a seed drill, cleaning and reassembling the parts. It was impressive in its way, comprehensive, centralized, efficient. It was also fragile. Touch the right part and the whole chain shuddered. She studied the flow of materials. Broken things came in on the left. Tools moved down the line. Finished repairs exited on the right, loaded onto carts. Lane walked the floor, checking for lagging effort, adjusting priorities. No one seemed to deliberately sabotage anything. Not because they were cowed, because they understood that if the machines failed, people suffered. That was the Covenant's real power, she realized. Not the fences, the reliance. Make yourself the only place where certain things could be fixed, built, healed, and even your enemies would have to knock on your door sometimes. Someone coughed. She glanced down. Rafi had drifted closer to her side of the floor under the pretense of moving a pump. He kept his voice low. See anything you like? He asked without looking at her. Plenty, she murmured, starting with the fact that everything passes through one choke point. Lane, he said. And this room, she said. You break this, you break a lot. Which is why they watch it like a hawk, he said. Don't get any ideas yet. Yet, she repeated. He moved on, slipping back into the flow. She stayed until late afternoon, watching the cycle repeat. New work brought in, old sent out. Lane barking orders, a guard at the entrance writing notes on a clipboard. She thought about her father's workshop, how different it was, how similar. At one point, Lane approached her. You know what you're looking at? She asked. Tools that should probably be in better hands, Grace said. Lane snorted. I meant the systems, she said. Inputs, outputs, bottlenecks. Grace met her gaze. I grew up in a place where if you mismanaged a bottleneck, people died, she said. So yes, I see them. Lane's expression shifted slightly. If you're half as good as they say, she said, they're going to want you in here soon enough. And you? Grace asked. I want people who don't break the things I'm responsible for, Lane said. If you turn out to be that kind of person, we won't have a problem. And if I'm not? Grace asked. Lane's eyes were harder than any guard's. Then we will, she said. She walked away. As the afternoon shadows lengthened, the bell rang again. Shift change. Workers began cleaning their stations, putting tools back on their chains, sweeping up metal filings and dust. Grace handed her slate back to the guard. Assembly after supper, he reminded her. Don't be late. She stepped out into the cooling air. The sky streaked orange and pink. The world outside the fences would have looked almost peaceful if not for the barbed wire and watchtowers. She headed toward the mess hall again, heart drumming with a quiet, simmering rhythm. She had seen enough for one day to know three things. Silas had built a system that could feed people. Jonas had built one that could watch them. And her father was somewhere out there, moving toward all of this with the kind of precision that made systems nervous. Pending. She touched the white band on her wrist. Let's see who changes status first, she murmured. Her band, the farm, or the story that the Covenant thought they were writing with her name. Chapter 6. Lines of Approach. By the time the sun began to tilt west, the road had stopped pretending to be a road. The SUV crawled along a pair of shallow ruts cut into the grass, engine grumbling, suspension squeaking in weary protest. Scrub brushed the sides, branches scraping against metal, with the sound of fingernails on a tin lid. Evelyn Shaw drove one-handed, the other, resting lightly on the wheel, fingers tapping in a rhythm that didn't match the rattling of the vehicle. She was listening, to the engine, to the horizon, to something only she seemed to hear. Cole Harlan watched the hills. Saints Field lay ahead of them, out of sight but not out of mind. He could feel the presence of it, the way you feel the presence of a storm behind a mountain before you see the first black cloud. Half a click more, Evelyn said. Then we ditch this thing unless you want to drive the last stretch with a neon arrow over our heads. Neon doesn't work anymore, Cole murmured. Metaphors do, she said. He glanced at the small screen mounted to the dash, a repurposed tablet wired into a homemade receiver. A static-filled line traced across it, jittering occasionally when the antenna caught interference. The line wasn't showing their path. It was showing the drone overhead, tracking them. The Directorate's eye hadn't left them since they'd pulled out of Mills Ford. It didn't hover aggressively now. It circled high, pretending to be casual. But its signal was steady, curious, patient. Your friends are persistent, Cole said. They're not my friends, Evelyn said. They're my nosy colleagues who don't realize they've been demoted. You gave them my beacon signature, he said. I gave them a partial, she said. Enough to keep them interested. Not enough to give them a clean shot. You're playing three tables at once, he said. Covenant, Directorate, whatever's left of Mills Ford. Four, she said. I'm also trying not to get killed by a man who can turn a lawnmower into an IED. He almost smiled. Relax, he said. I retired from lawnmower bombs. Sure, she said. Now you just weaponize grain. Not yet, he said. The SUV bumped over a small rise and then nosed down into a shallow dip. The engine whined, then settled. Evelyn killed the ignition. We walk from here, she said. Cole looked around. The land here was transitional, neither fully open fields nor deep forest. Low shrubs, sporadic trees, patches of taller grass. Good cover if you knew how to use it. Death trap if you didn't. He stepped out, stretching his legs, feeling the familiar ache in his knees, the stiffness in his lower back. Age hadn't made him slower in his head. His body, however, had started leaving notes. Evelyn grabbed a pack from the back seat and slung it over her shoulder. She pulled out a small, foldable antenna array and a compact set of headphones, tucking them into an outer pocket. Leave anything you can't carry at a dead run, she said. If this goes bad, we're not coming back for souvenirs. Cole checked his own gear. He'd already pared it down in the workshop that morning. Rifle, sidearm, knife, small med kit, a few shaped charges nested in foam inside his pack, extra magazines, a set of compact binoculars, a length of cord, tools that didn't look like weapons until you knew how to use them. He reached into the glove compartment and pulled out the black wheat token. It sat in his palm like a sentence. Evelyn saw it and raised an eyebrow. Souvenir you are keeping, she said. It's a key, he said. Symbolic and literal. You planning to return it to Silas through his skull? She asked. Something like that, he said. He pocketed it. They walked. The air cooled as the sun dropped, the heat of the day bleeding away into shadow. Crickets started their own small symphony in the brush. A bird wheeled high overhead, making wide arcs that seemed casual until you really looked. Even the wildlife patrolled now. Evelyn led, following a line she'd traced earlier on the map. Not the obvious approach from the south, where the old highway would bring traders and transports. Not straight from the west, where the hills formed a natural barrier. Instead, she headed northwest, angling toward a low ridge that overlooked the valley where Saintsfield sat. "Why this way?" Cole asked. "Because roads are where patrols go," she said. "And because you taught half the people in this region to avoid walking in straight lines." They slowed as the land sloped gently upward. The ridge wasn't tall, not a mountain, not even a serious hill, but it was enough. From its crest, you could see the lay of the valley, the way water would flow, the way roads converged, the way fences circled. They reached the top just as the last direct sunlight cleared the horizon and left the valley in long, low, molten gold. Saintsfield unfolded below them. From above, the farm was even more obviously organized than it had been in Grace's first sight of it. Cole saw the same things she had, and more. Houses in tight rows, grouped by invisible logic. Paths like veins, feeding into a central square. Outer fence, tall, topped with wire, stretched wide to include some fields and outbuildings. Inner fence, tighter, taller, enclosing the core. Silos, main hall, research buildings. Guard towers at key points. Floodlights mounted on poles, currently dark but ready. And there, rising above everything else like teeth, the silos, 4 of them. 3 clustered near the processing blocks, painted a uniform dull white. The 4th, slightly apart, slightly taller, with an extra band of reinforcement around its lower third. Silo 3 by the markings. And yes, as Riley and Raffi had both said, more guards there, not obviously swarming, just persistent. Evelyn lay flat on the ground, pulling a small monocular from her pocket. She scanned slowly, methodically. "Count the lights," she murmured. "Already am," Cole said, raising his own binoculars. Floodlight mounts at the corners of the inner fence, smaller lamps along key walkways, a cluster of brighter lights concentrated near the central hall and the silos. It wasn't just illumination, it was control. "Power distribution lines run underground," he said. "They learn from other people's mistakes. No easy poles to cut, no tangles to exploit." "Generators?" Evelyn asked. "Listen," he said. They both went still. In the fading quiet of early evening, beneath the insect noise and the distant murmur of human activity, there it was, the low, steady hum of diesel or biodiesel engines, the faint throb of spinning turbines. "Multiple units," Cole said. "Probably staged. One primary, backup scattered." "Where?" she asked. He swept the valley again. There, near a cluster of outbuildings by the midline fence. A small building with extra vents. Another near the edge of the fields. And a third one tucked behind the research block, partially masked by a row of trees. 3 minimum, he said. Evelyn nodded. "Not stupid," she said. "Stupidity wasn't what built this," he said. She shifted her focus to the outer perimeter. "Patrols," she said. 2-man teams every few hundred meters. They're not marching, they're drifting. More casual than military, more alert than farmers. "Doctrine by repetition," Cole said. "Walk the fence enough, and you start to feel like it belongs to you." He watched the central square. People gathered near the platform where Silas had spoken that morning. From this distance, they were small shapes, but the movement was clear, orientation giving way to evening assembly. "They're staging something," he said. "Community theater with a side of indoctrination," Evelyn said. "This is where your daughter might end up if Silas wants to show her off." The thought hit like a cold wind across his shoulders. He adjusted the binoculars, trying to pick out individual faces. Too far away, too many bodies. "You brought the long glass?" he asked. "Yeah," she said. "But we're not using it from here." He looked at her. "Why not?" he asked. "Because glass reflects," she said. "And because a big, obvious scope glint from a hill overlooking their farm is the kind of thing that makes nervous men fire into the dark for practice. We'll get closer. Different angle. Less silhouette." He grunted. "You've done this before," he said. "Different farm," she said. "Same arrogance." He kept studying the valley. "The inner fence has 3 gates," he said. Main one facing the square. Two side ones, one near the workshops, one near the silos. The side ones will be used for moving materials, Evelyn said. Less spectacle. Outer fence has 4, he said. Main road, 2 for field access, 1 back gate near the animal pens. That back gate is for deliveries they don't want on display, she said. Or for bodies they don't want to carry through the square, he added. She didn't argue. He watched the silos. Again. From up here he could see faint movement along a walkway encircling the midsection of Silo 3. 2 figures, guards probably, walking slowly, pausing to look out, then moving on. They're not just guarding grain, he said. They're guarding the idea of grain, Evelyn said. The promise that if you behave, you eat. He thought of Mills Ford, of Robert's tired anger, of the data box. Controlling food was always power, he said. We just hid it behind supermarkets and supply chains. Now people like Silas don't have to hide it. Evelyn glanced at him. You thinking of your old cases again? She asked. I'm thinking of the man who killed my family walking out of a court, a free man, because the system thought intent mattered more than consequence, he said. And I'm thinking of how consequence looks from down there when someone controls your seed vault. Are you going to make a speech about it when you blow his doors? She asked. No, he said. I'm going to make sure there's still something to plant when I'm done. She exhaled slowly. All right, she said. Let's talk approach. He lowered the binoculars and rolled onto his back for a second, staring up at the darkening sky. The drone circled in a wide loop, a faint silhouette against the high clouds. What's your directorate reading? He asked. She pulled the compact headphones from her pack, clipped the small antenna to a scrub branch, and slipped the set over her ears. She turned a dial, face tightening in concentration. Cole watched her for a moment. Her head tilted slightly the way it had in the SUV. Anything? He asked. She held up a hand. Static hissed faintly from the headset. Then, a voice, distorted, distant. Field Command, this is Relay 2, confirming visual on Shaw vehicle departing Mills Ford, direction north-northeast. No deviation. Another voice crisper. Copy Relay. Maintain observation. Do not interfere. Asset is cleared for local activity. Asset, Cole said. Wonderful. Shh, she said, more static. Farm of Saints, reporting intake completed. 1 high-value arrival marked. Repeat, 1 high-value arrival. Awaiting further doctrinal guidance. A third voice. The tone shifted just enough for Cole to hear authority, even through the crackle. Tag and monitor, it said. Do not elevate until we confirm Harlan's position. Directorate package remains in standby orbit. No overt action until we have convergence. Standby orbit, Cole repeated. They're treating us like planets. Or like a collision they're hoping to film, Evelyn muttered. She listened a few seconds more, then removed the headphones and killed the receiver. Directorate's not landing yet, she said. They've probably got a ground team prepped 2-3 hills away, waiting to see how much of a mess you make. And then what? He asked. Stabilize the situation? Arrest me? Invite Silas to a joint task force? They don't know yet, she said. That's the problem, or the opportunity. He sat up again, eyes back on the farm. You said convergence, he said. Farm, Covenant, Directorate, me. And Grace, Evelyn said. He nodded once. And anyone like Raffi or Ms. Kwan or that girl with the stuffed animal, he said. People inside the machine who didn't sign up for the engineering. All right, she said. Big picture, then details. What's your end state? Grace out alive, he said. Covenant control over the seed vault broken. Saints Field knocked off its pedestal without turning into a crater. That's 3 miracles, she said. I've done more with less, he said. She gave him a look that said, and that's exactly why you scare everyone. Then nodded. Okay, she said. We can't walk up to the main gate. We can't go in the front. We can't hit all 3 generators at once without blacking out the entire farm and turning panic into trampling. So we isolate, he said. We carve out a slice of their system and take it away from their chain of command long enough to use it. Which slice? And she asked. Silos and research block, he said. If we can decouple their power and access from the central control long enough, we can open doors for the right people and lock them against the wrong ones. And Grace, she asked. She's leverage, he said. Silas won't kill her early. If he plans to use her in a public assembly, we'll have one predictable point where she's more accessible. You're assuming he'll parade her, Evelyn said. I'm assuming he's incapable of resisting storytelling, Cole said. You heard him in Mills Ford? Men like that don't waste a legend. Fair, she said. So we time our hit around an assembly. How do we find out when he plans to use her? Your friends, he said. They're listening. They'll get notice of any public trial or invitation involving her. She sighed. And we just ask them, she said. You have a handler, he said. Someone who thinks they're managing you. Yes, she said warily. You'll feed them just enough to make them think they can choreograph this, he said. Then we use their own obsession with narrative to time our move. You want me to tell the Directorate we're going to hit Saints Field? She asked incredulously. I want you to tell them enough that they'll position themselves where I can use them, without them realizing it, he said. She stared at him. That's not a plan, she said. That's juggling chainsaws over a tinderbox. Can you do it? He asked. She scrubbed a hand over her face. Yes, she said finally. I hate that I can, but yes. He nodded. Good, he said. Meanwhile, I'll start mapping the physical approach. Routes in and out, weak points in the fence, patterns in their patrol rotations. You think you can find a blind spot they haven't? She asked. People miss things when they believe their system is complete, he said. And you don't? She asked. Constantly, he said. That's why I spend so much time looking for what I missed. She huffed a small, humorless laugh. All right, Ghost, she said. Let's haunt a farm. They set up a small observation camp on the backside of the ridge, just below the crest, where scrub and rock gave them cover from ground eyes and a decent angle on the valley when they crawled up to peak. Evelyn unfolded a small, camouflage tarp and stretched it between two low shrubs. Underneath, she laid out her listening gear, receiver, headphones, a tiny directional mic that looked like a stubby microphone with a windscreen improvised from cloth. Cole scouted a short distance along the ridge, marking vantage points with small, inconspicuous stones turned upside down. Old habits, little things that didn't look like markers unless you were the one who'd placed them. He came back to find Evelyn sitting cross-legged under the tarp, staring at a compact radio handset. You calling home? He asked. Something like that, she said. She flicked the handset on. A faint crackle came immediately. She switched to a narrow-band channel, one she clearly knew by heart, and keyed the mic. Control, this is Shaw, she said, her voice slipping into a tone that was less sardonic, more clipped. Report. Silence. Then after a few seconds, a calm, measured male voice responded. Shaw, this is Control. We read you. Status? Cole shifted slightly, angling himself so he could extract meaning from one side of the conversation. Relocated to Northern Ridge overlooking Covenant Agricultural Complex codename Saints Field, she said. Visual confirmation of infrastructure and personnel density. High-value legend Harlan believed to be converging with Covenant operations. Possible family leverage in play. She said it like a report, but there was caution in it, carefully chosen words that could be read more than one way. Confirm Harlan presence? Control asked. Negative, Evelyn said. No direct visual yet. However, Covenant internal comms reference, Ghost in the Mountain, and leverage acquired, suggests they have his daughter. Control paused. Copy, the voice said. Directorate asset priority remains Harlan. Contingency protocols in place if Covenant attempts to subsume or eliminate target. Your role is observation and early warning, not kinetic engagement. You sent a drone, Evelyn said evenly. Standard overwatch and Control replied. Reassurance to local communities. Cole Wanaway rolled his eyes. So reassure them somewhere else, Evelyn said. Farm's on edge. Covenant will spook if they see our hardware loitering. Farm is aware of our interest, Control said. We are engaged in mutual deconfliction talks. Mutual deconfliction? She repeated. Is that what we're calling, we won't shoot your men if you don't shoot ours now? If you have objections to policy, file them after the situation stabilizes, Control said mildly. For now, we need intel. What kind, she asked. Verification of Covenant grain reserves, Control said. evidence of possible biological experimentation, confirmation of any Directorate-aligned personnel inside farm, and, she prompted, and any opportunity to decouple Harlan's technical capabilities from his current, ideological misalignment, Control said. Cole's hand tightened. Translation, Evelyn said dryly. You want his toys without his opinions. We want critical infrastructure expertise stabilized under accountable oversight, Control said. He's not going to sign up for your newsletter, she said. We don't require his enthusiasm, Control said. Only his cooperation. Voluntary condition is ideal, not mandatory. Cole leaned forward slightly. Evelyn's jaw clenched. You're not going to black bag him, she said. Not while I'm on this channel. There was a small pause. Shaw, Control said, voice softening, we are trying to prevent a three-way incident between an unstable private actor, a theocratic agricultural cartel, and half-starving local communities. Our goal is stability. I've seen your stability, she said. It looks a lot like stasis with better branding. Your personal views are noted, Control said. They do not change operational priorities. Fine, Cole thought. Two can play at that. Evelyn glanced at him, then back at the radio. Then you need to hear this, she said. Silas, leader of Saints Field, is planning to use Harlan's daughter as a public demonstration. Mercy if her father cooperates. Judgment if he doesn't. That means there's going to be a public assembly at some point. If Harlan's moving at his usual speed, he'll try to time his approach to that. You're speculating, Control said. I'm profiling, she said, based on 15 years of watching men like him hate men like Harlan. Silence. Go on, Control said. If you want a chance to influence this without turning the valley into a shooting gallery, she said, you need to know when that assembly is scheduled. Covenant internal comms have hinted at a demonstration within the next 48 to 72 hours. I want access to whatever intercepts point to exact timing. You want us to share our intel, Control said. Yes, she said. You share yours, I share mine. That's how this was supposed to work before everyone started playing dress-up as empires. Colorful, Control said. Your request is under consideration. You don't have time to consider, she snapped. This isn't a war game. It's a family, a town, a farm that feeds half this region. Which is precisely why we are being cautious, Control replied. A misstep could collapse their supply network and trigger famine. Cole spoke up before he could stop himself. And doing nothing will teach Silas that kidnapping is a valid negotiation tactic, he said loudly enough for the mic to pick up. Your caution is his operating space. Evelyn winced slightly, then tilted the handset so her handler could hear. Was that him? Control asked. Yes, she said. You wanted confirmation he's here. You just got it. Shaw, Control said. That complicates things. Everything is complicated, she said. Welcome to the apocalypse. I mean your mandate, Control said. You were assigned to monitor and advise. Direct collaboration with Harlan falls outside your authorized parameters. So fire me, she said. Silence. Then slowly. Be serious, Shaw, Control said. I am, she said. I have a man here whose skill sets you want, a farm down there whose grain you need not to fall exclusively under Covenant control, and a town back there you'd like not to see flayed in a message. You can either use what I can do with this man, or you can bench me and watch from a distance while the Covenant and Harlan write the ending without you. Cole watched her. There it was, the old Evelyn, the one who had once stood in briefing rooms and told superiors they were idiots with better vocabulary. Control sighed. All right, he said. Provisional authorization to maintain contact with Harlan. Say that again, she said. You heard me, he said. You may coordinate with him within strict bounds. No direct Directorate kinetic support will be provided without higher-level authorization. Your role remains advisory, but we acknowledge that complete separation is unrealistic. And the Assembly, she pressed, will review parsed Covenant transmissions and flag any reference to scheduled public events involving a guest or lesson, Control said. We'll relay timing updates as we get them. How? She asked. You're not exactly getting a direct line to my tent. We still have the drone, he said. We can use tight beam signaling, light pulses, simple code. Evelyn looked at Cole. He shrugged. Old school, he said. I like it. She turned back to the mic. Fine, she said. You blink, we watch. In return, I'll send bursts with on-ground changes, additional fences, new patrol patterns, any milling of troops that looks like preps for a demonstration. Agreed, Control said. One more thing, Shaw. What? She asked. Our priority remains preventing Covenant monopoly over regional food supply and preventing Harlan from destabilizing said supply in the pursuit of personal justice, Control said. If we have to choose between saving his daughter and preventing a wider famine. You don't get to finish that sentence, she said coldly, because if you do, I'm cutting this connection, and you can have your famine and your ghost without my help. Silence, longer this time. We are not monsters, Shaw, Control said finally. We are planners. Then plan better, she said. Shaw out. She clicked the radio off with more force than necessary and tossed it onto the tarp. Still think they're not your friends? Cole asked quietly. That's the problem, she said. Sometimes they remember why we started doing any of this. Sometimes they forget and start sounding like spreadsheets in suits. You gave them a rope, he said. Now we see who they decide to hang with it. She sank back onto her heels, rubbing her temples. If you make one more metaphor about rope and hanging, I'm building you your own gallows, she said. He almost smiled again. Point taken, he said. He crawled back up to the ridge crest and looked down at the farm. Lights were starting to come on now, washing the central square in a harsh, artificial glow. People gathered again, shadows elongated across the beaten earth. He scanned the crowd. A figure near the front snagged his attention, not because he recognized her, but because of how she stood, balanced, head up, shoulders tense but not collapsed. Something about the angle of the neck, the way she stayed a half step apart from those around her. Grace, his mind whispered. Too far to be sure. Too far to do anything. Yet. He lowered the glass and focused on the fences instead. Lines of approach. Physical, political, emotional. He traced them in his head, overlaying possibilities like transparent sheets. Outer fence, breachable in at least 3 spots with minimal noise, if you had the right tools and timed the patrols. Inner fence, tougher, higher, likely electrified in segments. Silos, reinforced, but linked via access tunnels that probably connected to the processing block. Fire risk if he wasn't careful. People frightened, hungry, some loyal, some resigned, some quietly rebellious. Covenant, confident in their system. Directorate, confident in their data. Mills Ford, hoping no one remembered their name at the wrong moment. Grace, somewhere in the middle of all those vectors, wearing a band she didn't choose. Evelyn crawled up beside him. You see her? She asked. Maybe, he said. Hard to tell. Good, she said. He frowned. Good? He repeated. If you can't see her clearly, Silas can't either. She said, not from here. Not yet. That means he hasn't decided how to stage her entrance. You talk like this is theater, he said. It is, she said. Every system is. Laws, courts, farms, federations. They're all stories people agree to inhabit. The danger is when someone like Silas starts believing he's the only director. And you? He asked. You don't want that job? No, she said. I just want to keep the stage from burning down before the third act. He looked at her. Do you miss it? He asked. What? She said. The badge? The office? The constant smell of burnt coffee and printer toner? All of it, he said. She thought about it for a moment. I miss the idea of it, she said. That there were rules you could point to that everyone more or less agreed on. That if someone hurt you, there was a place you could go to say, this was wrong, and have someone at least pretend to care. And now, he asked? Now we have men like Silas, she said, who offer rules with no appeal, and men like your drunk driver, who learned that rules were negotiable for the right people. And men like me, he said softly, who stepped out of the system entirely. And built their own, she added. He didn't argue. She lay her cheek against the dirt, looking down at Saints Field. Do you ever think about going back? She asked quietly. Not to the courthouse, to any version of shared rules? He watched the silos. Yes, he said, And then I remember the courtroom and the crash and the way people with power used words like tragedy to avoid saying failure. And, she asked, and I decide I'd rather own my choices than outsource them to a system that's already proven it will protect itself first, he said. She was silent for a while. Robert's trying, she said finally. So is Ms. Kwan, wherever she is now. So are 1,000 other exhausted people holding town meetings in gutted banks. They're not perfect, but they're not nothing. I know, he said. You going to leave them room to be something more than collateral? She asked. He took a long breath. Yes, he said. That's not a casual yes, is it? She said. No, he said. It's the kind that will probably cost me something. She nodded. Good, she said. Because if we blow this farm without thinking about what grows in the crater, all we've done is change the shape of the disaster. He inclined his head. Then we don't blow the whole thing, he said. We peel it, layer by layer, until the silos and the sermons don't belong to Silas anymore. And who do they belong to, she asked. People who eat from them, he said. People who work in them. And who decides that, she pressed. Not me, he said. Not alone. She exhaled slowly. That's the closest thing to hope I've heard you say in ever, she said. Don't get used to it, he said. Down in the valley, the bell rang. The assembly began. Silas stepped up onto the platform, framed by floodlight, a small, bright figure against the darker mass of the crowd. His voice carried faintly to the ridge, a thin thread of doctrine and promise. Cole couldn't make out the words. He didn't need to. He knew the type. Evelyn reached for the directional mic and pointed it like a spear toward the square. The little device hummed, filtering out some of the noise, focusing. Joined not as prisoners, but as workers in a shared field, Silas was saying. You will all have food. You will all have purpose. You will all have the chance to be part of something that endures. Evelyn adjusted a dial. We have with us today someone special, Silas continued. A reminder that even the fiercest isolation cannot stand forever against the needs of many. Cole's muscles tensed. He raised the binoculars again. The crowd parted slightly near the front. A guard stepped forward. Between two uniforms, small in the wash of light and shadow, stood a woman with dark hair pulled back, chin lifted, a plain tunic, and a white band on her wrist. Grace. Even from this distance, he knew. Silas gestured toward her with open hands like he was presenting a prize. This is Grace, he said. Daughter of Cole Harlan, the ghost in the mountain, raised in the myth of self-sufficiency. A child of a man who believed he owed nothing to anyone but the ones within his own fences. The crowd murmured. Silas's tone was gentle. We welcome her, he said, not as an enemy, not as a hostage, as a sister who has been brought into a community she was never allowed to know. Cole's teeth ground together. Liar! Evelyn's hand closed around his forearm, stopping him from doing something stupid, like standing up and shouting. Easy, she whispered. Not yet. Silas looked up, toward the hills, toward the drone, toward the unseen watchers he knew were out there. At this moment, he said, her father is surely moving, not because he loves the covenant, not because he believes in feeding the hungry, but because he loves her. Love like that is powerful. It can be beautiful. It can also be selfish. He let the word hang. We will give him a choice, Silas said. Come down from his mountain, share what he knows for the good of all, join a system that will outlive him, or cling to the myth of lone righteousness and watch his legacy wither. He smiled. Grace will not be harmed, he said. Not unless someone outside these fences chooses violence over cooperation. The subtext wasn't subtle. Cole's grip tightened on the binoculars until the edges bit into his palms. Evelyn squeezed his arm harder. Look at her, she said softly. Not at him. He forced himself to focus. Grace stood straight, face expressionless, gaze sweeping the crowd once, then settling on a point near the rear, where she could see as many faces as possible. She wasn't afraid. She was calculating. He recognized the set of her shoulders, the tilt of her jaw. She moved slightly, just enough that the floodlight caught the small patch on her tunic. A white bar on a white background. Special projects. Silas said something else. voice rising in a crescendo of community rhetoric. Cole barely heard it. He saw one thing: Grace sliding her left hand over her right wrist, thumb covering the band for a heartbeat, and then revealing it again. Once, twice, 3 times, a rhythm. He narrowed his eyes. "What's she doing?" Evelyn whispered. "Counting," he said. "Signaling. Testing how long she can move before a guard reacts." "And?" Evelyn asked. "No one twitched," he said. He filed that away. Silas raised his arms. The crowd responded with a murmured phrase, something practiced. The assembly shifted into song, a hymn like the one Grace had heard in the truck. Evelyn lowered the mic. "Now you've seen her," she said softly. "Yes," Cole said. "Now you know he's serious," she added. "He's built this entire speech around the idea that you are watching." "I am," Cole said. "What are you going to do about it?" she asked. He watched the pattern of guards at the edges of the crowd. 2 near the platform, 4 along the inner fence, 3 more moving through the people, pretending to blend in. He watched the towers, 1 guard at each. He watched Silo 3 looming in the back, its guards focused outward, not inward. Lines of approach. He traced them again, from ridge to fence, from fence to tower, from tower to square, from him to her, to the silos. "I'm going to rewrite his altar call," Cole said quietly. "How?" Evelyn asked. "By making sure that when he offers me a choice," Cole said, "he realizes he never actually had all the options he thought." He handed her the binoculars. "Keep listening to your friends," he said. "We're going to need to know exactly when he plans to turn her from example to judgment." "And you?" she said. "I'm going to go for a walk," he said. "There are fences that need meeting." Night deepened around them as the farm sang its hymns. On the ridge, 2 old ghosts from a broken system lay in the dirt and began to draw new lines on an ash map that stretched from a smashed courtroom to a grain silo, from a crashed car to a kidnapped daughter. The story Silas Crowe thought he was telling was neat, tidy, inevitable. Cole Harlan had no intention of letting it end on schedule. Chapter 7. Stress Test. Grace never remembered the walk from the end of the assembly back to her little house. Her feet did the work on their own, following the flow of bodies as the hymn dissolved into scattered chatter and the square began to empty. Her hands remembered to stay visible, her shoulders remembered not to hunch. Her face remembered not to show that every word Silas had just said had made her want to knock over the podium and see how far it would fly. The rest of her was still on the platform, under the lights, with his hand hovering just a little too close to her shoulder. Not a prisoner, not a hostage, a sister. He'd fed the crowd that line like warm soup. Some swallowed it, some choked. She'd watched their faces, not his. Faces were more honest. A few had shone with a kind of glow. Those were the true believers. The ones who wanted to be told that the world had a plan again, that the man with the wheat emblem knew where the path went. Most were more muted, careful, resigned, eyes flicking between Silas and the guards. But 3 faces had stayed with her as she drifted away from the square. Lena, standing near the edge of the children's cluster, clutching Bunny to her chest, staring at Grace like she was a character from a story who'd stepped off the page. Dana, arms folded, jaw tight, watching Silas with a nurse's clinical detachment and a prisoner's anger. And Raffi, half in shadow near the back, not singing, not clapping, just watching the lines of the crowd like he was tracing irrigation channels in his head. Now, as Grace pushed open the door to her assigned house and stepped into the dim interior, the memory of their gazes followed her inside like echoes. The door clicked shut behind her. Silence. Her heart pounded against her ribs, not with fear, but with a furious, vibrating energy. She moved. Not because she knew what she needed to do yet, because staying still would have felt like agreeing. She crossed to the small window and looked out between the bars. The square was mostly empty now. A few stragglers drifted away. Guards moved into night positions. Lights shifted from broad public wash to narrower beams along certain paths. The Farm of Saints was changing modes. Daytime production, evening propaganda, nighttime containment. She turned away from the window and scanned the room again. the way she had the night before, but this time not just as a prisoner looking for weak points, as an engineer looking at a prototype. Bed, table, chair, shelf, walls. Thin, cheap plaster over sturdier wood. Floorboards nailed down in a hurry, some not quite flush. She knelt and ran her fingers along the gap where the wall met the floor, feeling for drafts, irregularities. Something scraped faintly under her fingertips. She paused, then pressed harder. A splintered edge of wood gave way, revealing a thin, empty space beneath the floorboard. Not big enough to store anything larger than a book. Big enough to hide something that shouldn't be seen. Good to know, she thought. She replaced the board carefully, smoothing it with her palm, then stood and crossed. To the shelf. It was bare except for the empty bowl from breakfast and a folded cloth. No hidden notes, no contraband, no miraculous key. She hadn't really expected any. She sat at the table and rested her forearms on the surface, forcing herself to breathe slowly. Silas's words replayed in her head, but she pushed them aside and focused on something else. Him glancing toward the hills when he mentioned her father. He knew Cole was out there. He was speaking to him as much as to the crowd, and Cole would have heard the offer, clear as a contract, join or lose her. Her chest tightened. Her father would be angry, terrified, focused. He would also be thinking. He wouldn't sprint down the hill with a rifle and a roar. He would do what he always did. Map, test, probe. She had to do the same. A soft knock at the door shattered her spiral. "Yeah," she called. The door opened just enough for Dana to slide inside, carrying a small tin cup and a folded cloth. She shut it quickly behind her, glancing once down the lane. "You left your bowl," she said, holding up the cup. "Figured you might want something warm before they shut off the kitchen burners." Steam curled from the cup, smelling faintly of herbs. Grace raised an eyebrow. "Hospitality hour?" she asked. "Leftovers," Dana said. "Thinner than morning, but hot. Helps you sleep, or at least pretend to." Grace took the cup. "Thank you," she said. Dana's gaze flicked to Grace's shoulder patch, then to her face. "You did well," she said. "That speech?" Grace asked. "I didn't give it." "You didn't flinch," Dana said. "That's something." Grace snorted. "I flinched on the inside," she said. "Several times, especially at the part where I apparently grew up in a myth." Dana's mouth twitched. "He believes that, you know," she said, "that anyone outside his system is living in fantasy." "And what does he call this?" Grace asked, gesturing toward the window, the fences beyond. "Reality," Dana said simply. She moved further into the room, lowering her voice. "Reality is whatever the person with the food and the gun says it is," she said. "That's the rule here. Everything else is negotiable." Grace blew on the drink, watching the surface ripple. "What did you do before?" she asked. "Before this reality?" Dana's gaze went distant. "Emergency room," she said. "Night shifts. Drunks, overdoses, bar fights, car wrecks, and people who were just sick and scared and had nowhere else to go." Grace thought of Cole telling a story about a courtroom. Car wreck, drunk driver, old world, same damage, different building. "Why did you come here?" Grace asked. Dana shrugged one shoulder. "They needed medical staff," she said. "I thought, if someone was going to be giving orders and rationing supplies, better to be close to where those decisions were made. I thought I could nudge things." "And?" Grace prompted. "And for a while it worked," Dana said. "We triaged according to need, not productivity. We saved more people than we lost. Silas liked having a mercy wing he could point to during his sermons." "What changed?" Grace asked. "The math," Dana said. "Always the math. Crop failure in one sector, raider attacks on a grain convoy, a disease outbreak in the eastern fields. Suddenly it wasn't about who needs this medicine most. It was, who will we lose the least by letting them go?" Grace swallowed. "And you stayed," she said. Dana's jaw tightened. "Where was I going to go?" she asked. "Back out into the wild with no supplies? Take a handful of people with me and watch them die slower somewhere else? At least here, I can still slip an extra dose to someone who isn't on the productivity chart." Grace studied her. "You're not a believer," she said. "Oh, I believe in things," Dana said. "Just not in Silas." In what then? Grace asked. Dana hesitated. In small wins, she said finally. In keeping one more kid from bleeding out, one more old woman from dying in a pile of dirty rags, one more stubborn man from doing something that gets everyone in his lane shot. Stubborn man, Grace echoed. Lane supervisor, Dana said. We have a few. Some are violent, some are just tired. Too tired to stop caring. Those are the dangerous ones. You think caring is dangerous? Grace asked. Dana's eyes met hers. In a place that punishes deviation from the schedule, she said. Yeah. Grace thought of Lena again. Where is she? She asked. Lena, the girl from the truck. Children's quarter, Dana said. Sector 2, like Jonas said. They keep the kids together. Easier to teach them the rules before they learn other ones. Can I see her? Grace asked. Dana's expression shifted. Why? She asked. Because she asked me if they were going to hurt us, Grace said, and I told her they were going to try to use us. That's different. I'd like to make sure I don't become a liar any faster than I have to. Dana studied her for a long moment. Visiting hours aren't a thing here, she said, but kids move around. They come to the clinic, to the school, to the mess. You'll see her. Just don't make her promises you can't keep. I won't, Grace said. Good, Dana said, because promises are the one currency we can't print more of. She moved toward the door, then paused with her hand on the latch. Jonas will talk to you again tomorrow, she said. He likes patterns. He's going to keep poking until he finds one he recognizes in you. And if he doesn't, Grace asked, then he'll try to build one, Dana said. Be careful which pieces you let him have. She opened the door, then looked back one last time. Get some sleep, she said. Tonight will be quiet. They like to give people one calm night after a public display. Builds trust. Then tomorrow? Grace asked. The schedule tightens, Dana said. She disappeared into the dark lane, leaving Grace with the cooling cup and the echo of that last sentence. The farm of saints at night was a different creature. Grace lay on the narrow bed, not sleeping, and listened to it. The daytime sounds, footsteps, shouts, tools on metal, had faded, replaced by subtler noises. The soft thunk of a patrol's boots on the packed dirt, regular and measured. A distant burst of laughter from a cluster of guards who thought the darkness hid them. The thin, high cry of a baby somewhere, quickly muffled, followed by murmured shushing. The omnipresent hum of generators, a low, steady vibration that seemed to seep up through the bed frame and into her bones. She traced it all, building her mental map. Power, continuous but modulated. Lights along the outer fence were dimmer at night, conserving fuel, but the ones around the central block and silos stayed bright. Priorities. Patrols, more frequent along the inner fence than the outer. The gap between passes near her lane was roughly 12 minutes. Near the silos, 6. Voices, sharper near the central structures, more relaxed on the periphery. She counted cycles. 12 minutes, 12 again, 11 and a half, 13, not automated. Human. Humans got bored. Humans made mistakes. Around what felt like midnight, a new sound threaded through the others. A faint, irregular crackle. Static. She rolled onto her side and listened harder. Not static. Something like lightning, far away and small. Or electricity meeting resistance it didn't expect. Her engineer's brain stirred. Fence. Someone's touching the fence. She sat up slowly and swung her feet to the floor, heart picking up speed. If she'd had a watch, she would have checked it. Instead, she counted by breath. 1 to 4 in, 1 to 4 out. 60 for a minute. By the time she reached what she thought was 2 minutes, the crackling stopped. A few seconds later, she heard the hurried thump of boots and low curses. Damn thing sparked. Told Dane that segment needed rechecking. Get maintenance up. Last thing we need is somebody cooking themselves trying to run. Grace smiled in the dark. Hi, Dad, she thought. No proof. No certainty. But if anyone was going to poke the fence gently, just enough to see how it reacted, it would be him. She lay back down. For the first time in the farm of saints, she slept. Morning came with the bell. Grace woke to the sound of metal striking metal, 3 sharp peals, then a pause, then 3 more. Workday rhythm. She dressed quickly, splashed water on her face, and slipped out into the lane. The light was softer than yesterday's. Thin clouds veiled the sun, muting the hard edges of the place. People moved with the efficiency of habit now that the initial shock of her arrival had passed. Some glanced at her as she joined the flow, eyes flicking to her white band, then away. Rafi intercepted her near the mess hall, holding 2 bowls. "You look better," he said, handing her one. "I slept," she said. "Your fence hummed." He blinked. "You heard that?" he asked. "Little crackle around midnight," she said. "Near my lane. Then some cursing." Rafi's forehead creased. "That wasn't scheduled maintenance," he said. "I didn't think so," she said. He lowered his voice. "Did it feel like a surge or a short?" he asked. "Short," she said. "Localized. Enough to send a spark through the wire, not enough to blow a breaker." Rafi muttered something under his breath in a language she didn't know. "Could be weather," he said. "But the air was dry. Could be faulty insulator. Or someone testing how much it bites," she finished. He gave her a look that was very close to admiration. "We should check that section," he said. "Lane will want to know if the grid's misbehaving." "And if it's not the grid?" she asked. "Then we have to decide whether to tell Jonas we might have visitors," he said. They found seats at the edge of a table, away from most of the clusters. As they ate, Grace watched the room. Children sat at one end, supervised by women with blue bands. Old folks at another, some with no bands at all. Too old to be counted as labor, too set in their ways to be reclassified. The middle of the hall hummed with yellow and red. "Do you have meetings?" she asked quietly. Rafi raised an eyebrow. "Book club? Knitting circle?" he asked. "People who don't think Silas walks on water," she said. "People like you, like Dana, Ms. Kwan." His spoon paused halfway to his mouth. "Careful," he said softly. "Only use names when you know who's listening." "Who's listening?" she asked. "Everyone," he said. "Always." He chewed, swallowed, then sighed. "There are conversations," he said, "after shifts, in corners, in the clinic, in the school, near the pumps, little pockets of, 'This isn't right,' and 'We have to do something.' They're not organized, yet." "Why not?" she asked. "Because the last time someone tried to organize, we lost 3 people in one night, and everyone else got a sermon about ingratitude," he said. Her stomach tightened. "How?" she asked. "Accident," he said flatly. "Officially, a wall collapsed at one of the outer barns. Silas gave a speech about the importance of maintenance. Jonas scheduled extra inspections. Everyone got the message." She thought of Cole telling a story about a courtroom where consequence had been divorced from responsibility. Different building, same tactic. "How many people would move if there was somewhere to go?" she asked. Rafi frowned. "You mean leave?" he asked. "I mean leave this system," she said. "Maybe not all at once. Not tomorrow. But if the fences opened and the silos weren't just Silas's, how many would stay?" He looked around the hall as if he could count willingness like armbands. "Hard to say," he said. "Some are true believers. Some are too afraid. Some have nowhere else. But there are more than a few who stayed because they thought this was the only way to keep their families alive." "And if there was another way?" she asked. "Then they'd need proof," he said. "Not just speeches, actions, seeds, food, safety." She nodded. "Good," she said. "You say that like you're making a list," he said. "I am," she said. "Things that need to be in place before the whole machine starts to slip." He gave a small, humorless laugh. "You sound like him," he said. "My father?" she asked. "Yeah," Rafi said. "The way people talk about him, he's half boogeyman, half backup plan. If everything goes bad, maybe Mad Mick will come down from the mountain and fix it." "Don't call him that," she said reflexively. "Why not?" he asked. "He doesn't know I'm saying it." "I know," she said. He lifted his hand slightly. "All right," he said. "Cole, Saint of the Ridge, mythical engineer, whatever label you prefer. Are you counting on him?" "I'm counting with him," she said, "if he's here." Rafi's eyes sharpened. "You think he is," he said. "I heard that fence," she said. "That could be anyone," he said. She smiled faintly. "No," she said. It really couldn't. Jonas's office felt smaller today, or maybe Grace's awareness of its purpose made it feel that way. He sat where he had before, hands steepled, window behind him. She sat opposite, the slate with her schedule resting on the table between them like a shared artifact. "You slept," he observed. "You watching me?" she asked. "Everyone's sleep is monitored in the first 72 hours, he said. "Pattern recognition. People who don't sleep at all break faster." "And people who sleep?" she asked. "Can be reasoned with," he said. "Your bedside manner could use work," she said. He ignored that. "Did you hear anything unusual last night?" he asked. She hesitated just long enough to make him notice. "Fence sparked," she said, "near my lane." His expression didn't change. "A malfunction," he said. "Sure," she said. He watched her closely. "You think it was something else," he said. "I think if your grids are shorting in the middle of the night, someone's going to get cooked if they lean against the wrong post," she said. "Given how much you like to talk about safety, I thought you'd want to know." "We're investigating," he said. She cocked her head. "Are you asking if I did it?" she asked. "Did you?" he asked back. "If I had," she said, "you'd have more than one spark to worry about." "Threat?" he asked. "Honesty," she said. He sat back slightly. "Silas was pleased with how last night went," he said, changing tack. "You stood firm. You didn't lash out. You didn't cry." "I saved my crying for private moments with drywall," she said, more absorbent. "He thinks you'll come around," Jonas said, "that once you see the farm's full operation, you'll understand why your father's isolationism was short-sighted." "And you?" she asked. "I think you're more dangerous than he realizes," Jonas said, "and more useful." "Useful for what?" she asked. "Stress testing," he said. She raised an eyebrow. "Your farm's a software program now?" she asked. "In some ways," he said. "We built this system out of salvage and desperation. It has held so far. But systems under pressure behave in ways their creators didn't anticipate. That's where you come in." She stared at him. "You kidnapped me to be a beta tester," she said. "That's the less flattering version." "Yes," he said. "What's the flattering version?" she asked. "You're an external auditor," he said. "Unbiased, uninvested. You grew up outside our doctrine. You can see things we can't." She laughed, short and sharp. "You really think telling me I'm your unpaid consultant makes this better?" she asked. He didn't flinch. "I know you won't trust any role we offer you easily," he said. "So I'm starting with the one that requires the least faith. We show you the farm, all of it. You point out weaknesses, vulnerabilities, places where our control might fail. We decide what to do about it." "And in return?" she asked. "In return, you get to negotiate," he said. "For yourself. For others." She went very still. "For others," she repeated. "Don't pretend you didn't notice the girl in the children's quarter," he said. "Or the laborers with bad backs and no rest days. Or the old ones who shouldn't be working, but do anyway because they're terrified of being useless." Her jaw tightened. "You're going to dangle them in front of me like carrots," she said. "No," he said. "I'm going to tell you the truth. The more value you demonstrate, the more leverage you have. You can spend that leverage on yourself, or you can spend it on other people. That's not manipulation. That's how every human system works." "Courts didn't," she said automatically. He looked at her sharply. "Ah," he said softly. "There it is. The fracture line." She cursed herself internally. Too fast. Too reflexive. He leaned forward. "Tell me," he said. "What do you know about courts?" "Nothing that worked," she said. "Your father told you stories," he said, "about judges and lawyers and juries, about how they failed him." Her hands curled into fists on her knees. "Those stories have nothing to do with your farm," she said. "Don't they?" he asked. "Isn't that why he built the compound the way he did? No appeals. No outside authority. Just his rules and his responsibility." She hated that Jonas could see that so clearly when he'd never stood on that ridge. "You think we're the same?" she asked. "Your farm and his compound." "I think you're both reactions to the same trauma," he said. He saw a world where rules were written by people who didn't have to live with the consequences. So he went up a mountain. Silas saw a world where no one wanted to write rules anymore. So he built a farm. "And you?" she asked. What trauma made you Silas's architect? He didn't answer right away. I watched systems fall apart slowly from the inside, he said finally. First in boardrooms, then in server rooms, then in streets. I watched people with power insist the code was fine while it crashed around them. I swore if I ever had a chance to help build a new system, I'd make sure it didn't pretend to be something it wasn't. And what is this? She asked. Really? He met her eyes. A machine for keeping people alive, he said, at a cost. What cost? She asked. Freedom of movement, he said. Autonomy in some areas, illusions in others. Honest answer, she said. No point lying to you, he said. You just find out. She leaned back. So, I walk around your machine, she said. I poke it. I tell you where it squeaks. Then what? You tighten the bolts? Or do you start trimming parts you think might fail? Depends on the part, he said, and the cost of failure. And if the part is you, she asked. He smiled faintly. Then I'd hope whoever was doing the audit was kinder than I am, he said. She considered him. You really want honesty? She asked. Yes, he said. Fine, she said. Here's my preliminary report. Your system runs on fear disguised as gratitude. Your food is both nourishment and leash. Your silos are both stomach and weapon. And your biggest vulnerability isn't the fences, or the generators, or the seed vault. Then what is it? He asked quietly. People like Rafi, she said. Dana, Ms. Kwan, Lane. Anyone who still cares about individual faces more than your aggregate numbers. You can't fully control them without losing the thing that makes this place better than a raider camp. The fact that some of your people still know the difference between survival and cruelty. Jonas's expression didn't change. Inside, Grace knew she'd hit something. And what would you do with that vulnerability? He asked slowly. She shrugged. If I were you, she said, I'd leave them alone just enough that they don't feel the need to burn the place down. If I were me, she met his gaze steady. I'd make sure that when the system starts to crack, they're the ones who know where to push so it breaks the right way. Silence stretched between them. Finally, Jonas stood. Come with me, he said. She rose. Field trip? She asked. Stress test, he said. They walked through the heart of Saintsfield, not rushed, not sneaking. Jonas moved with the same measured pace he always did, nodding occasionally to supervisors, pausing once to correct a guard's stance near a gate. Grace walked half a step behind, watching everything. They passed the workshops. Lane inside, already barking orders, red band flashing as she pointed at a stubborn machine. They passed the school, a low building where Ms. Kwan stood in the doorway, arms crossed, watching a group of children recite something in unison. Ms. Kwan's gaze flicked to Grace and Jonas, sharp as cracked glass, then back to her students. They passed the infirmary, Dana visible through the open door, tying off a bandage on a man's forearm. This is the skin, Jonas said quietly as they walked. You've seen most of it. Now we look under it. They approached the inner fence. Up close, the barrier was even less forgiving than it had looked from a distance. Tall, taut. The wire glinted with a faint sheen that told her it had been treated, probably against rust, maybe against simple hacks. Insulators sat at regular intervals, not new, but well-maintained. A small gate set into this fence led toward the silos and the research block. A guard stood there, rifle slung, eyes sharp. Morning, Beck, Jonas said. Morning, sir, Beck said. He unlocked the gate with a key from his belt, then stepped aside. Grace stepped through, feeling a subtle shift in the air pressure, as if the inner ring had its own climate. On this side of the fence, the sounds were different. Fewer voices, more machines. The silos towered ahead of them. Up close, Silo 3 was even more imposing. Its cylindrical body gleamed faintly with a different finish than the others, and the band of reinforcement around its lower third was thicker than she'd imagined from the ridge. At its base, a small entrance hut sat attached to the silo wall, like a parasite. A second guard stood there, red band visible under his sleeve. Access to Silo 3 is restricted, Jonas said, even for most skilled workers. You're an exception. How honored I feel, she said. They stepped into the hut. The air inside was cooler, tinged with chemical smells, disinfectant, preservatives, something sharp and botanical. A simple console sat on a metal stand, its screen dark. A keypad below it showed signs of heavy use. Jonas placed his hand on a panel beside the console. "Jonas Crowe," he said clearly. The panel glowed faintly green. "You built voice recognition?" Grace asked, genuinely intrigued. "Crude," he said, "tied to specific biometric patterns. We salvaged what we could from an old biometric lock system. I modified it." The console screen lit up, showing a simple interface. 4 options: access, observation, maintenance, vault, research. Jonas selected observation. The door behind the console clicked, then slid aside. Cold air spilled out, carrying the smell of stored grain. They stepped into a narrow corridor that curved gently with the silo's wall. On one side, the smooth interior of the silo, broken by hatchways and maintenance ports. On the other, a railing overlooking a lower level where conveyors and chutes snaked like metal roots. Lights overhead were bright, almost clinical. "This is the control ring," Jonas said. "From here, we can monitor temperature, humidity, flow rates. Not just for this silo, but for the others." Grace stepped to the railing and looked down. Below, she could see the tops of conveyors leading to sorting stations, each with its own bank of switches and valves. Farther along, a series of metal bins were labeled in careful, neat script. Test Plot A, DR17, Test Plot B, YB23 Standard Reserve Experimental. The last label gave her a small chill. "Rafi mentioned you were trying to breed crops that grow on less," she said. "Less water, less soil, less time." "We're trying to ensure we can feed more people with fewer resources," Jonas said. "And whoever controls this decides who those people are," she said. "Yes," he said simply. She moved along the ring, scanning the instruments. Temperature gauges, moisture sensors, flow meters, all wired to a central cabinet where cables converge like veins. "Do the other silos depend on this cabinet?" she asked. "Some functions are centralized," he said. "Others are local, redundancy where we can afford it." She pointed at a small display blinking amber. "What's that?" she asked. He frowned. "Segment variance," he said. "One of the outer fence circuits registered an irregularity last night. It cleared on its own." "The spark," she said. "Yes," he said. He tapped a few buttons, bringing up a schematic. A rough map of the farm appeared, fence lines highlighted. One segment pulsed faintly, near her lane. "You monitor fence status from here?" she asked. "From here in the main hall," he said. "This is the more detailed view. Easier to see what needs physical attention." "Your system's too centralized," she said. He glanced at her. "Explain," he said. She gestured toward the cabinet. "You've tied grain monitoring and fence monitoring into the same nerve center," she said. "If this goes down, you lose visibility on both seed and security. That's too much risk sitting in one steel box." "And the alternative?" he asked. "Decouple," she said, "at least partially. Separate nerves. If infection hits one, the other keeps functioning." "You talk like a doctor," he said. "My father talked like a mechanic," she said. "He taught me to talk like both." She stepped closer to the cabinet, not touching, just looking. "This is old," she said, nodding toward the hardware. "But patched well. You have backups?" "Some," he said. "Where?" she asked. "Not here," he said. She didn't push. "Not yet." "What do you do in a blackout?" she asked instead. "Manual systems," he said. "Hand cranks, mechanical thermometers. We can keep things cold for a while without power. Not forever." "And outside?" she asked. "In the lanes, in the houses. How long can you keep people fed and calm if these lines go dark?" He was quiet. "That's what I thought," she said. "You're more vulnerable than Silas wants to admit." "He knows," Jonas said. "He just thinks faith will carry us through." "And you?" she asked. "I prefer diesel and redundancies," he said. She ran a finger along the edge of the control cabinet, feeling the slight burr where 2 panels met. "If I wanted to break your farm," she said softly, "this is where I'd start. Not by blowing it up, by pushing it just off balance. Enough to make people realize the wheat emblem doesn't guarantee their next meal." "And if you wanted to save it?" he asked. "I'd build a way to bypass this," she said. "So that if someone else breaks it, You can still move food without asking Silas for permission. A muscle in his jaw flickered. You're thinking about your father, he said. I'm thinking about Lena, she said, and the people in Mills Ford, and anyone else downstream from this box. She stepped back. Why show me this? She asked. Really? Because if your father hits us, this is what he'll aim for, Jonas said. And I need to know whether you'll help us keep it from collapsing on top of everyone, or whether you'll stand back and watch it fall, because it hurts Silas. She stared at him. You think I want that? She asked. My father turning your grain into shrapnel? I think you're angry, he said. At us, at him, at the world. Angry people make choices they tell themselves are about justice when they're really about pain. She exhaled slowly, resisting the urge to look down at her hands. Here's my answer, she said. I'm not interested in watching towns starve to make a point. I'm interested in making sure the people who decide who starves don't get to keep that power. He nodded once. That's a start, he said. She moved along the ring again, pretending to study gauges while her mind raced. The schematic on the console had given her a glimpse of the wiring. Silos tied to central. Cabinet tied to main hall tied to generators and fence. Everything cross-woven, good for control, bad for resilience. There's something else, she said. Jonas joined her at the next viewport. What? He asked. You've built this whole place as if you'll always be the ones at the console, she said. What happens if you're not? What do you mean? He asked. I mean what happens if you're gone, she said. Silas, you, the officers, Lane. If a disease or a raid or a really bad decision wipes out your leadership cluster, what happens to the farm? He frowned. It would adapt, he said. How? She pressed. Who knows how to run this cabinet? How to switch to manual? How to open the vaults without your voice print? Selected personnel, he said. Trained, vetted. How many? She asked. Enough, he said. She shook her head. Probably not, she said. You've made yourselves single points of failure. That's power. It's also fragility. If someone wanted to hurt you and not the farm, all they'd have to do is cut you out of the loop and leave everyone else scrambling in the dark. His eyes narrowed. You sound like you've thought about this, he said. I grew up in a place where one man kept all the passwords, she said. I've spent a long time thinking about how much of that was necessary and how much was fear. And what's your conclusion? He asked. She met his eyes. That it's time people stop mistaking control for protection, she said. He looked away out over the conveyors. You're going to have choices to make soon, he said. So are you, she said. They left Silo 3 and returned to the brighter, louder part of the farm. As they crossed back through the inner gate, Grace caught a flash of motion near the children's quarter. Lena skipping awkwardly, Bunny held by one ear, nearly tripping on a stone. Ms. Kwan's hand shot out and caught her shoulder, steadying her. For a brief second, Lena glanced up and saw Grace. Their eyes met. Lena lifted Bunny in a small, hesitant wave. Grace raised her hand in return, just a fraction, enough for Lena to see, but not enough to draw guard attention. Ms. Kwan's gaze snagged on that tiny exchange. Her expression didn't soften, but she gave Grace the smallest of nods. Someone to be marked, her eyes said. Not as enemy, not as savior, as variable. Stress test. Grace's father had taught her that every system had a failure mode. Here, walking between silos and schools and fences, with Jonas at her side and Silas's sermon still echoing in the square, she realized something else. Every system also had a choice point. A moment where the people inside it could decide whether the cracks would become collapse or corridors. She didn't know yet where that moment would be for the Farm of Saints. She knew one thing. When it came, she intended to be standing where she could push. Not from outside the fence, from exactly where she was. Chapter 8. Fault Lines. The second night on the ridge tasted like metal. Cole lay on his stomach just below the crest, cheek pressed to dry earth, binoculars braced in the crook of his elbows. Down in the valley, Saints Field glowed in patches, pools of electric light amid the dark sea of fields. He was watching one specific patch. Fence segment 12. The one that had spat and crackled the night before. The one near Grace's lane. Behind him, half under the camo tarp, Evelyn murmured into her headset, voice low and clipped. trading narrowband phrases with the Directorate drone overhead. Yes, I see your new orbit. No, you're not to drop below that ceiling unless I say the word. Cole tuned out her side of the argument and concentrated on the farm. The outer fence here followed a slight dip in the land, anchored to a concrete footing that had cracked along one edge. Grass and weeds grew up around it, half concealing the base. 2 wooden posts had been added at some point, shoring up where the metal brace had sunk. It looked solid from a distance. It also looked like something that had been repaired under time pressure. The patrol pattern near this segment was clear now. 2 guards moving in a slow arc along the fence line. One carried a rifle slung casually. The other had a flashlight at his belt he didn't use unless something made him nervous. Their loop took about 12 minutes. They paused near the corner post to talk, then moved on. Cole watched 3 rotations, timing each in his head, adjusting for small variations. 12, 11, 13, he murmured. They're not on a metronome. That's good. Evelyn slid up beside him, one earpiece still tucked against her head, the other tilted off. Drones adjusted, she said. Higher orbit, wider circle. They're pretending to be respectful. How kind, Cole said. She lay down, resting her chin on her forearm. Control passed along something, she added. Covenant chatter mentions a demonstration of mercy scheduled for tomorrow evening. 3rd bell. Grace, he said. Almost certainly, she said. They're phrasing it as an invitation to the ghost. An altar call, he said quietly. Yeah, she said. The church service where you either come forward and kneel or everyone watches you squirm. He lowered the binoculars. So we have about 24 hours, he said. Maybe a little more. Enough time to test some assumptions. Such as, she asked. Whether their fence is as smart as they think it is, he said. He slid backwards down the slope, out of silhouette, then rolled onto one knee and reached for his pack. What are you doing? Evelyn asked. Going for a walk, he said. Now? She hissed. You just scouted. The pattern. We haven't even argued about the merits of not dying yet. Best time to check a fence is when the men who walk it are tired enough to cut corners, but not so tired they're jumpy, he said. That's about now. He pulled out a small bundle wrapped in cloth. Inside were 3 items, a short length of insulated wire stripped at both ends, a metal tent peg, and a thin rod made from something that wasn't metal at all, an ivory-colored composite scavenged years ago from a medical device, non-conductive and strong. You're going to poke the electric fence with a stick, Evelyn said. More or less, he said. What if it's not just a simple circuit, she asked. What if it's tied to whatever that cabinet was you were muttering about under your breath earlier? Then we learn how it complains when you annoy it, he said. She caught his wrist. Cole, she said, if they catch you down there tonight, this ends before it begins. If I go down there blind tomorrow, it ends anyway, he said. They stared at each other in the half-light. Old arguments hummed between them. Risk versus caution, plan versus paralysis. The Directorate ground team moved closer, she said finally. Control didn't say as much, but I can hear their boots on different dirt. They're waiting for a big enough bang to justify walking in. Then don't give them one tonight, he said. If I'm right, this will barely register as a hiccup. If I'm wrong, he let the sentence hang. Then you'll be a smear on a metal mesh, she said. He smiled without humor. I've been closer to worse, he said. She swore softly in a language he didn't know, then let go of his wrist. You've got 20 minutes, she said. If you're not back by then, I'm assuming you've decided to take up a new career as a scarecrow. Generous, he said. He slipped into the scrub, moving downhill with easy practiced care. No crunch of loose stones, no unnecessary silhouette against the sky. Just another shadow among shrubs and rock. Evelyn watched him disappear, then slithered back under the tarp and grabbed the headphones. Control, Shaw, she whispered. Be advised, Ghost is making his first move. No, you don't get to scramble your boys yet. Breathe, Static crackled. We observe, Shaw, Control said. We don't intervene. Good, she said. Get used to it. The night air in the valley felt different from the ridge. Colder, heavier. It smelled of damp earth, oil, and the faint, sour tang of too many bodies living too close together. Cole moved along the shallow ditch that ran parallel to the fence, staying below the line of sight of the towers. Grass brushed his knees. A small insect buzzed near his ear, then veered away when he lifted a hand. He could see the fence now. Up close, it hummed faintly, a half-heard buzz that made the hairs on his arms rise. He crouched in the shadow of the cracked concrete footing and waited. Patrol voices drifted closer. "Told you, I saw her up there, on the platform. The madman's kid." "Yeah, and? You going to ask for an autograph or what?" "Shut up, Jace. I'm telling you, if he comes, that's above our pay grade. We do what we always do. Watch the fence and hope the ones upstairs know what they're doing." Boots approached, then receded. Cole counted breaths. 40, 50, 60. Far enough. He slid the composite rod from his belt and rested the insulated wire and tent peg beside him. His heart rate stayed steady. Fear for him wasn't the spike of adrenaline before a bullet crossed your path. Fear was any moment when he moved without thinking. This wasn't one of those. He extended the non-conductive rod slowly until its tip hovered a centimeter from the nearest live strand. The hum tickled the bones of his hand. He eased it forward, making the lightest contact. A bright blue spark snapped, dancing along the metal for a split second. He flinched reflexively, though none of the shock reached him. The fence crackled. Lights along the nearest posts flickered, then steadied. He froze. Listened. "Did you hear that?" one of the patrolmen called from farther down. "Nah," the other said. "Probably just a bird or a rat got curious. If it was serious, the board would ping." "Right," the first muttered. "Right." Their footsteps resumed. Cole slowly withdrew the rod. Short, local, self-correcting, he thought, and the alert thresholds are tuned high enough to ignore a minor discharge. That was good. It meant he could push harder later. He picked up the insulated wire and tent peg. The wire had been stripped at both ends, leaving a small section of bare metal. He looped one end loosely around the composite rod, then used the rod to maneuver the other end over the fence strand, carefully draping it so the bare section touched metal. Another snap. The wire jerked, then settled. He lowered the rod and pressed the tent peg into the damp soil at his feet, anchoring the wire's free end just above the ground. A tiny bridge. Nothing large. Nothing that would look like sabotage to a tired guard. But now, if he or anyone else needed to drop the voltage along this segment for a few seconds, they'd have a ready-made point to connect a grounded line. He brushed a bit of grass over the peg, just enough to break the outline, then eased back into the ditch. On his way up the slope, he passed another small marker, a rock set at a slightly odd angle, one he'd used earlier to mark a line-of-sight break between towers. He adjusted it with his toe, turning it just enough to mean something else. Evelyn's code, not Fairbanks or anyone else's. He reached the ridge 11 minutes later. She exhaled. "You're learning," she said softly. "I was about 3 seconds from inventing a new swear word." "Fence is hot but manageable," he said. "They've tied it into a monitoring system that tolerates small shorts. The guards trust the board more than their ears." "Because boards don't get bored," she said. "Exactly," he said. He stretched out beside her, accepting the binoculars she shoved at him. "Control confirmed the assembly timing," she said. "Third bell tomorrow night, just like we thought. They want to use that chaos window to deploy stabilizing assets if things go sideways." "Meaning?" he asked. "Meaning if they see too much smoke, they're coming in guns up and exit routes closed," she said. "For me," he said. "For anyone," she said. "They'll call it preventing escalation." He watched the farm a moment longer. "You ever wonder," he said, "if we're just building smaller copies of the same mess we had before? Different uniforms, same habits." "Constantly," she said. "That's why I keep yelling at them." "Does it help?" he asked. "Sometimes," she said. "Sometimes they even listen. Mostly when they realize the alternative is watching a lot of people die on camera." He lowered the glass. "Tomorrow," he said. "We need 3 things ready before third bell." "Let me guess," she said. 1, a way in. 2, a way out. 3, a way to make sure we don't starve a town while we're blowing up a cult. "Roughly," he said. "Good," she said, "because I might actually know where to find at least one of those." He looked at her. "Oh," he said. "Riley mentioned something else in Mills Ford," she said. Back when I first passed through, he said some of their earliest trade with the Covenant wasn't via trucks on the road, it was via water. Water, Cole repeated. She pointed beyond the farm. The river, she said. Saints Field didn't grow here by accident. They built it along a natural irrigation line. That means culverts, drainage channels, maybe even an old maintenance tunnel if we're lucky. He shifted his focus. Beyond the fences, the river traced a lazy curve through the land, banked by reeds and low brush. He hadn't paid it much attention beyond noting its existence. He'd been looking at walls. Evelyn was pointing at pipes. You think they'd leave something that big unguarded? He asked. Not unguarded, she said. Unseen. There's a difference. They probably have a few grates, maybe some mesh, but water systems get clogged. Clogged systems need hands. Hands need access. You want to walk in through the plumbing, he said. I want to have options that don't all involve chewing on electricity, she said. He considered it. It's downstream of the silos, he said. If we can reach a control point along that line, we might be able to redirect flow, or at least buy time if someone tries to poison or ration. Her eyes narrowed. Thinking of anything in particular, she asked. Silas likes strong symbols, he said. Imagine what he'd do with a story about wasting water as a sin. If they ever decide to tighten the tap literally, we need to know where the handle is. She eyed him. Careful, she said. You're starting to sound civic. He snorted. Don't get used to it, he said. He tapped the binocular barrel lightly against his palm. Tomorrow daylight, he said. I'll scout the river, see where the farm drinks and where it drains. You keep listening to your friends in the sky. If the Covenant shifts the assembly time or staging, I need to know before I crawl inside their pipes. You know, she said, most people who hit a place like this settle for blow something up and run. Most people don't have grace inside, he said. And if she weren't, she asked. He hesitated. Then I'd probably be building more bombs and worrying less about irrigation, he said. She nodded. Honesty, she said. I'll take it. The morning at Saints Field began without speeches. Grace was grateful for that. The bell's clang was still too closely tied in her mind to Silas's voice from the night before, shaping the crowd's thoughts like wet clay. She didn't know how many more of those she'd be able to stand without doing something impolite. No assembly today. Work, schedules, the machine shifting gears. According to her slate, she was due for another observation block in the workshop, followed by a visit to the infirmary for health assessment. After that, a narrow strip labeled free period in Ms. Kwan's tight script. The words were almost funny. Free. Here. She carried the slate to the schedule house, as she had yesterday, and found Ms. Kwan already at her desk, pen scratching. Any changes? Grace asked. Not today, Ms. Kwan said. They like consistency before big shows. Big shows? Grace echoed. Ms. Kwan's mouth tightened. Word is Silas is planning something for tomorrow night, she said. He likes to build anticipation. The demonstration, Grace said. Ms. Kwan's eyes flicked up. You heard that? She asked. Hard not to when he says my name into the loudspeakers like a spell, Grace said. Ms. Kwan's pen hovered over the paper. You don't have to stand alone on that platform, you know, she said quietly. Grace frowned. What do you mean? She asked. There are ways of making a crowd see more than what's being shown to them, Ms. Kwan said. Ways of reminding them the person on stage is a person, not just a symbol. Such as? Grace asked. Looking at them instead of at him, Ms. Kwan said. Saying one thing with your face and another with your posture. Little things, enough to make someone in the back row go home and think, that girl didn't look like she believed what he was saying. Grace thought of Lena, clutching Bunny, of Raffi standing in the shadows, of Dana watching silently from the edge. I'll keep that in mind, she said. Good, Miss Kwan said. Now go watch the machines before they start thinking they run themselves. The workshop smelled of oil, sweat, and hot metal. Grace took her perch near the wall again, under Lane's watchful eye. Today the work seemed more urgent. The clang of tools was sharper, the pace slightly quicker. Even the jokes, few as they were, had an edge to them, laughter coming in short bursts that died fast. The demonstration was pressurizing the place. Lane strode up and down the central aisle, red band flashing. Sector 3 plows first, she barked. We've got 3 days of overcast in the forecast, and Silas wants the Westfield furrows deep before the next rain. That means no delays. Yarn, if that gearbox isn't back together in the next hour, I'm assigning you to compost duty for a week. Yes, Supervisor, Yarn muttered, elbow deep in the guts of a machine. Grace watched the flow again, looking for patterns she'd missed yesterday. She noticed something new. A boy, maybe 15, moving between tables with a rag and a small oil can, wiping down tools as they were set aside, adding a drop of lubricant where metal stuck. His band was yellow, but his hands worked with practiced care. He moved quietly, eyes down, but every so often he glanced up, his gaze darting toward the door. The guard, Lane, monitoring. Grace caught his eye once. He looked away quickly. Runner, she thought, or informant, or both. But when he reached Raffi's table, his posture eased slightly. Raffi murmured something to him under his breath, too low for Grace to hear. The boy's shoulders shook once in a suppressed laugh. Lane's gaze flicked their way. Less comedy, more torque, she snapped. Yes, Supervisor, they chorused. Grace filed the boy's existence away. Potential vector, potential risk. Both. Halfway through the shift, Lane climbed the short stairs to where Grace stood. You're not just sightseeing, she said. I can tell. You're tracing something. The way the place breathes, Grace said. Lane nodded once. You said yesterday you grew up in a workshop, she said. I grew up in a lot of places, Grace said. But that's where I learned not to die every time a machine hiccuped. Lane considered her. You think you could fix half of this if I turned you loose, she asked. Half of this would fix me, Grace said. I'd rather not give it the satisfaction. Lane snorted. Honesty, she said. I like that. Her expression sobered. Listen, she said. Jonas may treat you like a piece he can move on a board. Silas may treat you like a sermon. Illustration. I don't have time for either. I have machines to keep from killing people. I've noticed, Grace said. He told me to keep you from touching anything, Lane said. Observation only. I'm willing to stretch that if you give me something I can use. Such as? Grace asked. Lane jerked her head toward the far corner, where a generator sat with its casing open, guts splayed. That one, she said. Backup unit for Sector 3. It's been acting up. Power drops, then surges. We've patched it 3 times. If it goes down during a storm, we lose pumps in that field. If we lose pumps, we lose crop. If we lose crop during a sermon week, she didn't have to finish. Silas would call it a test of faith. The fields would just call it hunger. Grace studied the generator. From here, she could already guess a few likely faults. A worn commutator, a loose connection, a failing regulator. What's in it for me? She asked. Lane's eyes narrowed. Besides not watching people starve, she said. Grace held her gaze. I meant immediately, she said. You want me to give you free labor while I'm still officially a specimen. Lane sighed. You're Cole's daughter, all right, she muttered. Fine. You help me stabilize that unit. I'll make sure your visits to the infirmary and the school don't get rescheduled for your inconvenience. Meaning? Grace asked. Meaning if you want to see the kids or talk to Ms. Kwan somewhere that isn't under a guard's nose, I'll find reasons, Lane said. That's more like it, Grace said. Lane jerked her chin toward the stairs. You have 10 minutes, she said. Touch that and only that. She marched back down, barking at someone about a misaligned belt. Grace descended slowly, feeling a dozen eyes tick toward her in a way again. She crossed to the generator. Up close it was worse than it looked. Cloth-insulated wires, some patched with mismatched tape. An old regulator box bolted onto a frame meant for something else. Dust caked in the corners. She placed her hands on the casing and closed her eyes for a second, listening. Her father had taught her to do that. Machines talk, he'd say. Not with words, with hums and clicks and smells. You listen long enough, you'll hear what's wrong before you see it. She listened. The baseline hum was steady. Every few seconds a faint whine rose, then dipped. A click, click, click from the regulator housing. She opened her eyes and bent to look. The regulator's contacts were blackened at the edges. Someone had filed them down recently, trying to get another few days out of them. She glanced up. Raffi was watching her from 2 tables away. His hands moved on his project, but his eyes were here. She made a small circling motion near the regulator with her finger. He nodded almost imperceptibly. Good, she thought. We see the same problem. She loosened one of the mounting screws and tilted the housing, just enough to see the wiring. 3 winters and you're still running through this? She murmured. You deserve a medal and a nap. The boy with the oil can drifted closer, pretending to inspect a wrench. He whispered without moving his lips. You're not supposed to touch, he said. She told me to, Grace whispered back, nodding toward Lane. 10 minutes. Help me by not making it 11. He suppressed a grin. Okay, he breathed. Just don't make it explode. They'll blame me. She smiled faintly and returned to the regulator. The contacts were too far gone for a proper repair, but she could spread the load more evenly, give them a little more surface area to bite. She used a small screwdriver to adjust the tension, careful not to strip the old screws. Then she tightened a loose ground wire, scraped a bit of corrosion off a terminal, and straightened a kink in the main feed. Try it, she called. Lane glanced over. You rewired my unit, she barked. I nudged your unit, Grace said. There's a difference. Lane scowled but jerked her chin at one of the workers. Spin it, she said. The man pulled the starter rope. The generator coughed, then settled into a smoother hum than before. The whine was gone. The regulator clicked once, then fell silent. Rafi's eyebrows rose. The boy with the oil can let out a tiny, impressed whistle. Lane watched the unit for a full 30 seconds, eyes narrowed. Better, she said grudgingly. How long? A week, Grace said. Maybe 2 if you're gentle. You need new contacts or a new regulator. Where would you put the new one? Lane asked. Not here, Grace said. Here is stupid. Too much dust, too much vibration. You mount it on that wall, run a short line, and if you have any sense, you add a second ground. Lane's mouth twitched. I'm out of sense, she said. Silas spent it on sermons. She raised her voice. 10 minutes are up, she called. Harlan, back to your perch. Grace stepped away from the generator, hands visible. As she climbed back to her spot by the wall, she felt the eyes again. Some curious, some wary, some, a very few, flickering with something like relief. The boy with the oil can passed beneath her platform. Name? She asked quietly. Finn, he muttered, short for Finnegan. Nice to meet you, Finn, she said. Nice to meet you, Trouble, he whispered. She smiled. Then she went back to watching. The infirmary smelled like antiseptic, sweat, and boiled herbs. Dana met her at the door with a clipboard and a weary smile that never quite reached her eyes. Sit, she said, pointing to a cot. We're pretending this is a checkup. That means I ask you stupid questions and you pretend to care. Grace sat. Any headaches? Dana asked in a bored clinical tone. Yes, Grace said. Mostly when Silas talks. Dana snorted. Shortness of breath? She asked. Only when I think about how many people eat because of him, Grace said. Chest pain? Dana asked. When I remember how many more starve because they're not in his spreadsheet, Grace said. Dana's pen scratched nonsense on the clipboard. Good, she said. You're not dead. That's the best diagnosis we offer now. She lowered her voice. Lane told me you fixed a generator, she said. Grace blinked. News travels fast, she said. Nothing travels faster than the rumor that something might break less, Dana said. Nice work. It was a bandage, Grace said. You need parts. Welcome to the apocalypse, Dana said, where everyone needs parts and no one has the catalog. She moved closer under the pretense of checking Grace's pupils. Listen, she murmured. Tonight's quiet. Tomorrow won't be. They're already moving the schedule around in the children's quarter. How? Grace asked, keeping her face neutral. Afternoon lessons extended, Dana said. Evening playtime canceled. They're bringing in extra staff from the blue band pool. They want the kids settled and out of the way before the assembly. Lena, Grace asked. In the second row, probably, Dana said. A good view of the stage. Grace's stomach twisted. You sound angry, she said. I'm tired, Dana said. Anger's just what happens when tired realizes it still cares. She pretended to check Grace's pulse. And you? She asked. What are you going to do with your stage time? Not faint, Grace said. Not cry, not throw up on his shoes. Beyond that, I'm open to suggestions. Dana's fingers tightened on her wrist. Don't let him make you say something you can't live with, she said. I'm not planning to say anything at all, Grace said. Silas always plans to make people speak, Dana said. Sometimes with their mouths, sometimes with what he does to them. Grace met her eyes. I know, she said. Dana let go and wrote something on the chart. Free period after this? She asked. Supposedly, Grace said. Go to the school, Dana said. Quan will be there. Tell her I said you needed supplemental cognitive evaluation. She'll know what that means. Grace smirked. You people and your codes, she said. Dana shrugged. We work in a place where someone can decide to call compassion inefficiency, she said. We have to talk sideways. Ms. Kwan's supplemental cognitive evaluation turned out to be a thin excuse to get Grace into the schoolroom when most of the children were gone. The space was small but orderly, with rough benches and a chalkboard. A faded alphabet chart from the old world hung crooked on one wall. Letters peeling. Ms. Kwan stood at the board, erasing arithmetic problems. Lena sat alone at a bench near the front, Bunny in her lap, lips moving as she traced the letters of her name with a finger. Grace. She'd copied it from a small scrap of paper. Grace's throat constricted. You spelled it right, she said softly. Lena's head snapped up. Her face brightened. You came, she said. Dana said I was too smart and needed extra homework, Grace said. Can you believe that? Lena giggled. Ms. Kwan turned, chalk in hand. Ah, she said. My two most troublesome students in one room. How lucky I am. Lena hopped off the bench and came closer, Bunny dangling. Are they going to hurt you? She asked in a rush. When you stand up there? Grace knelt so their eyes were level. I'm not going to make it easy for them, she said. That's not an answer, Lena said shrewdly. Grace smiled sadly. You're right, she said. Here's the answer I can give. I'm going to do everything I can to make them think twice before they try. And your dad? Lena asked. Is he going to come? Yes, Grace said. How do you know? Lena pressed. Because he always does, Grace said simply. Lena hugged Bunny tighter. I hope he doesn't get hurt, she said. I hope you don't either. Me too, Grace said. Ms. Kwan cleared her throat. Lena, why don't you go put the chalk back in the box for me? She said, carefully. Lena nodded and scampered off. Ms. Kwan stepped closer. They're moving the children's schedule, Grace said. Dana told me. Yes, Ms. Kwan said. They want them calm. Translation, they want them tired and quiet enough not to ask out loud why the man on the stage gets to decide who eats. You going to let them? Grace asked. Ms. Kwan's mouth curved. I'm going to keep them busy, she said, with stories about histories where ordinary people told men like Silas to sit down. Subtle, Grace said. I'm old, not stupid, Ms. Kwan said. If I tell them outright to resist, we all end up in the fields with no shoes. If I tell them about marches and strikes and votes, it just sounds like social studies. Grace folded her arms. Tomorrow, she said, when he puts me up there. You really think I can do something with just where I look? You'd be surprised how much a crowd can read into one person standing straight, Ms. Kwan said. They're hungry for someone to show them it's allowed to feel wrong about all this. And Jonas, Grace asked. What about him? Ms. Kwan said. He wants me to be a stress test, Grace said. His external auditor. He keeps talking like he's the one trying to keep this place from falling apart under its own weight. He's not wrong, Ms. Kwan said. He just doesn't realize that he's one of the weights. Grace blinked. You don't completely hate him, she said. Ms. Kwan sighed. I've watched a lot of men try to build systems, she said. Some do it for the crops, some do it for the control. Jonas does it for the model in his head. That makes him dangerous. It also means he might be able to see when the model is wrong, if someone shoves his face into it hard enough. You think he can be pushed, Grace said. I think everyone can, Ms. Kwan said. The question is whether they fall or whether they step. Lena came back, hands dusty. I put the chalk away, she announced. Good, Ms. Kwan said. Now go wash your hands before Bunny gets white spots. Lena scampered out. Ms. Kwan watched her go. She asked me if there was anywhere better than here, she said quietly. 3 nights ago. After lights out, whispered from her blanket. What did you say? Grace asked. I said yes, Ms. Kwan said. And then I hated myself because I couldn't tell her where or how to get there. Grace's chest hurt. What if better than here isn't a place, she said. What if it's this place but with different people holding the keys? That's an idea, Ms. Kwan said. Not a road. Every road starts as an idea, Grace said. Ms. Kwan gave her a sharp look. You're your father's daughter, she said. So I keep hearing, Grace said. Don't let them make you into only that, Ms. Kwan said. You're also yours. On the ridge, Cole watched the river. He'd left the binoculars behind for this part, relying instead on his own eyes and the instincts that had kept him alive in canyon gullies and sewer tunnels long before the grid had fallen. The river here was shallow but steady, cutting a silver curve along the far edge of the farm. On the near bank, low reeds grew thick, rustling softly. On the far bank, the farm's side, someone had cut the reeds back, leaving a narrow strip of open mud before the inner grass. He walked along the wild side, staying below the taller brush, feeling the ground with each step. Water left traces, footprints, trash, scum lines. He was looking for something else. There, a place where the current swirled differently, forming a small eddy. Logs had collected there, caught on something submerged. He crouched, squinting. Grating, just visible under the water's surface. The faint rectangular outline of a metal grate, bolted over a concrete opening where a drainage channel met the river. He slid down the muddy bank and stepped into the shallow water, boots sinking a fraction. Cold seeped through the leather. Up close, the grate was clear. Thick bars, spaced just narrowly enough to keep a grown man from squeezing through, but wide enough for smaller debris. He ran his fingers along the edge, feeling for maintenance marks. On one side, his fingertips brushed a small, raised bump of metal. Not rust, a bolt head. He counted them. 6 total. One had a softer edge, where someone had worn it smoother with repeated tightening or loosening. This gets opened, he murmured. Above him, on the farm side, he heard a faint clank. He froze, flattening himself against the concrete. Muted voices drifted down. "I told you this one clogs faster." "Well, maybe if we stopped dumping half the kitchen scraps down it." "To talk to the cooks, then. I'm not getting yelled at for blocked drains again." A metal tool banged against something overhead. One of the bolts vibrated under his fingertips. He smiled. Access point, he thought. Not just for water. He eased back out of the river and scrambled up the wild bank, ducking behind a bush. From his concealed vantage, he could see their boots now, 2 pairs, nearing the culvert opening on the farm side. One man knelt, grunting as he worked at a rusted nut. The other leaned on a shovel, bored. "Think they'll really bring him here?" the shovel man asked. "Harlan?" the kneeler said. "Who knows? Silas says one thing one week, Jonas says another the next." "Jonas says anything?" the shovel man snorted. "I thought he just looked at his boards and made faces." The kneeler laughed. "He talks," he said. "You're just not invited to those talks." The bolt under Cole's hand shifted again. The grate lifted a centimeter, then clanged back down. "We're going to have to take this off," the kneeler muttered. "Again. Tell you what, you go find the wheelbarrow. I'll start cursing now to save time." "You curse all the time," the other said, wandering off. "Efficient," the kneeler said to himself. Cole eased back, satisfied. This was a functional maintenance access. They opened it enough, often enough, to keep the drain clear, which meant it was a door. Small, awkward, wet, but a door. He retreated along the riverbank, already sketching possibilities. If he timed it right, he could slip in just after a cleaning, when the bolts were still loose. Or he could create a minor blockage upstream, forcing them to open it at an inconvenient time. Either way, it was another line of approach, another crack in the machine. When he returned to the ridge, mud on his boots and cold in his toes, Evelyn was waiting just below the crest. "You're wet," she observed. "Thank you, Agent," he said. "I hadn't noticed." She smirked. "Find anything?" she asked. "Culvert," he said, "with a grate that sees more action than your average gate." "So we have a pipe," she said, Add that to your fence segment and my slowly crumbling faith in institutions. He sat, pulling off one boot to wring out his sock. "How's your friend in the sky?" he asked. "Chatty," she said. "Control's been forwarding every stray mention of demonstration and guest from Covenant Chatter. They're definitely planning to center tomorrow's show on you and Grace." "Grace is already at the center," he said. "More so," Evelyn said. "Silas floated a line about inviting the ghost to lay down his arms and join the harvest. That's you, by the way, in case you missed it." "I caught the hint," he said. He pulled his boot back on. "So," she said, "let's stress test some assumptions. You have an entry point at the fence, a possible back door through the water, a sense of their power grid and seed control. What's the spine of your plan?" He thought about it, about Mills Ford, about Robert's warning, about Jonas's cabinet, about Grace's white band. "We hit the inner control, not the outer wall," he said. "We don't blow the silos. We decouple them. We take their eyes and hands off the switches around the same time Silas is trying to make a show of control. Then we redirect." "Redirect what?" she asked. "Grain," he said. "Food. Access. If we can unlock the vault without giving the Directorate a map for their own chain of custody, we can get seed to towns like Mills Ford without Silas being able to choke it." She stared. "You're trying to do a violent intervention and an agricultural reform at the same time," she said. "Do you have a better offer?" he asked. She sighed. "No," she said. "Just a healthy desire not to die in a silo over a philosophical point." He looked down at the farm. Fault lines ran through it. Not just wires and pipes. People. Lane, who had traded a small favor for a generator fix. Dana, who slipped extra doses. Raffi, who whispered to pumps and kids and data. Ms. Kwan, who taught rebellion as history. Lena, who learned other people's names and held on to a ragged bunny like it was the last piece of softness in the world. And Grace, who had been raised on the edge of the world and then shoved into its middle. The story Silas wanted tomorrow night was simple. A wild man humbled, a farm exalted, a girl saved from her father's selfishness by a larger, nobler system. Cole had seen that script before. Different actors, different courtrooms, same smug tone, same shrug at consequence. He picked up the binoculars again, focusing this time on Silo 3's base, on the guard rotations, on the little hut where the voice print console sat. "They think they built something inevitable down there," he said quietly. "Everyone thinks that about their favorite machine," Evelyn said, "until it breaks." He nodded. "Tomorrow," he said, "we show them what happens when the story gets a stress test." "And if it fails?" she asked. He lowered the glass, eyes hard. "Then we learn how to build something that doesn't start by putting a girl on a stage," and he said. In the valley, Saints Field rolled on, unaware. Oh, no. The ridge, two people who had once believed in rules and had watched them fail sat in the dirt and planned a different kind of trial. One with no judge's bench, no neat verdict, no illusion of clean hands, only fault lines, and the choice of where and how to push. Chapter 9. Demonstration. Day by the time the bell rang for first light, the farm of Saints already knew. They didn't know details, not the script, not the names, not the exact shape of the evening. But they knew the day was marked. You could feel it in the way people moved. Faster, tighter, more glances over shoulders, more checking of lists, more muttered prayers in corners and under breath. Grace woke to the sound of that tension. It was in the footsteps passing outside her door, in the clipped commands from a guard on the lane, in the hollow echo of the bell itself. 3 sharp peals, a pause, 3 more, longer than usual. She sat up slowly, rubbing grit from her eyes. Her first thought was of her father. Out there, moving, testing, counting. Her second thought was of the platform in the square, waiting like a gallows without a rope. She swung her legs off the bed and stood, joints stiff from too many nights on too thin a mattress. For a second, she just stood there, letting the familiar dread wash over her and then recede. Her father had taught her that trick. "Feel it," he'd said once, sitting with her on the workshop floor after a drill that had left her shaking. "Don't pretend it's not there. Name it, then decide what it gets to do." Fear? she'd said, small and angry at how much space it took up in her chest. Fear, he'd agreed. Today it can keep your eyes open and your hands steady. It doesn't get to choose your next move. She took a long breath now. All right, she whispered to the empty room. You can sit in the corner. You don't get the wheel. She washed quickly, dressed, checked the patch on her shoulder and the white band on her wrist. Still pending. Still special projects. Still leverage. When she stepped outside, the lane was busier than usual. Guards, normally just part of the scenery, were more visible. Posted at corners instead of just wandering, their rifles not quite as casual on their shoulders. Yellow-banded laborers moved in tight groups toward the fields, some whispering, some silent. Blue-banded caretakers hustled children toward the school, keeping them in tighter clusters than usual. Lena spotted Grace as she passed with her group. She didn't wave. She didn't dare. But her eyes lingered for a fraction longer than they should have. Grace tilted her chin in a tiny acknowledgement, then moved on. Raffi intercepted her outside the mess hall, 2 bowls of porridge in his hands, hair still damp from a hurried attempt at washing. Morning, chaos, he said. Morning, irrigation, she replied. They sat at the end of a bench, backs to the wall with a good view. Of the room, it buzzed. Not loudly, no one wanted to draw attention, but there was an undercurrent. People speaking in shorter sentences, forks clinking a little faster, children whispering, being shushed more often. They told you? Grace asked. Depends what you mean by told, Raffi said. Lane's board has the last bell marked with a red circle. That only happens when Silas plans a spectacle. Red for blood? Grace asked. Red for don't be caught doing anything interesting, he said. He ate a spoonful, grimaced. They watered it more, he said. Big day requires thin porridge, apparently. Keep them hungry and they're easier to move, Grace murmured. He glanced at her. You sure you're not secretly a covenant strategist? He asked. Wrong religion, she said. He smiled grimly. You have a schedule? He asked. She slid her slate onto the table between them. Morning, workshop observation, limited assistance, Lane. Midday, children's quarter. Orientation follow-up, Quan. Afternoon, rest towards reflection, Silas. Evening, assembly. The last word wasn't written, but it might as well have been carved into the wood. They really wrote reflection? Raffi said. Apparently I'm a mirror now, Grace said. His gaze flicked to her shoulder patch. You going to behave for them? He asked. I'm going to behave enough that they keep showing me things, she said, until it's too late to take them back. He studied her face. What do you need from me? He asked quietly. She weighed the question. Not, do you need anything? Not, can I help? What? Assuming she had a plan. Assuming she was already moving pieces. Her father would like this one, she thought. I need to know what breaks when the lights go out, she said. He blinked. In general, he asked. In the silos, she said. You told me yesterday about manual systems. How often do you drill switching to them? How many people actually know how? Drills? He snorted. We barely have time for actual maintenance. As for who knows, 6 maybe. Lane, me, Jonas, obviously, 2 of the senior techs, maybe a couple of older hands who remember the first winters. And if those 6 are all busy watching a man on a stage? She asked. He went still. You think he'd do that? Raffi said. Schedule a demonstration at the same time as a stress point? I think he already has, she said. He wants everyone's eyes on the square, not on the cables. Raffi's jaw tightened. What are you planning? He asked. Nothing stupid on my own, she said. That's the best answer you get right now. He stared at her for another heartbeat, then shrugged. Fine, he said. But if nothing stupid involves diesel in my pumps, I expect a heads up. You'll get it, she said. If I can help. Imram. A shadow fell across the table. Jonas. He stood there, hands behind his back, expression unreadable, red band neat on his wrist. Good morning, he said. Raffi straightened automatically. Supervisor, he said. Raffi, Jonas acknowledged. You're needed at Sector 3 after breakfast. One of the valve controllers is sticking again. Raffi nodded once. Yes, Supervisor. Jonas's gaze shifted to Grace. And you, he said, have a full day. So I'm told, she said. Lane's expecting you, he said. She was impressed yesterday. I achieved the miracle of basic maintenance, Grace said. Alert the scribes. He didn't smile. Miracles here are measured in hours of uptime, he said. Do your part, and no one freezes or starves tonight. Is that what this is? She asked. My part in tonight's performance? Jonas's eyes flickered. Everything here is connected, Grace, he said. What you do in the workshop affects what happens in the fields, which affects how nervous people are when they listen to Silas, which affects how likely they are to either listen or riot. The best systems keep people from realizing that until they need to. And yours, she asked. Ours is still learning, he said, which is why you're useful. He straightened. Workshop, he repeated, then Ms. Kwan, then Silas. He let his gaze linger for a beat. He asked for that last block specifically, Jonas added. Of course he did, she said lightly. He needs to rehearse his props. Don't underestimate him, Jonas said. He's not just theater. Neither am I, she said. He inclined his head, then moved on, distributing orders as he went, the farm's human scheduler walking through his living spreadsheet. Rafi waited until he was out of earshot. Careful, he said. Of what? She asked. Getting what you want, he said. People who do usually find out the price later. She finished her porridge and stood. Then let's make sure we set the price ourselves, she said. The workshop felt like a beehive running on controlled panic. Lane had 3 boards going now, not just one, each marked with tasks, sectors, and crude timelines. Someone had drawn a small wheat emblem in one corner of each board, then scratched it out. Morning, miracle worker, Lane said when Grace approached. You get your beauty sleep? I dreamed of regulators, Grace said. It was very romantic. Lane snorted. Today we're prepping for a storm that may or may not come, she said. Weather says clouds. Silas says opportunity. I say risk. That means we need every pump and backup unit ready in case he decides to make a point with the power. You think he'd cut it himself? Grace asked. For drama? Lane said. Yes. For more than a few minutes? No. He likes control too much to sit in the dark. What do you need? Grace asked. Lane jerked her thumb toward a workbench where a cluster of smaller devices lay half disassembled. Sector alarms, she said. Little noisemakers tied to the main grid. They go off if the voltage drops below a certain threshold. We're supposed to test and calibrate them every month. It's been longer. Grace picked one up. A metal box, no bigger than a lunch tin, with a small horn on one side and a tangle of wires inside. A simple threshold circuit, the kind you could build from a scavenged radio and a bit of patience. How many? Grace asked. 16, Lane said. 4 per quadrant. I want at least 8 working by sundown. Not much of a margin, Grace said. Welcome to my life, Lane replied. Grace set the alarm box down and rolled up her sleeves. Fine, she said. Show me your schematic. Over the next 2 hours, she lost herself in the work. It helped. It always had. Circuits were honest. Wires didn't pretend to be anything other than what they were. Paths. They could fail, but they didn't lie about it. She tested each unit with a jury-rigged power source, listening for the wail when she dropped the voltage. Some screamed properly, some whined weakly, some did nothing at all. Corroded contacts, she told Lane, holding up one failed unit, and at least one of these was wired backwards. Whoever did that owes you a drink. If I ever find out who it was, I'll make them drink from the septic line, Lane said. By mid-morning, they had 9 functioning alarm boxes. Lane wiped sweat from her forehead with the back of her wrist. Good enough, she said. I'll have Finn and the others mount them on the segments Jonas flagged. Which segments? Grace asked casually. Lane pointed at the board. 3 on the inner fence near the silos, she said. 3 near the main hall. 3 sprinkled along the outer fence where we've had issues. Segment 12? Grace asked. Lane shot her a sideways look. You have a favorite? She asked. It sparked the other night, Grace said. Near my lane. Lane grunted. Yeah, she said. That one's on the list. Jonas doesn't like surprises. Grace filed that away. If her father had tested segment 12 once, he'd likely use it again. If alarms were being added there today, they'd have to adjust. She finished tightening the last casing screw and handed the unit to Lane. You ever think about leaving? She asked. Lane blinked. Now, she said. In the middle of calibration? In general, Grace said. You're good. You could run a shop anywhere. Where? Lane asked simply. Anywhere people need machines, Grace said. Which is everywhere, Lane said. And nowhere. Out there, I'm one more pair of hands begging for parts in a market. In here, at least. I get to decide which machines break and when. You like that? Grace asked. Lane's mouth twisted. No, she said, but I like it better than watching someone who's never held a wrench make those calls. She set the alarm box aside. Go, she said. Ms. Kwan will have my hide if you're late for cognitive reflection. You mean history, Grace said. Same thing, Lane replied. The children's quarter buzzed louder than usual. Grace could hear it before she even reached the central yard. A high, thin cacophony of voices, squeals, arguments, and song. It sounded almost like a normal schoolyard, except for the ever-present shadow of the fence and the guard at the gate. Ms. Kwan met her at the entrance. Ah, she said, my favorite test subject. Come in, come in. Try not to teach them any more bad habits than they already have. You say that like you don't, Grace said. Ms. Kwan's eyes sparkled behind her glasses. I merely present historical context, she said. What they do with it is on them. Lena barreled into Grace's side like a small missile. You came again, she said, wrapping her arms around Grace's waist. I heard there was a lesson, Grace said. I didn't want to miss out. We're learning about marches, Lena said importantly. People who walked and walked and walked until somebody listened. Good topic, Grace said. Lots of useful metaphors. Ms. Kwan clapped her hands. All right, small rebellions, she called. Settle. Our guest has work to do, and so do you. The children scrambled back to their benches. Grace sat at the side of the room, ostensibly there for her evaluation, really there to watch how the kids absorbed Ms. Kwan's version of history. On the board, Ms. Kwan had drawn 3 rough figures, a man in a suit with a bullhorn, a woman with a sign, a child holding someone's hand. Who remembers what we talked about yesterday? She asked. Hands shot up. Yes, Sammy, she said. That sometimes the rules are wrong, a boy said, and if enough people say so at the same time, they can change them. Very good, Ms. Kwan said. And did the people who made the rules like it when that happened? No, the children chorused. Why not? She asked. Because they like telling everyone what to do, Lena said, bouncing slightly on her bench. And did the people who were marching stop? Ms. Kwan asked. No, came the answer. Why not? She asked. A smaller girl raised her hand tentatively. Yes, Mira, Ms. Kwan said. Because they were right, Mira said, even if the men with the microphones said they weren't. Grace felt a lump rise in her throat. Ms. Kwan glanced at her, just for a second, then turned back to the board. Now, she said, tonight we're going to have our own assembly. Not a march. Exactly, but a gathering. Someone will be on a platform. Someone with a microphone. She didn't say Silas's name. She didn't have to. And when he speaks, Ms. Kwan said, what will you do? Listen, several children said. And think, Mira added. And what else? Ms. Kwan prodded. Watch, Lena said. Who? Ms. Kwan asked. The other people, Lena said. The person on the stage, the guards, the people in the back. Very good, Ms. Kwan said, because sometimes the most important part of an assembly isn't what's being said. It's what people do when they hear it, Grace finished softly. Ms. Kwan shot her a quick approving glance. Exactly, she said. She moved on to a simpler reading exercise, careful not to linger on the dangerous edge of that topic too long. After the lesson, as children spilled out for a brief recess, Ms. Kwan caught Grace's sleeve. They're going to have them there, Grace said quietly. Front row if they can. Yes, Ms. Kwan said, so they can see mercy, so they can hear about choices. Lena thinks my father's a hero, Grace said. Silas thinks he's a cautionary tale. Both can be true, Ms. Kwan said. Grace stared at her. Can they? She asked. Ms. Kwan's mouth curved sadly. I've lived long enough to see the same person be a monster to some and a saint to others, she said, often on the same day. You think my father's a monster? Grace asked quietly. I think he's a man who's done things he thought he had to do, Ms. Kwan said. So is Silas. The difference is which direction they were facing when they pulled the trigger. Which one was facing toward people? Grace asked. That's what tonight will decide, Miss Kwan said. For a lot of eyes. Grace's stomach twisted. Silas asked to see me this afternoon, she said. Jonas made sure I knew it was a personal request. Of course, Miss Kwan said. He'd never let a chance like this go without a rehearsal. Any advice? Grace asked. Yes, Miss Kwan said. Remember that you don't owe him a story where he's the hero. Grace thought of her father on the ridge, refusing Director Fairbank's request. No, she said. He's not the hero. None of them are. And you? Miss Kwan asked. I just want to live through the third act, Grace said. Miss Kwan squeezed her arm. Then do what you have to, she said, and try not to give any lines away for free. Silas Crowe's private room was not as grand as Grace had expected. For a man who ran his sermons like theater, she'd half assumed his personal space would be designed for effect. Large windows, big desk, symbols carefully placed. Instead, when Jonas ushered her through the door after lunch, she found something closer to a monk's study. A sturdy wooden table with a few neatly stacked books, a simple bed against one wall, a small shelf with what might have been personal items, a carved wooden bird, a worn Bible, a small framed photograph of a field from before the collapse. No ostentatious displays of wealth. Just order. Silas stood by the narrow window, hands clasped behind his back, looking out at the farm. The light lines of the inner fence, the silos, the square where he'd stood the night before, with his hand almost, but not quite, on her shoulder. Grace, he said without turning. Silas, she replied. He glanced over his shoulder, smiled. Please, he said. Sit. She took the chair opposite the table. He remained standing for a moment longer, then came to join her, setting a cup of something that smelled faintly of mint on the table between them. Tea? He offered. I've had enough things put in my body by this place for one day, she said. He chuckled softly. You're cautious, he said. Good. Caution is a kind of wisdom. Is kidnapping a kind of wisdom too? She asked. Depends, he said, on what you do with the person you've taken. She held his gaze. Is this what you wanted to talk about? She asked. Methodology? In part, he said. He folded his hands on the table. I wanted to talk about stories, he said. She almost laughed. Of course you did, she said. You don't believe in them? He asked. I believe in their power, she said. I just don't trust the people who think they get to write everyone else's. He inclined his head. Fair, he said. Your father feels much the same way. You don't know what my father feels, she said. I know what he's done, Silas said, and I know what that tells me about his view of obligation. Obligation, she repeated. He gestured toward the window. How many people do you think Saints Field feeds? He asked. Depends on the season, she said. Depends on how much you keep in the vault and how much you trade. He smiled faintly. You really are his daughter, he said. A politician would have said enough, or as many as we can. You look for variables. I count things that can starve, she said. Good, he said. Then count with me. We feed everyone inside these fences. That's hundreds. We supply grain to towns like Mills Ford. We trade seed to smaller outposts, who in turn feed others. We're not a charity, but we are a node, a vital one. Vitality doesn't erase kidnapping, she said. No, he agreed, but it contextualizes it. She stared at him. And that makes it all right, she asked. Because you're so important? It makes it necessary, he said. She laughed, short and sharp. That's what everyone says right before they do something horrible, she said. It was necessary. His eyes hardened. I expect that kind of moral absolutism from your father, he said. He has the luxury of sitting on a mountain and calling everyone else complicit. You've seen more of the world now. I've seen your farm, she said. Your fences, your silos, your sick people. And the healthy ones, he said. The children who aren't starving in the ruins of cities. The fields that yield enough to build reserve. The clinics that still have antibiotics because we ration them. With a spreadsheet, she said. With a covenant, he corrected. An agreement. Work in exchange for survival. Order in exchange for protection. And where does kidnapping land on the covenant, she asked. Footnote? Asterisk? He took a breath. Let it out slowly. I won't insult you by pretending we didn't take you, he said. We did. We targeted you. We removed you from your home without consent. That is a violation, and I own it. She blinked. He continued. I did it because your father has something we need, he said. Knowledge, systems, methods. Call it what you want. He has built a machine on that mountain that has kept people alive in conditions that would have killed them elsewhere. That makes him a resource, a dangerous one because he answers to no one, but still a resource. And you don't think you can negotiate with him, she said. I know I can't, he said. We've tried. He doesn't trust the Covenant. He doesn't trust the Directorate. He trusts his own judgment in his own circle. And until very recently, that circle was very small. Me, she said. You, he said. The one person whose safety he values above his solitude. So we made a choice. Approach him again with words he has already rejected, or change the conditions under which he's listening. By stealing me, she said. Yes, he said. She shook her head slowly. You think that makes you honest? She asked. I think it makes me clear, he said. I don't pretend this is anything else. I took you because I want him to come down from his mountain, because I believe what he knows can save more lives here than up there, and because I believe he is more dangerous isolated than integrated. Integrated, she repeated. Into what? Into something larger than himself, he said. A system that will survive him. A covenant that binds his knowledge to a broader obligation than one ridge and one daughter. You mean your system, she said. Your covenant. Your rules. Yes, he said simply. And if he says no? She asked. Silas's gaze didn't waver. Then you stay here, he said, under our protection, with access to his work, if he chooses to send it, without him, if he doesn't. She stared at him, stunned. You'd keep me, she said. Yes, he said. That's not protection, she said. That's punishment. No, he said softly. Punishment would be throwing you back out there with a target painted on your back and no resources. This is containment with purpose. She laughed again, harsher this time. You talk like a court opinion, she said. Our lawyer once asked for leniency with supervision. The judge said no. Then the man who killed my family walked out of that building with time served and a fine. Silas leaned forward. Ah, he said. There it is. The wound. She wanted to punch him for how gently he said it. You think I built this place because I hate courts? He asked. I think you built it because you like control, she said. Bo, he said. I watched the old world let people die slowly while pretending they were being processed. I watched systems crumble because no one wanted to admit the rules they loved were killing people. I swore when we started here that at least we'd be honest about what we were doing. And what are you doing? She demanded. Choosing, he said. Every day. Who works? Who rests? Who gets medicine? Who doesn't? Who stays? Who goes? It's ugly, it's hard, but it's done in the open, with the understanding that food and shelter have a cost. Except when the choice is me, she said. That one you made in the dark. He didn't flinch. I made that one with every eye I have on the river and the hill, he said, because everything outside those fences is dark now, Grace. There are no neutral spaces left, only enclaves and wastelands. If your father doesn't come down, this farm survives without him. If he does, it thrives. The region thrives. And what about the people who built it before you decided it needed his help? She asked. Rafi, Lane, Dana, Miss Kwan. You act like this place is just you and your silos. It's not. I know, he said quietly. Do you? She pressed. Because when you talk about integrating my father, what I hear is, I want to plug him into a machine that's already running on other people's backs and take credit for the extra power. His eyes darkened. You think I want credit? He asked. I think you need it, she said, for your story, for your sermons. The man who tamed the ghost in the mountain, the covenant that saved the seeds and souls of the valley. That's a great line for the next time you stand on that platform. He sat back, studying her. You really do see through everything, he said softly. No, she said. Just you. The corner of his mouth twitched. Your father would say the same about me, he said, which is why we've never been able to stand in the same room without wanting to shoot each other. You think tonight's going to change that? She asked. I think tonight will force a decision, he said. For him. For you. What decision? She asked. Where your loyalty lies, he said. She laughed, bitter and incredulous. You think it's that simple? She asked. Like I'm a coin to be flipped between father and farm? I think you can either cling to one man's vision of a world that's already gone, he said, or you can help shape the one that's being built here. By kidnapping, she said again. By necessity, he said. Stop using that word like it's magic, she snapped. It doesn't erase the violence you're doing. It just gives you something to hide behind when you go to sleep. He went very still. You think I sleep easily? He asked. I think you sleep, she said. That's enough. They sat in silence for a long moment. Finally, he stood. Tonight, he said, I will ask your father to come down. I will offer him a place here, not as a prisoner, not as a pet, as a partner. He will either accept or he won't. If he does, you go back to him. If he doesn't, you stay. You're giving me to him if he plays along, she said, like a prize. I'm giving him back what we took, he said. And if he decides I don't walk back up that hill with him, she asked, if he thinks this place needs what he knows more than I need him, Silas's eyes flickered. Then you will still have a place here, he said, not as leverage, as a mind we cannot afford to waste. You really think I'd stay if he walked away? She asked. I think you care about the children, he said, about the fields, about the people your father's choices and mine affect. I think that care may someday outweigh your anger. And what do you think I care about tonight? She asked. He met her gaze. Surviving, he said, and seeing who your father chooses to be. He moved to the door and opened it. Rest, he said. You'll need your strength. She stood. I won't say what you want me to, she said. I didn't ask you to, he said. I want you to say what's true. She laughed once, humorless. Then we're both going to be disappointed, she said. On the ridge, afternoon shadows stretched long. Evelyn lay on her back under the tarp, one arm flung over her eyes, the other holding the radio. Control, Shaw, she said. Confirm you're still riding the outer orbit. Static crackled, then the calm, measured voice responded. Affirmative, Shaw, Control said. Drone is maintaining altitude and distance. No changes to Covenant assembly timing have been detected. Third bell remains likely. Any sign they've noticed you? She asked. Not overtly, Control said. There was some chatter about eyes in the sky from a mid-level Covenant officer. Jonas, we think. He's not pressing the issue. Yet. Jonas knows you're listening, she said. He knows I'm here. Don't mistake his silence for ignorance. Noted, Control said. Any updates on Harlan? He's busy making my stress ulcers worse, she said. He found a drainage culvert that feeds into the farm's water system, confirmed it gets regular maintenance from inside. He's also modified at least one fence segment. You'd call it prepping ingress points. I call it tempting fate. We appreciate your candor, Control said. You sound tense. Really, she said. Is it the part where you're circling like a vulture over a cult farm full of seed vaults and stolen daughters that tipped you off? Shaw, Control said, a smile hidden under the word. We're not vultures. We're more like oversight. Tell that to the people who see your shadow and think the sky picked a side, she said. We haven't, Control said. Not yet. Then listen carefully, she said. When the assembly starts tonight, you're going to see a lot of movement. Guards repositioning, crowds gathering, maybe a man on a stage saying things you like about order and food security. Do not mistake that for stability. It's theatrical. The real stress is going to be happening in their systems, the silos, the fences, the water. You expect Harlan to target infrastructure, not personnel, Control said. Yes, she said. He's not a raider. He's an engineer. If he wanted to pile bodies, he'd have done it on that ridge years ago. Understood, Control said. Our priority remains preventing large-scale disruption to grain distribution. Your priority had better also include not getting him killed because you panicked when a light flickered, she said. Is that concern I hear, Shaw? Control asked. Yes, she snapped. For the girl on the stage and the people in the square and the idiot on the ridge who thinks he can fix everything he ever hated about courts and cults in one night. You think he can't? Control asked. She closed her eyes. I think no one can, she said, which is why you and I are going to have to be very careful about how much we help and how much we just let happen. You're advocating for restraint, Control said. That's not your usual posture. Destruction's easy, she said. You taught me that. Stabilization's the hard part. There was a pause then. All right, Control said. We'll hold, observe. If Covenant forces move to execute or harm the girl as leverage against Harlan, we reserve the right to intervene. Fine, she said. But if you do, make sure you're not helping Silas paint him as the villain. We'll do our best, Control said. Your best gets people shot sometimes, she said. So does yours, Control replied mildly. She shut the radio off before she said something that would get her reassigned permanently. When she rolled onto her side, Cole was sitting a few feet away, checking the charges in his pack. You're making friends, he said. Don't start, she muttered. He zipped the pack closed. Showtime's coming, he said. I hate showtime, she said. You joined the Directorate, he reminded her. You live for showtime. I joined when showtime meant depositions and hearings and late-night raids on people laundering money through fake charities, she said. Not this. He studied her. You could walk away, he said. Tonight, go back to Mills Ford. Report that the ghost and the cult destroyed each other. Her jaw clenched. No, she said. I'm in this now, whether I like it or not. Why? He asked. She looked down at the farm, at the square, at the silos, at the faint smudge of the children's quarter. Because someone has to be, she said. Someone who still remembers what it felt like when we tried to solve problems without fences and rifles. He nodded. He understood that more than he liked to admit. What's your line? She asked. What do you mean? He said. You can't cross it, she said. The thing that, if it happens tonight, makes you change the plan completely. He considered. If Grace gets shot, he said. Obviously, she said. Beyond that, if Silas tries to turn the vault into a bomb, he said, if he threatens the seed itself, there are some things you can't rebuild easily. People, soil, trust, not in one lifetime. And if the Directorate decides to land, she asked, I'll treat them like another variable, he said. Not the worst one, not the best. You think of everything in terms of variables, she said. Helps me keep from making gods out of men, he said. She looked down at his hands. They were steady as he checked the last of his gear. You scared? She asked. Yes, he said. Good, she said. Means you're still thinking. He shouldered the pack. Third bell, he said. That's when he'll bring her up again. And you? She asked. I'll already be inside by then, he said. As the sun slid toward the horizon, Saints Field began to change. Work wound down faster than usual. Tools were stowed with more care, not because supervisors insisted, but because people knew they might not get back to them right away. The mess hall served an early, hurried meal, thinner portions, but enough to keep people from fainting in the square. Grace ate little. Her throat was too tight for more than a few bites. She spent the hour before the assembly alone in her small house, sitting on the edge of the bed, hands clasped between her knees, breathing. In, out. She thought of 1,000 possible futures. One where her father stormed the square with explosions and gunfire. One where he stayed on the ridge and watched her choose a side. One where Silas's story worked and people she'd started to like looked at her like a traitor or saint, depending on what she said. None of them fit. All of them hurt. A knock on the door startled her. Yeah, she called. The door opened. Jonas, of course. He held a small object in his hand. Ready? He asked. No, she said, but that seems to be the fashion around here. He stepped inside, shut the door behind him. I need you to understand something before we go, he said. If this is another sales pitch, she began. It's not, he said. It's a warning. She stopped. That's new, she said. He held up the object, her token, the black wheat emblem Cole had taken from the Covenant Raider days ago. Except this wasn't that one. This was newer, less worn. I know your father took one of these from our people, Jonas said. He's been carrying it. We've got reports from outposts. They call him the ghost with the wheat. He kept it to remember what you did, she said. He kept it because he understands symbols, Jonas replied. Like Silas does, like you do. He stepped closer, pressing the token into her palm. The metal was cold. You'll be on that platform as a symbol tonight, he said. To him, to the crowd, to your father. I can't change that. What you do with it is up to you. She curled her fingers around the token. You really going to let him frame this as a choice between him and my father, she said. That's the story he's chosen, Jonas said. I'm not sure it's the one the farm will keep. You think they'll see through him, she asked. I think some will see through all of us, he said. Silas, your father, me, you. They'll see hunger and fear and power playing dress up as righteousness. And what do you see? She asked. He hesitated. Stress test, he said, on a scale larger than I've ever run. You sound almost scared, she said. I am, he said. If your father hits the wrong part of this system, we could lose more than Silas. And if he hits the right part, she asked. Then this place might finally stop pretending it's inevitable, Jonas said. He moved to the door. Whatever happened, he said, hand on the latch, don't let him speak for you. Which him, she asked. Any of them, he said. He opened the door. The sound from the square rolled in. Voices, feet, the distant clang of the bell. Second bell. Time to go. Grace slipped the new token into her pocket beside the old one she'd taken from her father's workshop. The broken piece of dashboard from the car that had killed her mother and brother. 2 pieces of metal. 2 kinds of damage. She stepped out into the lane and walked toward the square. At the fence near segment 12, a small, almost imperceptible shift occurred. An alarm box, newly mounted on a post by Finn's careful hands, connected to the grid through freshly tightened wires. It sat quietly, waiting for a threshold to be crossed. A few inches below it, half hidden in the grass, the tent peg Cole had driven last night anchored a thin, insulated wire to the damp earth. The patrol passed, talking about the assembly. Think he'll really show up? One asked. Who? The ghost, the other said. Nah, men like that like their mountains. They walked on. 3 minutes later, a slender, non-conductive rod slid up from the ditch, carrying the other end of a different wire. The rod's tip touched the fence. A spark snapped. The alarm box flickered. Not enough. The rod withdrew, adjusted, touched again. This time the spark was brighter, longer. The alarm box hiccuped. Its threshold chip, old and slightly corroded, misread the surge as a test blip and did not sound. On the ridge, Evelyn watched the nearby tower. No change in posture, no sudden radio chatter. She exhaled slowly. Okay, she whispered. Okay. Below, Cole finished his adjustments, anchored the second wire to his original bridge, and pulled himself along the ditch to a narrow, muddy depression where the fence sagged a fraction lower. He'd picked this spot because the ground dipped just enough that if the voltage dropped, someone could slide under with only minor burning. He strapped a small device, a shaped charge no bigger than his hand, to one of the posts, not to blow it apart, just to make it look damaged. He set a timer, covered it with dirt, and rolled away. 15 minutes from now, there would be a pop and some sparks. The nearest alarm, now miscalibrated, might squawk, or it might not. Either way, the patrols would converge on this segment, away from the culvert, away from Silo 3's side gate. Lines of approach were rarely straight. He moved along the ditch toward the river. The square of Sainsfield became a bowl. People filed in from every lane, every field, every corridor. They clustered in loose groups, sorted by habit more than rule. Laborers together, blue-banded caretakers near the children, red-banded specialists forming smaller knots. Guards took positions at the perimeter, forming a loose ring. The platform loomed above, floodlights mounted at its corners. Silas stood at the base of the steps, speaking quietly with Jonas. Grace hung back near the edge of the crowd, not yet called forward, feeling their eyes on her. Dana stood with a cluster of clinic staff, face pale but set. Lane leaned against a post near the workshop path, arms folded, eyes scanning the guards more than the stage. Raffi lurked near the back, close to an access path that led toward the pumps and silos. Ms. Kwan stood with the children, one hand on Lena's shoulder. Lena clutched Bunny, eyes wide. The bell rang. Once, twice, 3 times. Silas walked up the steps. The crowd went quiet. He stood before them, hands resting lightly on the podium. He didn't speak immediately. He let the silence deepen, become a presence of its own. Then, brothers, he said, sisters, children of the field. His voice carried easily. We stand tonight at the edge of something, he said. Not a cliff, a crossroads. Grace watched him. Not his words, his eyes. They swept the crowd, pausing on clusters, lingering on faces, measuring. When we began here, he said, we had nothing but seed, soil, and determination. No directorate, no ridges, no ghosts, just us, and the knowledge that if we didn't build something together, we would die apart. Murmurs of agreement. The old world had its courts and councils, he said, its committees and commissions. We know how well those did when it mattered. A few bitter laughs. We built something different, he said. Not perfect, never perfect, but honest, transparent, a covenant where work and hunger, shelter and duty were bound together. He let his gaze drift pointedly toward the children. Many of you brought your children here because you believed what we promised, he said. Food, safety, purpose. Murmurs again, some nods. Today, he said, we add a new variable to that promise. He gestured. Grace, he said, join me. Every eye turned. Grace swallowed, then walked. Each step felt like it took a year. She climbed the steps, feeling the roughness of the wood under her boots, the heat of the floodlights on her face. Silas stepped aside slightly, giving her space at the front of the platform. The crowd was a sea of faces, some curious, some hostile, some hopeful. She caught fragments. Madman's girl. Looks just like him around the eyes. So young. Lena stood near the front, eyes huge. Ms. Kwan's hand on her shoulder was firm. Rafi's gaze was sharp and calculating. Dana's hands were clenched white around a folded cloth. Lane's jaw was tight. Jonas stood at the side of the platform, arms folded, eyes on the crowd, not on Silas. Silas raised a hand. Many of you have heard stories, he said, about the ridge, about the man who lives there, about the machines he built, the raids he repelled, the offers he refused. He nodded toward Grace. This is his daughter, he said, Grace Harlan, raised in a place that answered only to itself, a place that took from our stores when raiders came, but never acknowledged the network that made those stores possible. Murmurs, some angry, some just confused. We could have treated that isolation as an insult, Silas said. We could have written off the ridge as a lost cause, a fortress we'd never breach. He shook his head. But the world is too small now for such luxury, he said. We cannot afford islands of knowledge surrounded by seas of hunger. We cannot afford men who hoard what they know and call it righteousness. You mean you can't afford anyone you can't control, Grace said quietly. The nearest few rows heard. Some flinched. Silas smiled faintly. Grace speaks plainly, he said. She has her father's tongue as well as his mind. He turned, facing the hills. Facing, whether he could see it or not, the ridge where Cole lay. Cole Harlan, he called, voice ringing. Ghost of the mountain. You're watching. I know you are. You love your daughter too much to look away. On the ridge, Cole tensed. He lay just below the crest, rifle beside him, eyes on the square through the long glass Evelyn had finally allowed them to use, carefully shielded from glint. He saw Silas. He saw Grace. He saw Lena and Ms. Kwan, and Rafi and Dana and Lane. He saw the guards. He saw the silos beyond. He said nothing. Tonight, Silas called, I offer you a choice. He spread his arms, palms open. You can stay where you are, he said. You can cling to the illusion of self-sufficiency, a man on a hill with a pile of tools and a story about how everyone else failed. You can watch your daughter become part of something you despise, and you can tell yourself you stayed pure. Grace's fingers dug into her palm around the tokens. Or, Silas continued, you can come down. You can bring what you know. You can sit at this table, under these lights, and help us build something that outlasts all of us. Not as a servant, as a partner, Evelyn muttered under her breath. Partner, she said. That's one word for it. Silas's voice softened. Grace will not be harmed, he said. Not by us. Not unless someone outside these fences chooses violence over cooperation. Cole's jaw clenched. There it was. The implied sentence. If you attack, it will be your fault when she bleeds. Silas turned slightly, addressing both the crowd and the unseen watcher. I will keep her here, he said. Fed, sheltered, given work worthy of her mind. She will be safe. She will have purpose. What she will not have is a father who chooses isolation over obligation. The crowd murmured. Some looked up at Grace, eyes filled with sympathy, some with resentment. Silas looked at her now. And you, Grace, he said, you have a choice as well. She stared at him. At what point did this stop being a speech and start being a hostage negotiation, she asked. He smiled. It was always both, he said. He lowered his voice. Not enough for the crowd not to hear, but enough to make it feel intimate. You can stand with your father's myth, he said, or you can stand with the people here who have taken you in, however imperfectly. She thought of Lena's question. Is he coming? She thought of Ms. Kwan's quiet words. Don't let them make you into only that. She thought of her father, fingers on a steering wheel, watching a drunk man walk 3 years ago. She thought of Jonas, admitting the system's fragility. She thought of Rafi's pumps, Dana's bandages, Lane's machines, the children's reading lesson about marches. She lifted the microphone from the podium. It felt heavy. Do I have your permission to speak? She asked. Silas spread his hands. Say whatever is true, he said. She looked out at the crowd. Okay, she said. Here's what's true. The square held its breath. I grew up on a mountain, she said. Most of you know that by now. You've heard the stories. The ghost in the ridge, the madman, the engineer who hates everyone. A few nervous chuckles. Here's the part you don't know, she said. He hates systems that pretend consequences don't exist. He hates men who stand in buildings and call death a tragedy instead of a failure. He hates judges who watch a drunk man kill a family and then call it unfortunate when he walks free. Silas's eyes widened a fraction. He doesn't hate you, Grace said. He doesn't even know most of you. He hates what people with power did with their machines and their courts. He hates what they didn't do. She took a breath. My mother and brother died in a car that he didn't drive, she said. A judge could have given that man time to understand what he'd done. Instead, the judge gave him time served and a fine. That's why my father went up the mountain. Murmurs rippled. Not this story. Not like this. Silas's fingers tightened on the podium edge. When the world fell, Grace continued, he stayed up there. He built something that kept us alive. He refused offers from men with guns. He refused offers from people with desks. He refused you, Silas, because he didn't trust any system that concentrated food and power behind fences again. She pointed at the silos. He wasn't wrong about that, she said. A few nods, a few scowls. He also wasn't right about everything, she said. We had enough on that ridge, enough for us, enough to share with travelers if they made it up, but not enough to change anything beyond our line of sight. Not enough for Lena, not enough for Mills Ford, not enough for all the people whose names we never learned because they died before they knew that ridge existed. Rafi's throat worked. Ms. Kwan's eyes shone behind her glasses. I'm not going to stand here and tell you he's a hero, Grace said. He's done things that scared me. He's built weapons I wish he hadn't. He's walked away from deals because he couldn't stomach the cost. And sometimes that cost landed on someone else's back. She turned toward the hills. But he never pretended it was anything other than what it was, she said. He never called it a covenant to make himself feel better about the lives that hung on his choices. Silas's jaw tightened. You say you're honest, she said to him, that you own what you've done. So own this. You took me to move a man. You dressed it up in words about integration and obligation. But you kidnapped me because you wanted leverage. Not for the farm, for your vision of it. The crowd rustled. Some looked shocked that she said it so plainly. Some looked like they'd been waiting to hear it said out loud. Silas Crowe and Cole Harlan have more in common than either of them want to admit, Grace said. They both think they're the only ones who see the whole picture. They both think they have the right to choose for everyone else. One used a courtroom once, the other uses a platform. Both call it necessity. She looked down at Lena. At some point, she said, children like Lena are going to grow up and ask what we did with their hunger and our power. I'm not interested in telling them we hid behind words like necessity while we moved them around like pieces on a board. She took a breath, then another, feeling the crowd's attention like a pressure against her skin. You want to know where my loyalty is? She asked. It's not with a man on a hill or a man on a platform. It's with the girl holding a stuffed rabbit. It's with the nurse who stays up too late to slip someone extra medicine. It's with the mechanic who keeps pumps running even when the supervisor forgets about the rust. It's with the teacher who tells kids about marches and makes sure they know they can walk someday too. Dana closed her eyes. Lane stared at the ground. Rafi's hand gripped the strap of his bag until his knuckles went white. Miss Kwan's lips trembled. Lena hugged Bunny so tight its stitched ear bent. My father will come, Grace said, voice steady. Not because you're noble, Silas. Not because he believes in your covenant. He'll come because he loves me and because he hates what you're doing with the seeds in those silos. He'll come because he sees the downstream of your decisions as clearly as he saw the downstream of that judge's. She looked at the hills again. And when you do, she said, Dad, if you can hear me, listen carefully. I'm not asking you to blow this place up for me. I'm asking you to make sure it can't belong to just one man ever again. Not him, not you. Silas's face had gone pale. The crowd was dead silent. Evelyn whispered on the ridge. Holy hell. Cole's chest hurt. He couldn't look away. Grace turned back to the crowd. Whatever happens tonight, she said, I will not be your symbol. Not his. Not yours. I'm not mercy. I'm not judgment. I'm a person who got dragged into a fight between two men who want to decide the shape of other people's lives. I will not help either of them pretend they're doing it for God. Silas's voice when it came was softer and sharper. You're angry, he said. Yes, she said, and I'm done pretending it's not justified. He stepped closer. Anger is powerful, he said. It can burn. It can fuel. The question is what you do with it. I just answered that, she said. He met her gaze. There is still a choice to be made, he said. By your father, by you, by everyone here. He turned back to the crowd. We will not harm Grace, he said. We will not touch a hair on her head, no matter what her father chooses. That is my promise, as long as no one attacks this farm. Evelyn muttered, conditional mercy. Classic. We will hold this line, Silas said. We will stand in covenant. If the ghost comes down in peace, we will welcome him. If he comes down with weapons, we will defend what we have built. He raised his hands. The third bell has rung, he said. The choice is his. On the ridge, Cole glanced at Evelyn. Time, he said. She nodded, throat tight. Remember, she said, infrastructure, not blood. Blood will come anyway, he said. That's not my choice anymore. He slid back from the crest and disappeared over the far side, heading toward the river and the culvert, packed tight on his shoulders, mind a map of wires and doors. In the square, Grace stepped back from the edge of the platform, fingers still wrapped around the two tokens in her pocket. In her palm, cold metal pressed into skin. Wheat, dashboard, covenant, court. Two systems that had failed her family in different ways. Two systems whose ghosts were about to collide in the dust of a farm that thought it had tamed hunger. The farm of saints held its breath. The Directorate's drone circled. The ridge between old law and new covenant stood between darkness and the square. And beneath it all, in pipes and wires and quiet conversations, the fault lines the day had drawn began to shift. Chapter 10. Load Bearing. The farm of saints had never been this quiet with this many people in it. Thousands of breaths, hundreds of hearts, feet packed into the square, guards on the perimeter. And yet, after Grace lowered the microphone, the silence sat heavy as concrete. Silas held it, the way he always did. He knew how to stretch a moment until it hurt. The third bell has rung, he said. The choice is his. The crowd's attention tilted toward the hills, even though there was nothing to see there but rock and scrub and the faint outline of the ridge. On that ridge, Cole Harlan slipped away from the crest and out of sight. Evelyn checked her watch, then the drone feed, then the man packing his tools. "All right, Ghost," she said. "Last call. If you have any sudden urges to turn around and take up farming, now would be good." Cole tightened the strap on his pack. "You know what happens if I don't go," he said. "Yeah," she said. "Silas writes the story himself. Directorate walks in later and pretends it was always going to be fine. The farm becomes a case study in managed stability, and nobody mentions the girl on the stage." He lifted the non-conductive rod, slung the coil of wire over his shoulder, checked the small battered satchel where his shaped charges rested like sleeping snakes. "Stay on the ridge," and he said. "If Control decides to get clever, you'll have to talk them down." "Oh, good," she said. "My favorite hobby, yelling at people with bigger guns than sense." He gave her a look that might once, long ago, have been a smile. "Just like old times," he said. "Don't die," she said. "I'll try to schedule that for after this," he replied. Then he was gone, moving downhill through the scrub, the noise from the square washing over him like distant surf. Inside the square, Grace forced herself to keep breathing. Silas had turned back to the crowd, giving her a small, almost tender nod as if to say, "There you spoke, that was allowed." She wanted to shove him off the platform. Instead, she stepped back half a pace and scanned the edges of the square. Guards, more tense now, fingers closer to triggers. Lane straightened up from her post, eyes cutting toward the workshop lane. Dana, shifting her weight like someone preparing to run in one of several directions. Raffi, gone. That got her attention. He'd been near the back moments ago. Now nothing. She swallowed. Infrastructure, not blood, she thought. Her father had listened. He would move for the pipes, the wires, the things that kept this place alive. Which meant the most dangerous place in the farm for the next hour wasn't the stage. It was Silo 3. Fence segment 12 did its job on schedule. 15 minutes after Grace finished speaking, as the last echoes of Silas's voice rolled across the crowd, a small shape charge buried in the dirt at the base of one post blew. It wasn't large, just enough to shear a bolt, warp a brace, and send a shower of dirt and sparks up into the night. The nearest alarm box hiccuped, sputtered, and gave one shrill bleat before its corroded threshold. Chip decided this was either a test or a malfunction and cut itself off again. The guards reacted the way guards always did. They swore and ran toward the bang. On the ridge, Evelyn flinched as the flash sparked in the drone's view. "Control, Shaw," she snapped, thumb on the radio. "Be advised, minor perimeter disturbance, northern quadrant. Do not repeat. Do not treat that as a general breach. That's a diversion." "Copy, Shaw," Control replied. "We see the event. Covenant units converging on the segment. No mass movement detected." Evelyn's fingers tightened around the radio. "Hold your teams," she said. "Harlan's not going in through the hole he made noisy. He's not that stupid." "How sure are you?" Control asked. She looked down the ridge where the faint silver thread of the river glinted beyond the farm. 90%, she said, "and I'll yell the other 10 if I see it." Cole heard the faint whump of his charge and the distant shouts, but only as background noise. He was already knee-deep in the river again, cold water numbing his legs. The culvert grate loomed in front of him, a dark rectangle beneath the surface. The bolts he'd felt earlier groaned in their sockets, still bearing the marks of the recent maintenance visit. One was looser than the others, the one the kneeling worker had focused his curses on. Cole slipped a small spanner from his belt and went to work, fingers sure despite the cold. The nut turned slowly, protesting, then freed. The grate shifted a centimeter. He moved to the next. Above, muted voices drifted. "Tell me again why we're checking the drain when the fence is—" "Because Jonas said all sensitive points, that's why." "You want to argue with him tonight?" Silence, then a begrudging, "No." Boots thudded on the farm-side concrete. Cole held still, hands braced on the grate, water lapping around his boots. The voices receded toward the fence. He let out a careful breath, then finished loosening the last bolt. The grate sagged inward. He caught it, lowered it slowly to avoid a splash, and propped it against the concrete wall. The culvert mouth gaped before him, a dark tunnel of cold air and the smell of damp concrete. "Here we go," he murmured and slipped inside. Rafi wasn't in the square when Grace looked for him because he was already in motion. The moment Silas had called Cole's name into the night, Rafi's stomach had dropped. He knew the man on the ridge by reputation and by the way Grace had talked. If the ghost came, he wouldn't be a ghost for long. He'd be a force. Rafi had no interest in being under the wrong part of that force when it hit. He slipped away along the edge of the crowd as Silas talked, nodding where he had to, ducking down a side path when the guard's attention turned toward a pair of teenagers whispering too loudly. He didn't run. Running drew eyes. He walked with purpose. Past the workshop lane, Lane caught his eye. He gave a small gesture toward the silos. Her jaw clenched and she nodded. Past the pumps, humming steadily. To the side gate in the inner fence, the one that led toward Silo 3 and its little voice print hut. A guard stood there, rifle slung. "Evening, Beck," Rafi said. "Evening," Beck grunted. "You're supposed to be in the square." "Jonas sent me," Rafi lied. "If the power dips during the speech, he wants me on the grid." Beck frowned. "He didn't say anything to me," he said, "because he assumed the man in charge of this gate could handle a simple instruction without being handheld," Rafi said blandly. Beck bristled. "You watch your—" The radio at Beck's shoulder crackled. "Unit 3, report," a voice snapped. "Fence breach in segment 12. All non-essential personnel to outer line. Repeat, all non-essential." "That's you," Rafi said quickly. "I'll hold the fort. If Jonas needed me out there, he'd have said so." Beck hesitated, torn between instincts. The word breach tugged harder. "Fine," he said finally. "Don't go anywhere." "Wouldn't dream of it," Rafi said. Beck trotted off toward the fence. The moment he was out of sight, Rafi slipped through the gate and jogged along the inner path toward Silo 3. He didn't know exactly what he would find. He just knew where all the wires ran. If anything was going to bend tonight, they'd bend there. The culvert was narrow and low. Cole had to crouch, one shoulder brushing the slimy concrete wall, his pack scraping the other side. Water flowed around his boots, no more than ankle deep, but cold enough to bite. He'd crawled through worse. City sewers, collapsed storm tunnels. An old subway vent once, rusted and sharp, breathing hot air from a generator room. This was almost polite by comparison. The tunnel stretched ahead, curving slightly upward. He counted steps. 10, 20, 30. He paused when he felt the subtle change in air, warmer and tinged with something chemical. The inside grate was ahead. A faint rectangle of slightly different dark marked where it sat. He reached out and felt metal bars. No recent tool marks, no fresh scratches. This one didn't get moved as often. He pulled a different tool from his belt, a hacksaw with a narrow blade. "Wasteful," he muttered. He hated cutting metal like this. Every bar had once been something else. A bed frame, a shelf, a piece of a car. But he didn't have time to track down whoever had installed this grate and ask for the key. He set the blade against the lowest bar, away from the center where someone might casually glance. Slow, steady strokes. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Above faintly, he heard the muffled echo of running feet and a distant murmur of speech through walls. The farm was stirring. The bar gave way with a soft tang he hoped no one heard. He cut the next. When he'd made a hole just large enough, he put the saw away and braced his hands on the edges. One more breath. Then he pushed himself up and out, shoulders scraping concrete, elbows bruising as he wriggled through and rolled onto a flat surface. He lay there for a second, listening. No shout, no alarm, just the hum of pumps somewhere nearby and the faint thud of heavy machinery. He'd come out in a maintenance culvert that ran under one of the inner service corridors. No guards in sight. He smiled grimly. Not bad, he thought. Jonas Crowe had a map in his head. Right now that map looked like it had been given to a child with a red pen and told to circle everything. In the control ring of Silo 3, he stood at the central cabinet, eyes darting between readings. Fence segment 12. Spike, then drop, then stabilizing. Alarm 23. Misfire. 2 valves in the drainage system. Minor pressure variance. Nothing catastrophic. Not yet. In the main square, on another screen, the drone's feed, relayed via a piggybacked Directorate's signal he pretended not to know about, showed Silas on the platform, Grace beside him, the crowd like dark water at their feet. "Talk to me," he muttered to the system. It did. Sector 3 pumps, normal. Generator backup unit, humming better than it had in months, thanks to Grace. Temperature in the seed vault, within range. He toggled to a different view, the internal grid. 2 usage peaks, the square, lights, speakers, and the main hall. Very little draw near the culverts. Not surprising. He was more interested in the fact that Alarm 23, one of Lane's freshly mounted boxes, had hiccuped at the same moment Segment 12's line spiked, and yet had not sent a full alert. He frowned. "Lane," he said into the radio clipped to his collar, "report status on alarm installations." Static. Then Lane's voice, sharp and slightly breathless. "Alarms mounted," she said. "Tested. Some of them whine. You cut corners on parts again, Crowe." "Alarm 23, he said. "Confirm physical location." "Outer fence, north side, near lane 6, she said. "Why?" "Because it just misfired," he said. "And I don't like coincidences." She swore softly. "You think that spark the other night and the bang tonight are connected?" she said. "I think the ghost your friends in the lanes like to whisper about knows how to use a fence like a tuning fork," Jonas said. He toggled another switch, bringing up internal camera feeds. Most were dark, power saved for the workday, but a few along the inner corridor showed glimpses of motion. At one point, a shadow passed under a lens near the drainage access hatch. Brief, low to the ground. He rewound the last 5 seconds and zoomed. The image was grainy. A shape. A pack. A man moving with practiced efficiency. Jonas's stomach tightened. "Of course," he whispered. He flicked to the square feet again. Grace stood beside Silas, shoulders squared. Silas's voice rolled over the crowd. "The choice is his." The choice, Jonas realized, was his too. He could hit the general alarm, lock down Silo 3, call every guard in the vicinity to the control room, and turn it into a kill box. That might stop Harlan. It would almost certainly get other people killed. Or he could do what he told Grace he wanted to do. Run the stress test. See what broke. See who. He closed his eyes for half a second. He saw Ms. Kwan's disapproving gaze, Rafi's wary respect, Lane's exasperated competence, Dana's tired anger. Grace's eyes when she'd said, "I'm not interested in watching towns starve to make a point." He opened his eyes. "Lane," he said. "Rafi." "Here," Lane snapped. "Busy." Rafi's voice came back, panting slightly. "Near the inner fence." Hurrying, Jonas thought, toward the silos. "Of course. I want both of you at Silo 3 ASAP, Jonas said. "Come in through the maintenance corridor. Avoid the main yard." "Is that an order or an invitation?" Lane demanded. "Both," he said. "And Lane, bring your tools." She made a noise that might have been a laugh. Rafi just swore. Jonas toggled another channel. "Dana," he said. The nurse's voice came through, thin under the square's ambient noise. "Now's not really a great—" "If things go badly, I want you ready," Jonas said. "Prepare the infirmary for trauma, discreetly." There was a beat of silence, then, "Understood," Dana said. "Try not to send me half the farm at once." "I'll see what I can do," he said. He hesitated over the button that would link him directly to Silas's personal channel. Then he pulled his hand back. Not yet. For once, he wanted information Silas didn't have. He looked at the cabinet. "At least this way," he murmured. "If it breaks, I'll know exactly where." Grace felt it the way some people felt storms. A pressure shift. Invisible, but there. She'd been on enough drills to recognize when a system was moving from routine to something else. Guards along the square's edge were listening to their radios more intently now, heads tilted, fingers pressing earpieces. A few slipped away, jogging toward the inner fence. Silas noticed. He always did. His jaw tightened imperceptibly, but his voice didn't change. "Whatever your father chooses," he said to the crowd, "we will stand. We will not let one man's fear dictate our lives." Grace thought, "You don't even hear yourself," and knew with sudden clarity that staying on this platform any longer would only expose her to more of his story. She turned to Jonas. He was standing at the side, one hand at his collar, eyes far away. seeing grids, not people. Something's happening, she murmured. Yes, he said without looking at her. Where, she asked. Everywhere, he said, but mostly where I hoped it would. She stared at him. Is my father inside? She asked. He hesitated, then nodded once. Probably, he said, if he's as good as everyone keeps saying he is. Her heart kicked. And you didn't tell Silas, she said. Not yet, he said. Why? She asked. Because I want to see what happens when a system is forced to adapt without the man who thinks he runs it knowing every variable, Jonas said. She almost laughed. You're gambling with all of us, she said. Yes, he said, but this time at least I know I'm gambling. She looked at him for a heartbeat longer. Then she made her decision. I'm leaving, she said. Silas won't like that, he said. Silas can go preach to the empty boards, she said. She stepped away from the podium. The mic squealed faintly as she set it down. Silas's words stumbled. Grace, he began. I've said what I came to say, she replied, not bothering to keep her voice off mic. Now I'm going where the real choices are being made. Heads turned. Murmurs rose. Guards shifted. Silas stared at her, anger flickering in his eyes, quickly smoothed. The girl is shaken, he said to the crowd. Understandably, we will give her... I'm not shaken, she said. I'm busy. She hopped off the side of the platform rather than taking the steps, landing in the dust with a jolt that ran up her knees. 2 guards moved to block her. Lane was there before they could reach her, red band visible, voice sharp. Special assignment, she snapped. Jonas's orders. You want to argue with the man in the silo or the one on the stage? They hesitated. The radio at one guard's shoulder crackled unintelligibly. The conflict between voices above their pay grade played out in the crease between their eyebrows. Lane didn't wait. She grabbed Grace's elbow and hauled her toward the workshop lane. What are you doing? Grace panted as they slipped into the relative dimness between buildings. Buying you 10 seconds, Lane said. After that, you're on your own. You got Jonas's call, Grace said. Felt the shift, Lane replied. Didn't need his voice to know the ghost inside. They moved quickly, not running, but close to it. Behind them, the squares hum building again, Silas's voice rolling back into the space she'd left. The maintenance corridor under Silo 3 smelled of oil and cold grain. Raffi reached it first, panting, sweat cooling on the back of his neck. The side door was locked. He cursed, then dropped to his knees and pried up the small access panel he'd used 100 times for legitimate work. 2 wires, one old lock with a habit of sticking. He twisted, pressed, listened for the click. The door gave. He pushed inside. The hum of the control ring wrapped around him. A familiar sound, usually comforting. Today it felt like a heartbeat that might stutter. Jonas was at the cabinet, fingers flying over switches, eyes on gauges. He didn't look up. You took your time, he said. I had to lie to Beck, Raffi said. You ever try to lie to a man that sincere? It's exhausting. Lane, Jonas asked. Behind me, Raffi said. Probably dragging Harlan's kid by the collar if I know her. You do, Jonas murmured. He toggled a switch. On a small sub-display, river flow rates ticked upward, then leveled. The drainage surge from the culvert movement was smoothing out. So? Raffi asked, stepping up beside him. We in trouble yet? Almost. Certainly, Jonas said. But it's the interesting kind. He pointed at a schematic. This circuit, he said. Fence segment 12. Breach minor. This circuit. Drainage outlet near inner fence. Minor pressure variance. This camera feed, he flipped to the grainy image of the shadow slipping under the lens. Is probably our ghost, Jonas finished. Raffi squinted. Could be a rat, he said. With a pack that size? Jonas said dryly. Big rat, Raffi said. Lane burst in, Grace on her heels. Both were slightly out of breath. Next time you decide to take a stroll in front of an entire congregation, give me a heads up, Lane snapped at Grace. I almost dislocated a guard's sense of priorities getting you out. Grace barely heard her. She was staring at the cabinet, then at the map, then at Jonas. You knew, she said, that your father is inside the perimeter? I suspected, Jonas said, a suspicion that is quickly becoming certainty. Where? She demanded. In there, Jonas said, pointing toward the lower level. Somewhere between the drainage junction and the vault intake. You're just... Letting him, Lane said, incredulous. I am, Jonas said. Within limits. Raffi threw up his hands. Great, he said. Fantastic. Let's just invite the walking trauma trigger into our seed vault and see what happens. Grace grabbed his sleeve. He's not here to burn your grain, she said. He's here to make sure Silas doesn't own it forever. Oh, good, Raffi said. Property law, my favorite crisis topic. Enough, Lane snapped. Crowe, tell me what you want from us before I decide my best contribution is to go back to the workshop and pretend none of this is happening. Jonas exhaled. I want to decouple, he said. Raffi blinked. Decouple what? He asked. Control, Jonas said. From one room, from one voice, from one man. He met Grace's eyes. You were right, he said. We built this place like we'd always be the ones at the console. That was arrogance. If the ghost is here, if he's as good as they say, tonight is the only chance we'll have to rewrite that without burning everything down. Grace's heart hammered. You want his help, she said slowly. I want his knowledge, Jonas said. I want your father to do what he does best. Point at the parts of this system that will fail if we keep pretending they're safe. And Silas? Lane asked. You think he's going to be thrilled to find the ghost in his control room, playing with his precious vault? I think Silas is too busy writing his sermon in his head to see the cracks in the floor, Jonas said. If we move fast, by the time he gets here, the system will already have more hands on it than he can push away. That's the worst metaphor you've ever used, Raffi muttered. And that's saying something. Grace moved toward the stairs leading down from the control ring. I'm going to find him, she said. Lane grabbed her arm. You go down there. You might get caught between two men who both think they know what's best for you, she said. Again. Grace shook her off. I'm tired of being between them, she said. I'm going to stand with the people who have to live with what they do. You're shaking, Lane said quietly. Then tell Dana to have a chair ready, Grace said, and started down. After a moment, Lane swore and followed. Raffi looked at Jonas. You sure about this? He asked. No, Jonas said. That's why it's a stress test. The lower level of Silo 3 was a maze of conveyors, chutes, and walkways. Grain whispered somewhere in the darkness. The sound like distant rain. Cole moved through it like a man through a familiar kind of forest, eyes tracing the lines of force and flow. He'd studied the silo's exterior for days. He'd built a mental model. Now, standing at the base of its belly, he updated it with every step. Here, a junction box buzzed faintly, where Lane's team had patched a line. There, a manual lever, paint worn by repeated use. Above, the curved wall of the silo itself, lined with access hatches. He needed one room, the one where control lines from the cabinet upstairs met mechanical backup. The place where a man could separate control without starving the entire valley. He found it behind a plain metal door, half hidden behind a stack of old crates. The lock was simple. Whoever designed it had assumed the heavy door and its unremarkable placement were deterrent enough. He picked it in under 30 seconds. Inside, the air was cooler. Banks of relays lined the walls, wires running up and out like vines. In the center of the room sat a squat metal box about waist high, its top surface bolted down. An old industrial relay cabinet, heavily modified. He smiled despite himself. Hello, friend, he murmured. He ran his fingers along its edge. Fresh scratches. Someone had been in here recently. He knelt and unscrewed a side panel. Behind it, a cluster of cables, color-coded and labeled in handwriting he recognized. Not the script, but the mind behind it. Careful, precise, trying very hard to make chaos manageable. Jonas Crowe's work. Not bad, Cole said quietly, for someone who tied too much to one box. He traced the cables. One bundle, sensors from the silos. Another, output lines to flow controllers. Another, interfacing with the fence and main hall. All converged here. If this box stopped, the system would go blind. He didn't want it blind. He wanted it less centralized. He pulled a small roll of labels and a pen from his pack. Then he went to work. Grace and Lane found him 10 minutes later, crouched beside the open panel, black hair damp with sweat, hands moving with the speed of someone who had taken apart and rebuilt worse under fire. He heard them before he saw them. Boot on metal grating. The faint shift in air when someone entered a room. He didn't turn. "If you're here to shoot me," he said dryly, "try not to hit the white cables. They're fussy." Grace's throat closed. "Dad," she said. He froze. Then very slowly he looked over his shoulder. For a moment he simply stared. She looked different, thinner, older than the weeks since he'd last seen her. There was dust on her boots and a stubborn set to her jaw that he recognized far too well. "Hi," she said. He took a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding for 3 days. "You picked an interesting time to start talking back to men with microphones," he said. She laughed, a small, ragged sound. "You heard that," she said. "Hard to miss," he replied. "You inherited my talent for making rooms uncomfortable." Lane cleared her throat. "As touching as this is," she said, "maybe we save the family therapy for after we decide whether we're all dying in here tonight." Cole rose to his feet, knees popping. He looked at Lane, taking in the red band, the grease on her hands, the unwavering stare. "You must be Lane," he said. "Unfortunately," she said, "you must be the cause of my last 3 weeks' worth of headaches." "This room is the cause of your headaches," he said. "I'm just here to make sure it stops trying to take your job with it when it fails." Grace stepped closer. "Jonas wants to decouple," she said. "Control from this box. Spread it out. Multiple hands, multiple paths." Cole snorted. "Did he use those exact words?" he asked. "More or less," and she said. "Huh," he said. "Maybe there's hope for him yet." "Hope for who?" another voice said from the doorway. They turned. Rafi stood there, slightly bent from running, hair plastered to his forehead. Behind him, Jonas. He took in the scene in one swift scan. Grace, Harlan, the open panel, his carefully labeled cables now sprouting extra tags in an unfamiliar but maddeningly competent hand. "This is very surreal," Jonas said. "Get used to it," Lane muttered. Rafi leaned against the doorframe. "So," he said, "this is the part of the stress test where the system meets the stress." Cole's eyes flicked between them, assessing. "You must be Rafi," he said. "And Jonas." "Cole Harlan," Jonas said. "We finally meet somewhere that isn't a rumor." "Or a scope," Cole said. There was no handshake, no smiles, just a brief, charged silence. Grace stepped into it. "Enough introductions," she said. "We don't have time." "She's right," Jonas said. "Silas is still in the square, but he's not going to stay there forever. Once someone tells him there's been more than one minor irregularity, he'll head here with every gun he can spare." "Then we'd better move," Cole said. He gestured to the panel. "This box," he said, "is your single point of failure. You tied too much to it. It goes down, you go blind and hungry." "I'm aware," Jonas said. "I designed it that way." "I know," Cole said. "That's the problem." Rafi threw up his hands. "Fantastic," he said. "We captured the flag. Now we're going to have a seminar." "Shut up and listen," Lane snapped. Cole pointed to 3 bundles of cables he'd separated and labeled. "This one," he said, "is your seed monitoring, temperature, moisture, flow rates. This one is your security overlay, fence status, alarms, grid usage. This one is your distribution control, valves, gates, allocation paths." Jonas frowned. "You got that from a 2-minute look?" he asked. "From the way you wrote your labels," Cole said. "You think in categories. You grouped them here. Sloppy for a paranoid, by the way." Rafi blinked. "Wait," he said. "If those can be separated, then you can run them separately," Cole said. "Not all from this room, not all from under one man's thumb." He looked at Jonas. "You want this farm to survive without Silas or you?" he asked. "This is how. You build parallel systems, mechanical and human." "And how do we do that without plunging half the valley into chaos?" Jonas asked. "We don't have a second set of silos growing on another hillside." "We start small," Cole said. "We decouple your monitors from your switches. Right now, Silas can see and control too much from one place. We give different people different parts of the picture." "Distributed responsibility," Jonas said slowly. "Checks and balances." "Congratulations," Cole said. "You've reinvented basic civics in a silo." Rafi rubbed his face. "You're talking about What? He said. A committee. A council, Grace said. Seed, water, power, labor, health, each with access to part of the system, each with vetoes, not pistols, in meetings. And what stops that from turning into another court? Jonas asked quietly. Another room where people talk while others starve? Nothing, Cole said, except the people in it and the rules they write. But right now you have no rules beyond Silas decides and Jonas translates. That's not a system. That's two men and some duct tape. Lane snorted. She's definitely your kid, she said. Grace felt a wild, hysterical laugh rising. She swallowed it. Can we do this? She asked Jonas. Technically? He hesitated. Yes, he said. Not all at once, not cleanly, but we can start. We can reroute some of the control lines to manual stations. We can copy certain readings to independent boards that aren't in the main hall. We can share. The word sounded strange on his tongue. Silas will fight it, Raffi said. Silas doesn't have to know it's happening in real time, Jonas said. Not tonight. By the time he realizes, we'll have too many hands on the levers to shove them all away. Cole stepped back from the panel. You built this with voice prints and password, he said. You can remove them or duplicate them. Jonas met his eyes. This is my machine, he said, not Silas's. Prove it, Cole said. Upstairs, faint but growing, they heard boots on metal stairs. Raffi said. Hate to interrupt, but your sermon is coming to the basement. Lane moved toward the door. I'll slow them, she said. How? Grace asked. By being annoying, Lane said. It's a gift. She slipped out, pulling the door mostly closed behind her. Jonas hurried to the cabinet's lower connections. Raffi, he snapped, take the manual override keys from the east wall. Yes, those. And go to Pump House 2. If we lose main power, you keep water moving. Grace, I'm not leaving, she said. I wasn't going to ask you to, he said. You stay here. You know what you want this place to be. I need someone yelling in my ear when I get tempted to make a neat solution that hurts real people. She blinked. That's weirdly self-aware, she said. Stress tests will do that, he said. He ripped out a cable, carefully, not violently, and reconnected it to a different bus. Lights flickered. The hum shifted. Above, someone shouted. Raffi cursed. On it, he said, grabbing the keys. He paused at the door. You break my pumps, he told Cole. I will personally drag you to the worst latrine in this farm and drown you in it. Fair, Cole said. Raffi vanished. Grace moved closer to her father. Tell me what to do, she said. Don't let your conscience get edited by his theories, Cole said, nodding at Jonas. If he starts talking about acceptable sacrifice, hit him. Jonas snorted. I deserve that, he said. Boots thudded closer. Lane's voice drifted down the hall. You really want to charge into the vault without knowing which wire you're about to trip? Be my guest, but when the entire valley goes dark, I'm telling everyone it was you. Silas's voice answered harder. Step aside, Lane. Make me, she said. Grace's pulse hammered. She looked at Cole. At what point do we stop fiddling with wires and start hiding? She asked. We're not hiding, he said. We're showing. He grabbed a small flat device from his pack, a jury-rigged relay with a manual toggle. He snapped it onto one of the main distribution lines, then ran a short lead from it to a switch on the wall. What's that? Jonas asked. A very ugly, very effective demonstration, Cole said. If he wants to see what happens when you give one man too much control, we're going to show him what happens when that control goes away for 30 seconds. Jonas paled. 30-second, he said. That could... Not the whole farm, Cole said. Just his stage. Grace understood. You're going to pull the plug, she whispered. Just enough to make a point, Cole said. And hope he doesn't decide the appropriate response is to start shooting, Jonas muttered. Across the farm, alarms beeped softly as lines were rerouted. In the square, Silas continued to speak, but now guards were edging away, drawn by the buzz in their radios. Dana watched them go with narrowed eyes. Ms. Kwan tightened her grip on Lena's shoulder. Remember, she murmured, watch what people do. Lena nodded, lip caught in her teeth. Silas's boots rang on the metal stair. He'd left the podium reluctantly, and only after half a dozen contradicting reports had finally resolved into one clear message. Fence disturbance, minor. Inner anomalies, unclear. Jonas absent from the main hall. Lane obnoxious on the radio. He knew. He knew where Jonas would be. He knew where the ghost would go. The fact that they were in the same place made his teeth ache. He reached the lower level and found Lane leaning against the wall near the seed room door, red band bright, arms folded. "You are in my way," he said. "Good place to be," she replied. Two guards flanked him, rifles ready. "Move," he said. "Or what?" she asked. "You going to shoot your chief mechanic in front of your precious vault and then tell everyone it was necessary?" "My patience is not infinite," he said. "Mine either," she said. For a heartbeat, neither moved. Then Silas lifted a hand, palm outward. "Lane," he said, voice dropping. "Please." She stared at that hand. She'd seen him raise it in sermons. She'd seen him lift it to bless, to calm, to direct. She'd never seen him use it to ask. "Oh, that's low," she muttered. She stepped aside. "Thank you," he said. "Don't make me regret it," she snapped. He reached for the door handle. It resisted. Locked. His eyes flashed. "Jonas!" he called. "Open this door." Inside, Jonas stood frozen for a fraction of a second. Grace's head whipped around. "So much for time," she said. Cole flicked the toggle on his new switch. Upstairs, the world went black. The square plunged into darkness. The floodlights around the platform snapped off with a pop. The speakers cut mid-word. For a second, there was a collective intake of breath. The pure animal panic of people who've become used to light and suddenly don't have it. Children whimpered. Someone dropped a metal cup. It clattered loudly. Then the murmurs started. "Power! Is it an attack? What did he do?" Dana's heart punched against her ribs. She lifted her voice the way she used to in the ER when the power flickered and everyone needed to hear the same thing at once. "Stay still," she called. "No one run. No one push. We've done short outages before." Ms. Kwan took the cue. "Kids," she barked, hands on shoulders. "Find your neighbor. We're going to stand right here and do our breathing exercises. In through the nose, out through the mouth." Lena grabbed Mira's hand. Mira grabbed Sammy's. They squeezed tight. Somewhere up by the platform, Silas's voice cut through the dark. "This is a moment," he said loudly. "Not a disaster. Our systems are—" The lights flickered back on. It had been less than 20 seconds. Enough to scare, not enough to break. Silas's mouth was open mid-sentence. Some people laughed, shocked. Some cried. More than a few looked irritated. They'd been jerked. "See?" he said quickly. "We are prepared. Our backups." The murmurs didn't settle the way they normally did. Dana caught snippets. "Always telling us not to panic." But why did it go out in the first place? 20 seconds and he already had a speech ready. Ms. Kwan smiled thinly. "Watch," she murmured to Lena. "Watch who looks relieved and who looks angry they lost focus." Lena looked up at the platform. Silas's face was flush. His jaw was tight. He did not look relieved. He looked offended. In the seed control room, the effect was both more subtle and more profound. The hum of the main lines dipped. Several indicator lights went dark. Manual needles on analog gauges twitched. Then, slowly, different lights came back on different panels. Jonas watched the patterns. Seed monitoring, powered, but now through the backup path he'd wired. Water. Rerouted to Pump House 2, where Raffi would be swearing creatively at valves. Security overlay, flickered, then steadied on a secondary board. Distribution control to the main hall. Cut. He stared at the board that represented Silas's favorite toy. The allocation console where the man could, with a few switches, decide which sector got what. Dark. Cole exhaled. "Good," he said. "Stage now separated from stomach." Grace sagged with relief. "What did that do?" she asked. "Short version," Jonas said. "Silas can't pull any levers from his chair in the main hall right now. He can yell, he can wheedle, but he can't starve a lane with a gesture while we're doing this." And the rest? Cole asked. Seed stays monitored, Jonas said. Water flows. Fences hum. For now. He moved quickly, rewiring one more line. Once we rerun this properly after tonight, he added, we can give independent boards to each of the councils you just invented. I didn't invent them, Grace said. People like Rafi and Dana and Ms. Kwan did. I just gave them names. The door handle rattled. Jonas, Silas snapped from the other side. Open this door, now! Jonas looked at Cole, at Grace, at the panel. He walked to the door. For a second, Grace thought he would open it and let Silas in, business as usual. Instead, Jonas flipped the deadbolt halfway and cracked it just enough to see out. Silas's face appeared in the gap, eyes blazing. What have you done? Silas demanded. The lights are functioning, Jonas said evenly. Backup systems engaged as designed. This is a stress test, Silas. We discussed the need for them. We did not discuss cutting power in the middle of an assembly I did not authorize, Silas snapped. It lasted 18 seconds, Jonas said. If that was enough to shake their faith, you have other problems. Silas's hand shot out, gripping the edge of the door. You will remove whatever you just did, he said. Now, I cannot have you playing games with our, Jonas corrected softly. Our systems. Silas's eyes flicked past him. Is he in there? He demanded. The ghost. Jonas didn't answer fast enough. Silas shoved the door. Jonas held it. For a moment, the two men strained against each other, an entire farm hanging on the muscles in their arms. Lane, still leaning nearby, stepped forward, putting a hand on Silas's shoulder. Careful, she said quietly. You break that door, you break the seals. You break the seals, you let in dust. You let in dust, you ruin your seeds. Silas froze. Jonas used the pause to push the door shut again and throw the deadbolt fully. On the other side, Silas's voice dropped to a dangerous calm. Jonas, he said, open this door. Jonas leaned his forehead briefly against the cool metal. Then he stepped back. No, he said. The word was soft. It hit louder than any shout. Silas went very still. What did you say? He asked. I said no, Jonas repeated louder. For once, I'm not going to pretend that my job is just translating your will into wires. I'm doing mine. You do yours. Go calm the square. Let me keep them fed. You don't get to decide that, Silas said. I already did, Jonas said. He turned away from the door. He was shaking. So was Grace. On the other side, a fist thudded once against the metal. Then lighter footsteps moved away. He's not going far, Lane said. Doesn't have to, Cole replied. He's just learned that his hand doesn't reach as far as he thought. That's enough for tonight. Grace stepped beside Jonas. You just defied him, she said. Yes, Jonas said. I may throw up later. Lane snorted. Get in line, she said. Cole returned to the panel. All right, he said. We've bought ourselves 30 minutes at best. Less if he finds someone with more brute force than common sense. Let's make them count. He pointed to another set of cables. These go to the mechanical overrides, he said. You have local controls in the seed rooms, yes? Yes, Jonas said. Locked. Keyed. Key them differently, Cole said. You and 3 others. No one person gets to open or close a gate alone. 3-point authorization, Jonas murmured. We can do that with relays. And paper, Grace added. Write it down. Not just wires, rules, addresses, procedures. Right, Lane said. We're going to die under a mountain of manuals. Better manuals than a mountain of bodies, Grace said. Something in Lane's posture eased. Fair enough, she said. Jonas started drafting new circuits with the speed of someone who'd been thinking about it for years and hadn't let himself admit it. Cole watched him for a moment, then stepped aside, giving him space. You're not taking the box away, Jonas said as he worked. No, Cole said. You still need a brain. You're just not going to be the only neuron anymore. And you, Jonas asked? Where do you fit in this nervous system? I don't, Cole said. I'm a shock. You design around me when I'm gone. Grace flinched. Gone? She said. He looked at her. I'm not staying, he said. Even if they ask. Even if you ask. Something in her chest twisted. "You came down," she said. "Finally. And you're going to run back up the ridge the first chance you get?" "Yes," he said, "because this place doesn't need another man thinking he's the linchpin. It needs less of that, not more." "What if I need you here?" she asked. "You don't," he said quietly. "Not the way you think. You need this place not to be what he built or what I would build. You need it to be itself. You, Raffi, Donna, Ms. Kwan, Lane, you're the load-bearing walls here now, not me." She shook her head. "You always do this," she said. "You build something, then you step away before anyone can blame you when it fails." He winced. "That's not why," he said. "Isn't it?" she pressed. "Grace," he said, "if I stay, they'll let me make the decisions. I know that. I can see it in the way they look at me already." Lane didn't deny it. Raffi, if he'd heard, would have rolled his eyes but not argued. "I've spent my whole life watching what happens when men like me get to make decisions for everyone else," Cole went on. "Judge, Silas, directors, me up on that ridge. You saved people," she said. "I also decided who to let in, who to keep out," he said. "I did it because I thought I had to. I'm not doing it again with more mouths and higher stakes." "Then what do you do?" she asked. "Walk away?" "I stay up there," he said. "I fix what I can fix without owning everything. I send you what you need. I help design systems that don't need me in the room. And if this place slides toward being another court with a wheat emblem over the door, I come back and help push again." She stared at him. "You're giving me away," she said, voice small. He shook his head. "I lost the right to keep you when they took you," he said. "You're not mine to give or keep anymore. You're here." She hated that part of her understood, loved him more for saying it, hated him for saying it at all. Above them, the faint sound of shouting drifted. Not panic, not yet. Argument. Silas's voice. Another voice, Evelyn's, amplified from the ridge via the drone speaker, cutting in with a clipped announcement about external observation and non-interference. Grace blinked. "The Directorate," she said. "Shaw's finally leaning on her bosses," Cole muttered. Jonas looked up at the ceiling like he could see through it. "If the Directorate comes in here now and sees this," he said, gesturing to the rewired panel, "they're going to want to put their hands on it too." "Let them try," Lane said. "We can play keep away." "If they're smart," Grace said, "they'll stay where they are and let us send them readings instead of commands." "You expect them to be smart?" Cole asked. "No," she said, "but I can hope." They worked. The next 20 minutes blurred into motion. Jonas rerouted circuits. Lane fetched parts, swore at stripped screws. Grace wrote, her cramped handwriting filling page after page of what would, if they survived, become the first draft of the farm's new operating rules. Who held which keys, which boards were mirrored, what thresholds required which people to be in the room. Cole double-checked every connection he could reach, leaving notes in the margins of Jonas's system maps. "Here's where this will fail first," he'd write. "Here's where you'll be tempted to cheat. Don't." Once he paused, pen hovering. Grace prowled behind him, reading over his shoulder. "What?" she asked. "This line," he said, tapping a path that linked the main hall to a subgrid near the children's quarter. "Well, you tied their lights to the sermon feed." "What?" Grace snapped, rounding on Jonas. He flushed. "It was a compromise," he said quickly. "We didn't have enough capacity for independent lines, so we piggybacked off the main hall. It meant we could guarantee power during the day, and guarantee that if something went wrong there, the kids went dark," she said. "We never lost," he began. "That's not the point," she said. "Fix it." He nodded, chastened. "I will," he said. "Not tonight, but I will." "Write it," she said, handing him her pen. "Right now, as a rule, so you can't talk yourself out of it later." He scribbled on the margin. Lane watched, something like approval flickering in her eyes. "Stress test has teeth," she murmured. "And claws," Raffi said, reappearing in the doorway, wet and slightly muddy. "Pump house 2 is stable. If any of you ever send that much flow through that old gate again, without telling me, I will make sure your showers are cold for a month." "Noted," Jonas said. Raffi's gaze fell on Cole. "You pulled his lights," he said. "Just a little," Cole said. Raffi shook his head. You're insane, he said. Probably, Cole said. They all went still when footsteps approached again. Silas's voice, sharp and angry, echoed down the hall. Have every right to access that vault. You have the right to keep people from starving, not to throw a tantrum because your show was interrupted. Dana's voice shot back. Grace's heart jumped. Dana's here, she whispered. Of course she is, Raffi said. If there's trouble, she gravitates to it like a needle to north. There was a brief scuffle outside. Silas, Dana snapped. You take one more step toward that door with a gun in your hand, and I swear, if we live through this, I will tell every child in this place exactly which bullet you chose over their insulin. Silence. Then the sound of a gun being lowered. Stand aside, nurse, Silas said tightly. You are not in charge here. Neither are you anymore, Miss Kwan's voice said calmly. Grace blinked. You have quite the welcoming committee out there, Cole murmured. Jonas inhaled. Time, he said. We have to open this door. Are you sure? Lane said. We could keep him out a little longer. Maybe forever if we welded. No, Jonas said. If we lock the door on him now, we turn this from a stress test into a war. We already took some of his power. If we don't show him what we've done with it, he'll assume the worst and act accordingly. Grace nodded slowly. He's right, she said. We need him to see that taking control away from him doesn't mean chaos. It means other people stepping up. And if he doesn't like that, Raffi asked, then we see who follows him when he walks out. Ms. Kwan's voice came, faint but clear. Jonas put his hand on the deadbolt. Ready? He asked. No, Lane said. Yes, Grace said. Cole just watched, eyes tired. Jonas turned the lock and pulled the door open. Silas stood there, flanked by two guards. Dana, Ms. Kwan, and Lane formed a loose semicircle behind him. The guards' rifles were lowered but not slung. Silas's eyes were dark hollows in his face. He took in the scene in one sweeping gaze. The open panel, the relabeled cables. Cole Harlan standing in his seat control room. Grace beside him, dust on her face, jaw set. His engineer, his mechanic, his nurse, his teacher, all between him and the box he thought was his. His voice, when it came, was very soft. What, he said, have you done? Cole could have spoken. He didn't. Jonas did. We've made sure this place doesn't fall apart if you die, he said. Silas stared at him. Then he laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. You think I'm the failure point? He said. I know you are, Jonas said. So am I, so is he. He nodded at Cole. Any system that depends on one man's choices is a bad system. You taught me to measure load. I'm measuring it. You defied me, Silas said. I disagreed with you, Jonas said. Out loud. That's not a sin. It's overdue. Dana stepped forward. We've been patching people and pipes around your decisions for years, she said. We've done the mercy while you did the math. This, she gestured at the room, is the first time the math is catching up. Ms. Kwan lifted her chin. You wanted a demonstration, she said. You wanted people to see what choice looks like. Well, here we are. Silas's gaze snapped to Grace. And you? He asked. What part did you play? I told them what happens downstream, she said. Of you. Of him. She nodded toward her father. Of anyone who thinks they can make the world safe by drawing a circle and standing in the middle. You offered him partnership, she went on. You dressed up kidnapping as necessity. You put me on a stage and called it mercy. Tonight, I'm telling you the same thing I told him on the ridge. You're not the hero of this story. You're not even the only author. Silas's fingers curled. You don't understand, he said. Without this place, they starve. Without the people in this place, you starve. Dana shot back. You can't patch a wound with a sermon. Or run a pump with a parable, Raffi added. Lane folded her arms. Or fix a generator with a covenant, she said. Silas's gaze darted from face to face. Guards shifted behind him. They looked conflicted. This wasn't how these scenes usually went. Usually he had words and Jonas had diagrams, and everyone else stayed in their lanes. Tonight the lanes had overflowed. Outside faintly, Evelyn's voice boomed from the sky via the drone's speaker. This is Directorate's observer unit, she said. We are monitoring. We will not intervene unless lethal force is initiated. All parties are advised to remain calm. Grace almost smiled. Thank you, she thought. Silas's jaw worked. You've brought them, he said. The courts, the committees, the... No, Cole cut in, voice steady. They were already watching. They always are. The difference tonight is that you can't pretend they're on your side by default. Silas's eyes met his. You, he said. You did this. You brought them here. You crawled into my systems. You... Yes, Cole said. And I did it so that when you make choices, you can't tell yourself no one knows what they cost. You expect me to hand what we've built over to that... Silas jerked his head toward the sky. And walk away? No, Cole said. I expect you to hand what y'all never really owned over to them. He nodded toward Grace, Raffi, Dana, Lane, Miss Kwan. They built this with you. Without their hands and backs, your silos are just big tin cans. Silas's shoulders shook. Anger, fear, maybe both. You want me gone, he said. I want you smaller, Grace said. He stared at her. That, he said slowly, is worse. She swallowed. I know, she said. Jonas stepped forward. Silas, he said. Look at the board. He gestured to the control cabinet. Seed monitoring is functioning, he said. Water is flowing. Security is active. The only things that changed tonight are, 1, your chair in the main hall no longer controls distribution by itself. 2, access to the vault is now keyed to 3 people at a time, not 1. 3, we have the beginnings of a written protocol for how decisions get made about who eats. Silas stared. You did this, he said. Yes, Jonas said. With their help. You betrayed me, Silas said. No, Jonas said. I did the job I was supposed to do from the beginning. Make sure the machine keeps people alive, not make sure it keeps you comfortable. The guards looked between them. One, younger, with a scar on his chin, lowered his rifle a fraction. My sister works in the kitchens, he said quietly. She almost quit last winter when you cut their rations first because they could nibble while they worked. Silas whipped around. You question, he began. The guard flinched. Then for the first time since he'd put on the uniform, he didn't straighten. He held Silas's gaze. Yes, he said. That was the crack. Not the wires. Not the culverts. Not the 20-second blackout. A single guard saying yes. Silas seemed to deflate. The story he'd built about being the only one who shouldered the burden, the only one who saw the big picture, met the reality of faces in front of him and staggered. Without me, he said, this falls apart. Maybe, Miss Kwan said gently, or maybe it stands up straighter. You could help, Grace said, if you can stand being part of it, not the center. He looked at her, at Cole, at Jonas, at the guards, at the nurse, the mechanic, the teacher, at the ceiling where the faint hum of the drone whispered that the world was wider than his fence. He closed his eyes. I don't know how, he said. Grace believed him. For the first time, she believed him. You learn, she said, or you go, but you don't get to keep it like this. Not anymore. He opened his eyes again. There was no epiphany in them, no sudden enlightenment, just exhaustion and something like grief. For years, he said, I have walked this farm and thought, I built this. You did, Jonas said softly. You also built it on foundations that couldn't carry what you kept piling on top. Silas nodded once. Then let it be on your heads, he said. He turned to the guards. From this moment, he said, voice hoarse, I am no longer covenant keeper. They stared. What? The scar-chinned one blurted. Silas swallowed. Effective now, he said. Authority over the seed vault and distribution passes to a council to be named by them. He jerked his head toward Jonas and the others. I retain my role as spiritual advisor. Dana snorted. Congratulations, she said. You've been demoted to chaplain. He shot her a look. She didn't back down. He looked back at Grace. Your father, he said. Will he leave if I do? No, Cole said, but I'll step back. Silas laughed, a short, cracked sound. The two of you, he said, two sides of the same coin, pretending you can walk away from the mess you made. We're not walking away, Grace said. We're stepping out of the center. There's a difference. Silas shook his head. Do what you like, he said. Write your manuals, build your councils, fight with the Directorate when they come with clipboards and contracts. He stepped back out of the doorway. For what it's worth, he said quietly, almost to himself, I defended this place the only way I knew how. We know, Ms. Kwan said. He walked away. Nobody followed, not with their eyes, not with their feet. That, more than his words, marked the shift. They didn't coronate anyone that night. Nobody had the energy. The square slowly emptied as word spread in hushed voices. Silas stepped down. Silas gave the vault away. Silas cried. Different tellers said different things. Truth, as always, would be an average over time. Dana treated a handful of minor injuries. No one died. The Directorate's drone circled 3 more times, then climbed to a higher orbit. Evelyn's last broadcast, relayed over an improvised speaker near the square, was simple. Saints Field, this is Directorate Observer Shaw. We have recorded tonight's events. The world will know you changed your own system without a raid, without a massacre, without turning your silos into bombs. Don't make liars of us. Then the drone buzzed higher and farther until its hum was lost in the night. In Silo 3, the control ring was a mess. Wires, labels, coffee stains, sweat. But the needles sat in the safe zones. The panels glowed. In the corner, a stack of papers lay, the first draft of the Farm of Saints Charter, scrawled in a dozen different hands. Jonas dropped into a chair, head in his hands. Lane slumped against a pillar. Raffi sat on the floor and immediately lay down, staring at the curved ceiling. I hate you all, he muttered. I haven't been this tired since the pipe burst in Sector 2. You love us, Lane said. I might, but I'm too exhausted to process that, he replied. Ms. Kwan had gone back to the children's quarter, shepherding kids to bed with new stories about marches and councils. Dana made one last round, checking no one was quietly bleeding out from the evening's adrenaline. Then she turned to Grace. Arm, she said. Grace blinked. What? She asked. Dana reached for her sleeve and pulled it up. A thin line of red marked the skin where she'd scraped herself, either jumping down from the platform or squeezing past a sharp edge downstairs. Grace hadn't even noticed. You, Dana said, cleaning it with efficient hands, have a very bad habit of getting in the middle without noticing what's on the edges. Occupational hazard, Grace said. Get better at it, Dana said. We're going to need you conscious and infection-free for a while. She taped a bandage over the scratch and moved on. Grace turned to find her father watching her. She sat beside him on the bench. They didn't speak for a minute. Finally, she said, You're really going back up there. Yes, he said. Not tonight, not tomorrow, but soon. Because you're afraid of staying, she said. Because staying would tilt this place back into orbit around me, he said. I can't let that happen. Not again. Again, she echoed. You think the ridge was that? He stared at his hands. Yes, he said. I told myself I was keeping people safe. I was also keeping them in my shadow. You most of all. She swallowed. I loved it, she said. Sometimes, the way the wind sounded, the way the tools fit in my hands, the way you'd look at me when we fixed something that should have stayed broken. I loved it too, he said. That doesn't mean it was the only way, or the best one. She leaned her head briefly on his shoulder. You know what I hate? She asked. Many things, he said. Be more specific. She smiled despite herself. I hate that you're right, she said. About you, about him, about systems, about needing to be smaller to be safer. He exhaled. I hate it too, he said. They sat like that for a little while. Down in the valley, lights glowed. On the ridge, Evelyn filed a report in terse, exhausted phrases. Subject, Saints Field, internal structural change. Summary, community executed high-risk governance shift under low to moderate physical threat. No mass casualties. New multi-node control system initiated. Suggest classification, precedent. Up in the sky, the drone continued its slow turn. No one in Saints Field slept well that night, but some of them slept differently. Not with the thin, brittle rest of people who know everything hangs on one man's next sermon or one engineer's next decision, but with the uneasy, necessary awareness that tomorrow they'd have to show up in the room and argue and compromise and share. It would be messy. It would be slow. It would, in its own flawed way, be theirs. Dawn, a week later. The farm of saints looked much the same from the ridge. Silos, fields, fences. But if you look closer, some things had shifted. The wheat emblem still hung in the square. Below it, on the meeting house wall, someone had painted a smaller symbol, 5 circles overlapping in a rough flower. The 5 councils Grace had named: seed, water, health, labor, learning. The paint was uneven. The circles wobbled. Grace liked it that way. She stood at the edge of a field with Lena, showing her how to check if the soil was too dry. "You stick your fingers in," she said. "Up to here. If it's dry all the way, we water. If it's damp halfway, we wait. If it's mud, we tell Raffi to stop being generous." Lena giggled, hands disappearing into the dirt. "Can Bunny help?" she asked, wiggling the rabbit's ragged paw. "Only if Bunny knows how to wash his hands afterward," Grace said. Lena gasped. "Bunny always washes," she said. "Good," Grace said. "We don't need another sector down with stomach flu." Raffi walked by, a clipboard under his arm, eyes on the horizon. "New pump schedule?" Grace called. "New headache schedule," he said. "Council of Water meets this afternoon. You're on the agenda." "Me?" she said. "Why?" "Because you made up the word council, and now everyone wants you to explain what it means," he said. "That's what you get for reading books." She groaned. "Tell them it means arguing productively," she said. "They already know that," he said. "They just want to argue about how to argue." Lane ambled up, wiping grease off her hands. "Silo 2 valve is creaky," she said. "Again, I need more parts." "We're working on getting a trade convoy in," Raffi said. "Send them a list," Grace said, "with pictures, so they stop sending us the wrong screws." "We need a better catalog," Lane said. "Add it to the Council of Learning agenda," Grace replied. Lane made a face. "More meetings," she grumbled. "Fewer secret decisions," Grace said. Lane sighed. "All right," she said. "But if I have to sit through one more 3-hour discussion about whether the children should get fruit twice a week or once a week, I'm barricading myself in the workshop with the good wrenches." "Fruit twice," Lena piped up. "Bunny says so." "See," Grace said. "Consensus. Meeting adjourned." Donna emerged from the infirmary doorway, rubbing her eyes. "I heard that," she said. "If anyone's rationing fruit around here, it's me. Vitamin C or eye strike." "Council of Health has spoken," Raffi said. "And what about Council of Old Ladies who will yell at you if you get lazy?" Ms. Kwan called from a nearby bench where she was grading crude spelling exercises. "They outrank us all," Grace said. "Good," Ms. Kwan said. "You finally learned something useful." Silas sat alone on a low wall, watching it all. He still wore his plain coat. He still walked the lanes. He still spoke on mornings, but now his words were about seasons and parables, and the strange idea of forgiving people before they made mistakes, not just after. When he passed the silos, he did not touch the door. Sometimes he paused to listen to the hum inside. Then he walked on. Jonas lived in the liminal space between systems. He spent his days in the control room and his nights in meetings. His hair started to gray at the temples faster. He looked more tired. He also occasionally looked less alone. Once Grace caught him laughing at something Raffi had drawn on a schematic, a little cartoon of a silo with arms holding 2 balance scales. "Stress test passed?" she asked. "Stress test ongoing," he said. "But we didn't snap on the first load. That's something." One afternoon, a week after the demonstration, Cole Harlan walked through the inner gate again. This time the guard nodded to him like to any other visitor. Word had gone around. He wasn't a ghost. He was a neighbor. An annoying, occasionally helpful neighbor with a lot of opinions. He met with the Council of Seed in the main hall, not alone with Jonas in the silo. They argued for 3 hours. They emerged with sore throats and a draft plan for rotating seed stock between the ridge and the valley so no one place could hoard it. At the end of the day, Grace walked him to the edge of the farm. They stood by the fence. depowered in this segment while Lane replaced insulators. On the other side, the land sloped up toward the ridge. "Sure you don't want a room?" she asked. "We've been replacing mattresses. Some of them even have stuffing now." "I have a perfectly good, uncomfortable bed up there," he said. She studied him. He looked smaller, not physically, but somehow less like a mountain and more like a man who had finally allowed himself to be one tree in a forest. "Do you hate me?" she asked. "For what?" he said. "Talking back to a man with a microphone? Handing away my favorite myth about myself? Making me realize I raised someone who can see past my blind spots?" "Yes," she said. He smiled. "No," he said. "I'm just not in charge anymore. Of you, of this place, of the story." "That scares you," she said. "Yes," he repeated. "And it's probably the healthiest thing that's happened to me since before the verdict." She nodded slowly. "When things go wrong," she said, "and they will, we're going to want to blame someone. Him, you, Jonas, me." "You will," he said, "because it's easier than accepting that systems are just people and choices over time. Try to resist it. That's my advice." She reached out and took his hand. "Don't make yourself a ghost," she said. "If we need you, we'll knock. If we don't, we'll send you boring reports just to annoy you." He squeezed her fingers. "Good," he said. "Boring reports sound great." She let go. He stepped through the gap where the new gate would go once Lane finished wiring it. He looked back once, taking in the silos, the square, the painted circles on the wall, the kids running in the dust. "Take care of them," he said. "I can't," she replied. "We can." He nodded. "Better answer," he said. Then he turned and began the climb. Evelyn was waiting halfway up, hands in her pockets, hair pulled back against the wind. "You leaving without saying goodbye to your favorite Directorate annoyance?" she called. "I knew you'd find me," he called back. She fell into step beside him. "So," she said, "you tore down a cult, rewired a seed vault, and called a judge out from a grain silo. Not bad for a week's work." "I didn't tear down anything," he said. "They did. I just kicked the stress test." "You going to keep kicking?" she asked. "Probably," he said. "Quietly, if I can manage it." She snorted. "Good luck with that," she said. They reached the ridge. Below them, Saints Field lay like a diagram someone had erased and redrawn in places. Lights burned, not just in the main hall, but in smaller clusters. Council rooms, late shift pumps, Ms. Kwan's classroom where a lantern glowed over a circle of kids listening to a story about a march that hadn't happened yet. Evelyn raised her binoculars. "The Directorate is going to want to write protocols about this," she said. "How to deprogram a seed cult in 10 easy steps." "Tell them they can't," he said. "Tell them the first rule is, you don't get to own it." She glanced at him. "You really trust them that little?" she asked. "I trust systems that big exactly as much as they've earned," he said. "Which is to say, not enough to hand them a farm." She lowered the binoculars. "Good," she said, "because I told Control I'd recommend observer status only. No garrisons, no advisory administrators. Just a line on a map marked, 'These people figured something out. Don't screw with it unless you absolutely have to.'" He blinked. "You did that?" he asked. She shrugged. "Somebody has to be the annoying voice in the room now that you're trying to retire," she said. He looked back at the farm, at the small figures moving between silos, at one white band, now dirty, throwing a ball with kids near the children's quarter. "At any scale," he said quietly, "it always comes down to who gets to decide where the load goes." "And what did your stress test show?" she asked. "That this place can carry more if you—" "Stop pretending one man's shoulders are a chassis," he said. She smirked. "Look at you," she said. "Almost hopeful." He snorted. "Don't tell anyone," he said. They stood there in silence for a while, watching the farm breathe. Below in the control room, Jonas taped a new piece of paper to the cabinet. In messy block letters, underlined twice, it read, "No single point of failure, including people." Grace walked in, read it, and smiled. "Good," she said. Then she picked up her pen and, beneath Jonas's line, added one more. "If it hurts somebody, it's not just the system." She underlined that too. Outside, the wind shifted. The farm of Saints was still fragile. It would make mistakes. It would hurt people. It would more than once be tempted to drift back toward the comfort of letting one voice speak for many. But it had been stress-tested, and somewhere between the ridge and the river, the square and the silo, the court that had failed and the covenant that almost did, a different kind of story had begun to write itself. One with more hands on the pen, more eyes on the page, and a lot more arguing in the margins. It wasn't neat, it wasn't pure, it wasn't anyone's alone. Which Grace thought, as she watched Lena carefully water a row of seedlings all by herself, might finally be the point.